Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series EMEA Super Regional Group Stages. I am so excited to be here because these players know this is not just the beginning of a journey, it is the continuation of a journey that could get them to our championships, that could net them the lion's share of that major growing prize pool. My name is Kate, and alongside me is the always fantastic John Fallout Kafalukas, and of course, Guy, Blaze, Spencer. Gentlemen, welcome to the broadcast. I could not be more excited to be on the desk with you today.
You and I both. It is finally here, the accumulation of what has been an amazing ALGS season, all the way back from our online tournaments, of course, through the summer circuit, the autumn circuit, and the winter circuit, and now we get to crown a champion. Kate, it almost feels like a festival, a celebration of all things Apex Legends, and I'm beyond excited. And I'm also excited to be joined with my man Blaze, who I've been doing it with for a long time. How you feeling, brother?
Oh, man, I'm feeling good, John. Like you said, we've been doing this for a long time, and I cannot wait for us to jam this weekend. We got so many great teams here for the championship week. Hell, 2 weeks here of NA and EMEA. We're going to be crowning some champions, but most importantly, as fans, we're going to see some of the best Apex series that we have seen throughout the entire circuit. And as Kate said, that prize pool is rising, as well as the energy on this stream, and as well as the intensity in which the players are bringing towards these matches. As you see already on your screen, $255,000, and it is still growing. That's almost 3 Lamborghinis.
That's fast math, Guy. My God. You're absolutely right. And you'll see, obviously, these prize pools are going to change. We have, I believe, until the end of the day today to get those packs within the game itself, to be a part of what is making this prize pool so epic and literally the biggest in Apex history. John, I gotta ask, you are definitely one of the biggest voices in our community. You've been there since day one. You've talked to these players. You've played with these players. You've kept up. You've seen them grow. You've seen them change. I need to know, what do you think the community is saying right now? And what does it feel like to go into this huge mega event with such a big prize pool on the line?
Yeah, absolutely, Kate. I mean, it's hard to have imagined anything bigger than the Apex Legends preseason invitational in Krakow, Poland, almost 2 years ago. But certainly we've topped it by far the largest prize pool we've ever seen. The community's ecstatic. Everyone is so excited for the opportunity to play for, honestly, life-changing money here in Apex Legends. These pro players deserve it. They grind the game day in and day out. And honestly, I'm just excited for the opportunity to tell these stories of the teams like Alliance, like Gambit, like so many others who play day in and day out to be prepared for this moment here, the LGS Championships, with a $2 million+ prize pool.
Absolutely. Now, one of the things I know, Guy, you are so excited. You have woken up super stinking early this morning. I gotta know, what's keeping you hyped, what you're getting excited for today, because you are literally one of the hype people from the entire Apex community that I love to hear from. So I want to know, what got you up this morning?
Hey, well, you know what? Outside of the gym and the caffeine and me wanting to be my best self coming back to broadcast today, hell, it is just watching these matches. Like I said, we're kicking off the group stage, okay? We mentioned some top teams out there, okay? We mentioned, teams like Flavor of the Month, like Alliance, Navi, Gambit, Totem, Ferner Bands, all these guys coming out looking to put on their best show. And you guys see the schedule on your screen here, okay? Day number 1, we're about to kick it off. Twitch.tv/PlayApex, or if you're watching on YouTube, Play Apex Compete. Let your friends know. But we got 3 days of group play. You got NA at the bottom of your stream. But the coolest thing about this graphic, right? Something else that got the coolest thing about this graphic, right? Something else that got me excited. The influencer streams, man. The community streams. Make sure you guys go there and support those boys. I'm pretty sure they'll be out there streaming the other group stage matches that we won't be broadcasting day here.
Absolutely, and it's a really good reminder that we are going to be looking at, and we'll get more into this a little bit later, we're going to be looking at group stages in our groups A and B, where C and D today will be going for that EMEA region over to our influencer streams, our secondary streams, and we are so excited. Thank you so much for coming alongside all of the gameplay today. And hey, if you want to know the way that this tournament is going to work, because if you're new to Apex, or perhaps if you're an old pro here, you're going to be kind of confused potentially about how today is going to work in this entire tournament. Well, don't you worry. We've got a nice little explainer video that spells it all out. Take a look.
The Apex Legends Global Series Championship has finally arrived. Before the chaos begins, we wanted to take a moment to explain the championship format and how teams earn their placement. The ALGS Championship takes place in 2 stages. the group stage, and the championship finals. 40 teams, ranked by their LGS points, will be entered into 4 separate groups, with teams 1 through 4 being distributed across the top spot in the groups, and the following teams winding back and forth in the columns, until everyone is in place and ready to start the group stage. As the group stage begins, the 4 groups will shuffle daily for 3 days, playing 6 match sets each day. At the end of 3 days of play and 18 matches, the top team in each group will qualify to be the first teams to make it into the championship finals. The following 16 spots will be filled regardless of group, according to points earned in the group stage. At this point, the remaining teams are officially eliminated. These final 20 teams are seeded by their group stage point scores. The top 10 teams receive a bonus of qualifying match points to begin the finals with, depending on their placement. The top-seeded team receiving 10 points, the second receiving 9, and so on. Teams 1 through 11 begin the finals with 0 points. It's been a long road to the championship, but it's time to find out which teams are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outthink, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with R99s and PKs? And who's sitting back with a bow? Ready up and settle in. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Championships.
Well, gang, let's not waste any time. Let's take a look at our groups and who exactly is going to be competing today in our EMEA region. You know, John, I got to ask, we're looking at Group A and B here today on our stream. Of course, that influencer stream is going to be Group C and D. But who's jumping out to you here? Who are those teams, those wild cards, those top of the rosters? Who are you thinking?
Yeah, absolutely. Got to give a lot of respect to Gambit, our #1 seed coming into the tournament. But then, of course, Alliance, Flavor of the Month, are reigning champions. They're in the same group as Gambit, so I'm really excited for that matchup continually between Flavor of the Month and Gambit and the like. And you'll take a look here. These are the rest of the teams to watch in my eyes. Alliance Esports, a dominant team led by, in my opinion, one of the best IGLs in all of Apex Legends in hockey. So they've been grinding. They've been boot camping together in Sweden. I'm really excited to see what Alliance can do. Kungarna, formerly known as Nessie, you can never sleep in this squad. One of the most consistent teams throughout the entirety of the Apex Legends Global Series. And then a massive congratulations to Naski, Yuki, and Dell getting picked up by Aqualix, officially announced they get signed. They're another team that has been trending upwards for me. Second place in the Winter Circuit Online Tournament #4. The winners of the Summer Circuit playoffs and championships way back in summer of 2020. You got to keep an eye out in Aqualix as well.
Absolutely. And hey, you know what? One of the other teams I saw on that teams to watch was Flavor of the Month. And luckily for us, we've got a nice little familiar face from not just Apex, but BR the entire world over. Let's take a look at what PA had to say about today's competition.
Remember me?
Hello, my name is Martin Hege Omiri. I go by Pierre. I play for Flavor of the Month.
Oh my god, no.
Being qualified for the Apex Legends Championship, but it feels amazing. We've been grinding all year for this, and it's very exciting. My expectations for the championship is that we won't get any circles. We will probably win even with no RNG and the luck on our side, but we will still win. Other than that, hopefully we can get signed. Or some sponsors.
Oh, you can't see him. No.
Oh, such a god! I always try to remain as balanced as possible when it comes to like mindset. I try not to overthink. I try not to think too little. I try to like take it as a work day. If I consider Flavor of the Month to be the best team in the EMEA right now, it's kind of hard to say that, but like, yeah, I believe we are the current best team in EMEA.
Flavor of the Month are just watching on, and they've taken direct center of this circle. This could be the moment.
It's all coming down to these final shots. Oh, oh my god, Flavor of the Month!
Teams that are annoying for us is Alliance, because they have a lot of the same rotations that we do. Nessie as well. And last but not least, Vigers.
Really good fight here from Flavor of the Month, and it looks like they're going to be successful. Yes, they are, and they take down 303.
Man, this is really intense.
You're not the only one with fancy moves, beautiful.
My friends and families are very excited to see me in the championship. They message me every day about it, and it's all a lot of love, and I appreciate all the support.
To pressurize other teams at the moment. I'm just getting beamed by the flat line here of Taylor as well.
My teammates, so we have Taylor, he's the young boy playing on console games. He was competing on LAN in Call of Duty. Nuff is the oldest person, he's like 60 or something, I don't know. Me and him have shared the most of history, and we've played together since 2018 back in PUBG, and I would not compete with anybody else. I love my voice. You see this? This is nothing. I'm gonna get one that's covered in gold, and it's gonna says championship.
Well, you heard it here first. God, that guy cracks me up every single time. Well done, GG. Let's you know what? Guys, I gotta ask, what do you think?
First off, I am the biggest fan of Pierre, honestly. His personality, his presence, his leadership, awesome human being. Blaze, what were your thoughts on that interview, man?
Yo, for me, I love his swagger, his confidence, you know, even a little bit of trolling. And he actually did no trolling in that video whatsoever. He let people know he was being funny when he says, hey, yeah, we got the trophy. Yeah, we got this, but it means nothing. I want the gold-plated one, okay? Pierre says he's about to come out here. He's about to run this entire group, put on a show for us. Well, hell, I'm here for it. And I think we all at home are here for it as well.
We absolutely are. Let's take a look at who will be starring in that show with our groups A and B right now. And as you can see, Flavor of the Month nipping at the heels of Gambit there in Group A. But of course, this is a 20-team play, so they got to get through the entire Group A and Group B throughout these 6 matches here today. My goodness, we got a lot of gameplay still to come. Certainly something I'm excited for. Fallout, in our last moments here before we head off, what are you thinking about for these Group A, Group B teams?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day of broadcasts and fun day of matches. 6 matches. We get to watch Magicians, Totems, Kangarna, a.k.a. formerly known as Nessie. We get to watch Gambit, a Flavor of the Month, the reigning champions. This is a hell of a way to start. Of course, we have Group C and D on our side stream, influencer stream as well. That'll be going on with Alliance, and in what, in my opinion, on paper is the Group of Death in Group D. It's going to be a great day of Apex, Kate. I am just beyond excited to get started.
Hey, speaking of excited, real quick, Guy, I got to ask, Valkyrie, we get to see her in action on the pro stage. What are you thinking? How you feeling about that?
You know, when it comes down to Valkyrie, I cannot wait to see how she's going to be used in some of these tight positions that these squads are going to be putting in. Because the fact is that she's able to reposition them mostly anywhere on the map if a squad is in a jam to rather get map control or positioning or a height advantage. That's what I'm going to be looking forward towards when it comes down to Valkyrie. And I'm excited to see her be played because we will see her.
And Kay, one quick note on that. We're going to see 6 teams today, most likely featuring Valkyrie, none other led by Gambit, #1 team in EU in terms of seeding. They'll be repping Valkyrie. They've been playing Valkyrie in the recent scrims, so we're going to see quite a bit of Valkyrie today.
Keep your eyes to the sky, gents. Eyes to the sky. Well, hey, if you want to keep your eyes on a prize, we'll see if that segue worked. Our friends over at Lenovo, of course, the official PC and monitor for the ALGS, well, they're giving you the possibility, the option, nay, the giveaway. If you head to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion, you could be the proud owner of a free Lenovo Legion PC or monitor. So go ahead, twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. A big thank you, of course, to Lenovo, as I mentioned, the official PC and monitor here for the ALGS. And my gosh, we've got so much left in store, so many things. Make sure to follow us at PlayApex on Twitter. Use that hashtag ALGS. You might even see yourself on this very program. We love to see you. And of course, we're on Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex, or YouTube, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. We're everywhere you want to be. We're all day long. Gents, one last thing. Any last notes before we go? John, start with you.
Nothing but get excited. ALGS championships are here. I said earlier, it feels like a festival. We get 2 straight weeks of Apex Legends starting today, starting with EMEA. I am just beyond hyped. Get hyped in the chat. One's in the chat right now if you're excited. That's all I got, Kate.
And for me, make sure you show our awesome casters some love. Blue, Glitter Explosion, On Set, and Gaskin. That last duel about to kick this first match off soon because, hey, they're about to light this mic on fire, okay? I already know it's coming.
Well, we're going to light this Roman candle here with those casters right after this.
Monster Energy. G, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Knocked him, nice.
Lazarus! It's Lazarus! I need a thermite.
I'm going for kidnap, I think.
Yeah, do it.
I'm going for kidnap on the down guy.
It's 74 cracked on me!
Okay, I'm coming back.
It's a solo! It's another team behind!
I kidnap two, okay, I kidnap two.
Shit, 32!
Wipe this.
I need to.
Thurston, army swap here.
Nice.
Army swap. Yeah, this is your hold.
Coming up on us!
Hold on, ulti them.
Ulting.
One, got him.
Nice, good job! On tracks!
Play on here, play here. We're fine.
You're safe! I don't have any.
Shooting for tracks.
Just stay here!
Yeah, shooting from tracks, careful.
Okay, I'm surrendering.
Well, the warmest of welcomes, Apex family. It's finally here. The ALGS Championships is finally upon us. Dan Gaskin, you're alongside me to cast his first game. And I've got to be honest, some of the emotions that I'm feeling right now, I'm excited, I'm a little bit nervous, I'm a little bit shaky, but I just want to get into these games. Brother, it's great to be here with you, of course, ahead of this first game today. But, I mean, what an occasion for everybody, for the players, for the teams, for everybody watching at home. This is going to be something a little bit special.
This is what we've been building up for the entire year, right? Just all the players are going to be excited. You're clearly excited. It's like you've taken a lot of sugar previously, but this is good because we know we'll get energy from you in the cast, and it means we'll get the best cast possible. But I'm personally extremely excited to see a lot of these teams get going because they've been practicing a lot. We've had a new season, we've had different changes, we've got new characters, of course, with Valkyrie coming into things, so there's a lot to talk about, Mark.
There is a lot to talk about, but one thing that we always need to remind you at home about is the points and scoring, how everything is going to work during the next couple of weeks of Apex action. You can see it in front of you right now. It's the same scoring that we've had for the ALGS. If you're familiar to it, you'll know exactly how it works, but if you're not, if you're here for the first time, then first of all, welcome along. You can see first place is going to take home 12 points, second place 9, third place 7, and then all the way down you can see. And obviously, 1 point for every KP. Kill point that you get in the game is going to add up. And Dan, points are more vital than they've almost ever been with the amount of money that's on the line this week.
So much money on the line, and especially with the way this group stage system is going to work as well. If you finish top of the group, you're through into the final. Simple as that. But where everyone else, it's the top 16 players overall. So it's a round robin, Group A playing Group B, C, and D, and everyone playing each other in 6 games. It's going to be very, very tight when it comes to those points. So you really have to take advantage when those points are available to you. If you see a couple of weaknesses and potentially other teams in those groups, you really need to hammer it home, grab those points early.
Well, speaking of the groups that we're going to be bringing you today, we're going to be focusing on Group A and B are going to be combined together to bring us our lobby that we're going to be talking about, Dan. And I mean, some of the teams that we're going to talk about and some of the teams that are involved, you've got, you know, the Winter Circuit champions involved here. You've got the #1 seed, but there's so much to talk about. But I mean, we can talk about that as the games get going because we're finally here, ladies and gents. 40 teams have pulled their way to this action that we've got in front of us. 4 groups that will represent the EMEA region. And now it's down to them to fight, scratch, and claw their way through one more rotation to find themselves in the final circle and fighting in our grand finals. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you once more, everybody. The Apex Legends Global Series Championship is finally here. Let the games begin.
Oh, and it's underway. We have first place, second place, third place, and fifth place from the Winter Circuit playoffs, all in the same lobby. So we literally have the best of the best from last season. Let's see if it carries over to this season. You can already see all of the teams dropping onto the map. I'm very intrigued, Mark A, to see compositions, whether they are going to be the same thing as what we've seen throughout scrims, or whether people are going to go for the old tried and tested and true approaches they went for in previous seasons, or whether they're going to go for something a little bit new. We saw there briefly the circle is going to be very much northwestern, so that's going to be a difficult rotation for those in the southern side of the map, but we do know if Valkyrie is being used, that does offer a couple of different paths.
It does indeed, and Valkyrie's certainly going to have impact somewhere along the way in the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. We'll have to wait and see what kind of impact it has as the games roll on and teams start to adapt and find their way to really maximize Valkyrie as a legend in the game. But we're starting off, and we can only start off on one team, right? We've heard from Pierre in the little interview that he had beforehand. He's very, very confident, as he always is, of course. But Flavor of the Month are Winter Circuit champions landing over at Lava City. What a huge day this is for them, Dan.
This is a massive day for them. They're sticking to the composition that we saw them win Winter Circuit as well. They're not going to be trying any different legends. They are very confident in their ability, as you could see by the interview from Pierre, saying that he's going to double up on that trophy and get a golden-plated one instead that says championship on it. They have a real opportunity to not only show the rest of the community why they're the best team right now in EMEA, but also sponsors, organizations pick this team up so that they can once again show why they are the best in potentially not just EMEA, but the world as we move forward in Apex Legends.
And I spoke to Pierre before the tournament got underway. I caught up with a few players from a few different teams, and he was saying their win condition, their secret to success today is all about trying to replicate the energy and the spirit that they had when they won the playoffs. So for them, it's all about kind of the vibes, right? It's all about the mood. We know how well these guys get on. We know how well they get on in-game and out of game. So to replicate that, if they can do it, they feel like they're going to have success.
Yeah, and it's all well and good saying you want to replicate that energy, right? But it gets very difficult if you start to struggle in the opening games. Maybe rotations haven't gone your way, circles perhaps haven't gone your way either. Suddenly then you can get a little bit down on yourselves. But as long as you do have an IGL who is going to pick you up when you're down, you should be in a good position. There's another view of this circle, so it's actually going to be closing in around Train Yard and just the north of staging. So a lot of potential finishes here around Train Yard, so we're going to see a lot of teams setting up in these positions.
We're going to see one of those teams being major pushers who've managed to take one of the carts. We also saw Magicians inside of the big sort of shed building, the biggest building inside of Train Yard. And in my opinion, the best place to hold here, Dan. You've got so many different angles you can hold. You've got a lot of cover to play with as well. Plus, of course, when you get to those final moments, you have that all-important high ground.
Yeah, when you get a circle like this, you can hedge your bets on Train Yard, and that's why we've already got a few teams that are already taking up all these spots, and I agree, I think it is one of the best places to hold. There is a lot of entry points, but you'd imagine there's going to be train carts full of teams as well, so they should be able to almost support you when other teams try and get involved in this area as well. But you can really see there is a couple of teams fighting one another for it, because it is such a hot spot. That's where you want to hold, that's where you want to just be able to stop those teams coming from train tracks, pushing onto you too comfortably.
And Kungara here, one of our newly signed teams, former Nessie lineup, of course, Graceful, Matey, and JMW. We know all about this lineup, and a hot start for them is going to be so important for momentum, for the way that they want to kind of set a precedent today in this group. If you're one of the favorited teams, if you like, if you want to describe them as that, one of the ones that have had success throughout the Apex Legends Global Series, then I really feel like confidence is massive in these early lobbies. You want to assert some early dominance. You see JMW now on the crypto, jump, stand right.
Yeah, It's interesting seeing Crypto, of course. We know how powerful you can be, getting the beacons and whatnot, being able to have the possibility of also getting banners if your team goes down, but also just being able to initiate those fights with his ultimate can be so detrimental to other teams when we get to that end game. We're seeing probably around 19 Gibraltars today if things are going to go how they're expected because of scrims, as we also see our first kind of kills starting to pop up now in Train Yard. A lot of early fights, and the Crypto could be very important later on.
Yeah, still 20 squads remaining, but finally a little bit of fighting breaking out, and I was kind of interested about what pace this first game would be played at. There's going to be a lot of nerves, understandably so, with everything that's on the line for these players as we roll through the days, we roll through the weeks, and we roll through the games one by one. And I feel like a lot of teams are going to be playing for positioning first game, try and feel their way into a tournament, but a couple of players are going to be being picked off a little bit early here. And you can see New Esports, one of those teams who's managed to get inside of one of these train carts as well. They're going to be able to pick up their first kill of the day, and that's going to go to the hands of post-kill.
New Esports possibly the only team not running a Gibraltar as well, which is going to be very important when we get through this tournament. Right now, this is perfect for them. They've got into Train Yard, they've got Caustic. You're going to be a massive nuisance. You can use those canisters to, stop people from pushing you. You can use them to really annoy people. His ultimate is also going to be very important when we get to the later stages of the game, but it depends where this circle pulls. If suddenly they have to move across ground, things get a little bit more difficult. Of course, the Wraith is going to be able to offer that, but having that Gibby bubble, we know how important it can be when you get to the final circle. So it's going to be really interesting for me to see how the possible one team who's not running Gibby, whether it pays off for them or not.
I'm also interested to see if we can bring up the map overhead in a few moments' time, as we're just going to see the EMP once again, just kind of hassling Magicians here and dropping those shields, and going to be burning through those resources, of course, for Magicians here. So slight annoyance for them, of course, getting hit by that EMP from the Crypto. But what the rotations are going to be like for the rest of the teams in this lobby, because I feel like a lot of teams rather approach these train yard zones from the northern side, across those open fields where you can use those rocks, because we do see those pulls a little bit late away from train yard, just to the north of it, finishing outside. And if you've got all those players stacked up, Dan, and all these teams stacked up inside a train yard, then you end up playing essentially the safer side of the zone. So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams who haven't managed to rotate so far do make their way towards that zone.
Yeah, all those teams that did drop on the southwest side or southeastern side, like Flavor of the Month, for example, all the way down in Lava City, they have a slightly more difficult rotation. They are borderline on the edge right now, so they have to work their way in, but they do have an edge composition, right? They've got Gibby to work with. They have the Wraith also to portal them in if they get into a spot of bother. And the Wraith being very important to go alongside the Gibby, because Gibby does get targeted, can't really run across open terrain without his big backside being shot by pretty much the whole lobby. So Wraith portaling and allowing him to get inside can sometimes be handy, and it's why I was looking at these compositions and throughout scrim saying, well, are we going to see Wraith constantly with Gibby? No, of course we're not. Some people are putting Valkyrie in there. We've got a lot of Octanes as well. There is a lot of variety and variance, and I love that. We've always wanted that in Apex Legends, as many legends being used as possible, a little bit of variety, and I think we're in a really good spot right now.
Well, Na'Vi are in a pretty good spot as well. Inside this cart, just on the train yards, just outside to the west side of train yard, where a lot of teams are currently stacked up, and Strafey's going to be playing Valkyrie as well, so we might get to see a little bit of missile action, we might get to see a little bit of jetpack action, and we might of course get to see a little bit of redeploy going in with that ultimate towards the end of the game to force their way into a spot. But you can also see some of the teams that are around them. One of those teams is Gambit, as that missile strike is going to come in just to back them off for a moment, let them know that they are here and there's some presence. And I don't know if this is going to be a portal away from this train yard to try and reposition, or maybe it's just going to be to try and create an angle to do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, when you spoke to Na'Vi before the tournament, they were saying how Valkyrie is quite important for them because they like to make fast rotations, and they like that ability to get into the end zone, get to those god spots, just in case they haven't been able to achieve that by rotating on foot. And I think that's going to be the case for a lot of these teams, especially those who do drop on the edge of the map. Valkyrie gets initiated into the team, you have the possibility of just jumping straight in, and it is going to be really fun to see what happens in these final circles.
Well, speaking of talking to players before the tournament, we were lucky enough to actually catch up with Graceful, excuse me, from Kungara. So let's see what he had to say.
My name is Martin Wongprom, and my in-game name is Graceful. I've been professionally competing in games pretty much since I was very young, all the way from Counter-Strike 1.6. But I've played professionally in Overwatch for a couple of years, and now I've been competing in Apex for 2 years now, since it came out, scrimming since Season 1, all the way since kill races, and now finally we got all the customs and hopefully more lands to come as well. My role on the team is the IGL, so I make all the calls. but I'm also kind of the middle ground player that keeps the team together since I'm playing with Gibraltar.
Great to hear from Graceful, from the newly signed Kangara as well, and I gotta agree with him, Dan. Lands soon, please. Let's get back to these live events because this is awesome. But I want to just see these guys in person.
That's what we want. I mean, Kangana being signed, well, obviously previously Nessie being signed by Kangana is fantastic. They had 4 wins throughout the playoffs. They finished in 5th place, but 4 wins was actually the most that we saw in the playoff finals. And they also went on to win the GLL Spring as well. So they really have found recent success, and it's quite right that they have been signed. So very excited to see what they have to offer in this tournament. As for Flavor of the Month, they're still making their way in, but it looks like they might be trying to hold out a couple of teams here. And I feel like at this stage of the game, you really have a decision to make of, are you going to be looking for a couple of KP? Are you looking to rotate? How many teams have rotated ahead of you? Is there even going to be any position in the next circle? So perhaps they are waiting for a little bit more information of where that next circle is going to be before they start to make their move.
Well, one thing I can guarantee is that when round 3 closes, we're going to see a lot of teams eliminated, because at the moment, it's kind of what I was expecting. A very nervy and kind of a lot of trepidation being shown by teams. Still, every single team alive. We've only lost 4 players in the lobby, and Ring 2 is closing in around 50 seconds time. So that's kind of shows where the headspace that a lot of these teams and these players are in. They don't want to give anything away early, and everyone is going to be fighting for every single little sinew of success they can find.
There's next circle. It's going to pull closer to the tunnel of Train Yard. So that one building we were speaking of as being that potential god spot, pretty much direct center of it. So they have hedged their bets, and they've hedged their bets correctly. You might see a couple of teams try and rotate through Vault, but then they're going to, of course, get held by all those teams already residing. And we're seeing our versus Valkyrie push here. And just notice how everyone turns, looks, and sprays whatever weapon they have in their hand.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, with the Valkyrie ultimate, the Skyward Dive, if you can take down Valkyrie in that small little kind of animation before they manage to boost the entire squad up into the sky, then that squad just falls straight down, and you get some easy KP on the board. So it really is kind of a risk-reward, especially when you have such a packed area. With so many teams alive, like we are seeing at the moment, you're also seeing some defensive bombardment goes down in the background there from a Gibraltar, and still interesting to see. We've actually seen our first squad eliminated. Didn't manage to quite catch who that was off screen or in the kill feed. But Gambit, wow, I mean, great eyes from you, Dan, and our #1 seed eliminated first in our first game of champs.
I think they may have been that team that Valkyrie threw, landed in pretty much open ground. They bubbled, but then bombardments arrived, missiles arrived, grenades arrived. Everyone was just piling down the pressure on them. There's also 303 in a little bit of a spot of bother right now. Bubble will come down, so at least temporarily they can get the res here. But it's not going to be for long. Let's see France push on it.
Yeah, let's see France dropping from high and wiping what was left over of 303 Esports. So this is what I mean. At some point, we have to have action. And now the third party is going to be joined by a 4th. The Wraith is going to be forced to jump into the void, trying to get back to the teammate Lerevenu here and trying to escape with this portal. And to be honest, really smart play here from the Seat of France, recognizing the situation and using all of the abilities to get out of dodge quickly.
Yeah, this is why I think that Wraith and both Octane are going to be very important throughout this tournament. The ability to get in and out of fights quickly, and that's something that you sacrifice if you are going to replace Wraith or Octane with that Valkyrie. Now, of course, we are seeing compositions where Valkyrie is being played alongside a Wraith or alongside an Octane, but some people have sacrificed that Q ability that both the Legends offer, and I do think they'll suffer in a lot of these 3v3 fights, and just third parties in general. Being able to get one player in and out of a fight can be absolutely massive for winning a 3v3.
Well, one thing that I can confirm is that Joke's got enough energy ammo here, not just to last him for game #1, but probably game #2 as well. 360 bullets in the back pocket. And speaking of which, it's not 360 to match him. It was almost like there's a mirror down the middle of World's Edge at the moment. But they're holding this choke, and the Vault choke's such a difficult area to try and push through, and especially with where this zone is going to be pulling down, they're actually in a really good position. They can let all of the teams inside a train yard do the damage to each other and then walk in a little bit late here. And the Kraber in hand as well. I said that moving through this choke is going to be extremely difficult. Well, it's going to be even more difficult now with Taylor with the big stick in his hand.
This is going to be a field day for him as well, because he can walk on into train yard and you can get angles on a lot of those people in the train carts hanging up from above, and he can really be a nuisance and hit some shots. ATK also in a little bit of trouble right now. Just Chamby is going to be the last remaining player. Has to go huge here if he's going to save his team and get into the late game, but it's not going to happen. there is going to be Totem Esports pushing in and securing the KP. So a nice 3 KP for Totem Esports. That's exactly what you need at this time of the game.
Yeah, Kraber just looking for some damage on the edge of zone here, and you can see that Taylor actually manages to get a knock with that Kraber as well. So big shot coming in from Taylor, and that's going to allow them not only to finish off this kill, pick up that KP, but also reduce the team that's going to be trying to force in behind them from zone down to a 2-man, making their life a lot easier. They are controlling this Vault Tunnel at the moment, and they are doing it with the kind of style you would expect from the Winter Circuit champions.
Picking up a Kraber is absolutely massive for all these teams. I mean, the shots that these players are able to hit, it can just be so beneficial in the late game and in the mid game. Game of Thrones wanting to push in and getting aggressive here as well. The Eva Ray and Flatline doing damage combined, and that is going to be another wipe. Good shots coming out from Tycoon.
Now we're down to 14 squads. As I said, Ring 3 will be the difference maker for a lot of these teams, whether it's a top 20 placement or if it's a top 10 placement. If you can win that fight initially and find yourself a little cubby to play and be safe and win that 1v1 fight as far as teams taking each other on, then you're going to be set up for some success here. But Team Legion, they've already lost one of their players here. They're going to have to reposition. Rondon is going to have the triple take from the package now, a package weapon as well with that increased rate of fire, trying to do some damage up onto those players on height.
It's been also very interesting to see how pros think Valkyrie is going to change the meta, because we've had scrims obviously, but we didn't really know what was going to happen when we get actually into a tournament setting. People, yes, they will try to play like they're in a tournament in a scrim, but it's entirely different when there's prize money on the line, when there's a lot more pride on the line as well. In this final circle, there are going to be Valkyries who are going to be getting involved and repositioning and trying to take height over you. People are going to be spraying like mad. Some pros think that it offers free kills, offers free loot when people just fly in on you and you can take them down and you're like, hey, thank you, we've now got ammo, we've got grenades to work with. Other pros think that it's beneficial, think that they're able to actually, you know, reposition when they might be in a terrible, terrible spot, especially when you get those circles that are on either side of a canyon, for example. You can actually get over them now, and you don't have to necessarily worry about predicting the 50-50.
Well, Game of Drones are going to have to force their way in here. They don't have a Valkyrie to use, so it's going to be a little bit more old-fashioned for them, just scarping across some open ground and trying to find somewhere to play, or maybe looking to find a fight that they can third-party to force themselves in, because they've only got 35 seconds here to make a move. They're outside of zone right now, and zone 4, I tell you what, it certainly does burn. You can see Ultima being popped here by Rondon on the Bloodhound means they're going to have to fight. They're going to try and force their way in now, and it's looking like a difficult path for them to make, but they're going to have to make it. And Rondon doing some damage here. Might be able to get the knock, might be able to get the finish, but they've managed to reposition. They've managed to get across this open ground, and somehow or other, they're still alive in this situation.
They're still alive, but they've got to keep going. They've got a little bit further, and they're just going to run into more teams. Eventually, the first will fall, and I think that was inevitable with the amount of teams that were going to be in their way. And kills are dropping left, right, and center. Your peers have at least managed to get themselves within a bubble and within a lower train cart, one of the better positions to be in right now. As Flavor of the Month, also in a pretty nice, tasty spot with these stairs. Going to be very beneficial to try and get a Kraber shot off.
Yeah, they're going to have to move on that next zone, though, and it looks like it will be the zone that finishes just to the south of that big warehouse building down on the low ground. So taking those tracks late is going to be an absolutely massive advantage for anyone. You can see there is one team at the moment that's inside of that tunnel, but there's fighting going down. It's going to be your peers down to a final player. The Wraith has to use the Q to get out of dodge here. 4th gang now going to be moving in, and it's just carnage opening up here around Train Yard, like you would expect, with still 11 squads remaining here in Zone 5.
And it's just going to get even more messy when Zone 5 starts to close. We've got a few teams in residence in that larger building, a couple up high and then one down low. But it's going to be Flavor of the Month having to move their way in ever so slightly. But you can see right on the edge of the circle is where Taylor is in residence. And that's great, but there is also a big vulnerability of being hit by grenades when you stand in that kind of position, so they do need to be very careful. It's all well and good getting into the circle, but if the team spots you there and sees there's 3 people just crouching down, you are very vulnerable to those grenades.
You see the swap of weapons as well, making sure that that close-range Peacekeeper is going to be in hands. The Kraber's still going to be in the hands of Taylor. There's a frag grenade there that's going to tickle the shields a little bit, but not do too much damage to really initiate any kind of push or more grenades to follow that one up. But there's also another Kraber in the tunnel, and this is going to be a little bit of a Kraber off now, or it might have actually been
No, it was
different
a
sniper, but it was a Kraber. I stand corrected. I was right. I should have backed myself the entire time. It's actually going to be Savage versus Taylor. Kraber on Kraber. Who's going to come out on top? This is a massive moment in this end circle.
I mean, you know a Kraber sound when you hear it, and when it hits, Blummin hits hard, and yeah, 25 seconds, and suddenly this is going to get very messy indeed, as already Ghana are having to push and get involved in a fight. They've lost Graceful, but Medilo and JMW have been able to worm their way into this next circle.
R9 shots are going to be exchanged. Just a few peeking around that corner to try and do some damage onto the team that's playing down on that low ground, which is Le Site de France across from Kungara. They are safe inside this next zone. The team above them is going to be safe for now as well, just on the very edge of that cart. But 8 squads now remaining, and Savage with that Kraber is still making a difference here. But Graceful might be able to be called back in here. You can see the mobile respawn beacon is in the hands of one of the players. So Kungara might be able to get up to a 3-man, although it's going to be extremely difficult to do so with so many teams still alive in this circle.
I mean, that respawn beacon can be used for cover. I'd be reluctant to try and bring a third back in right now. You're offering up 3 KP to another team, realistically. He might be able to drop and be a nuisance, and I'm all for going for it as well, because maybe he can get into a position and potentially rat out later on. But tell you what, it's terrifying when you see a Bloodhound scan like that.
Yeah, scan 10. Oh my word, 320. Forget about the 10. There's a bigger number to talk about, and there's the Kraber headshot coming in from Savage, who is playing exactly like his name would suggest. Narrowly missed the second as well, but look at the KP on the board for this man. He's got 2 assists, he's got 2 kills, and now you're going to see Totem Esports attempting just to pull in there, maybe find somewhere to play, or maybe thinking about just going for a kidnap, but now they're going to have to go for that res as the zone is closing behind them.
Get that man a Lenovo laptop. Stylish on the inside, Savage on the outside. And now you're going to have to push from that kind of vantage point that you have, as the circle is going to be closing. Final round as well. This is when things start to get a little bit hairy. This is when the kills start to flow in. And you really benefit from having a 3-man as another shot connects. This time it's Taylor's Kraber.
Flavor of the month, controlling this cart and this little crate that they're kind of calling home for now. New Esports trying to do some damage to this team up on the high ground. The EMP is going to destroy that bubble, so there might be an opportunity for them to just farm this team on top. Postkill hitting some nice shots with the flat line, now trying to move in as the Caustic player, and he's going to be so dangerous. If they can take high ground towards this end game down with that ultimate coming in from Caustic, he can win the game almost single-handedly.
Definitely, the ult is going to be huge. Flavor of the month have had to retreat to the low ground here at this point. Pierre's going to fall, and that's going to be Flavor of the month eliminated in 5th place. Totem Esport, the team who pushed in and got the KP. But you're completely right. New Esports, they have the high ground, they have the Caustic, they were picking up KP. They're in a brilliant spot right now.
Totem Esports in a pretty good spot as well. They're safe, they're right in center zones. Other teams will have to fight around them, and it's New Esports up on top who are the team to watch. Not only the Caustic, Dan, but also with the Crypto, meaning that EMP is going to devastate teams towards the end of this circle.
And they've just been depleting all resources throughout this entire game. They've been in train yard pretty much from the beginning, so they are really the kings of this circle right now, and they should win this game, but you never know what might happen in Apex Legends. A lot of teams in this bottom circle. This is going to get interesting.
EMP is going to do damage to so many teams. New Esports, though, taking some damage themselves, and they have to be careful here as that zone does start to close in slowly. Now they've got to make the play. Do they drop now? Do they let these teams fight it out? EMP going to be going in as well. The drone going to be flying around trying to destroy some bubbles, but not too much ammo to work with here for New Esports, so I think they're trying to wait for that last final moment to pull it down, or maybe we're going to have a heal-off in our first game of champs.
Take me back to, what, Summer Circuit when we had heal-off, but no, Yashira wants to get involved and says, actually, let's try and get some kills here. Pushes in with the Eva 8, one will go down, but there's only 2 squads left, and Tyler trying to heal this one off, but he cannot do it on set. Le Site de France pick up the victory.
What a performance in game number 1 from the low ground. Le Site de France managed to get the job done, and I mean, if that is the standard of games we are going to see throughout the next couple of weeks, then boy, I'm even more excited for the ALGS Championships than I was before we kicked off, Dan. A phenomenal game 1 to start, full of so many huge moments, which were, you know, game-changing in those split-second decisions. I mean, an amazing performance from Le Site de France to somehow come out on top in that final moment.
We answered a lot of questions in that game. We said, is Valkyrie going to be important? Yes, okay, it was important, but how many Valkyrie teams did we see in the final circle there? Not very many. I don't even think we saw one in the last 5. They all tried to get into train yard, but they were too late, which is kind of ironic, because the reason why you use Valkyrie is to try and quickly rotate, but a lot of teams predicted that final circle. They were already in train yard, and that Caustic plus Crypto is such a nuisance. But without the Gibby, they weren't able to protect themselves from a bombardment from a Gibby on the other side. So it was an amazing game. It was great to see everyone set up there on set.
And plenty more, of course, to come as we roll through the day. But for now, that is it for our opening game of the ALGS Championships. We're going to throw it back to Kate and the guys on the desk to break it down.
I mean, from the drop, fellas, we have the hype, the nerves seem to be center stage, and yet we saw some incredible gameplay. It was the battle for Trainyard, it was Kraber versus Kraber, and in the end, Licite France came out on top. I know that is the most condensed version of what we just saw. I am appalled.
Yeah, it was great. It was great.
Thank you. I crib noted. There you go. If you hadn't watched for the last 3-4 rounds, there it is. At any rate, Fallout, I'm going to start with you because you have to start with you from the community's perspective, from your perspective as a I mean, what just happened?
Yeah, you know, we saw a variety of things. First off, major congratulations to Licite France, the team that popped off in the summer circuit. Last chance qualifiers, that's where they really established and cemented themselves as a top team, and of course went on to win the autumn circuit playoff. So kudos to them for winning this one and closing it out. But the biggest thing that stood out to me was the teams that actually dropped near zone and were fast to rotate were the ones, for the most part, that ended up on top. We saw New Esports, who I believe drops Countdown. We saw Licite France, who I believe drops Skyhook East. They rotate early. They're able to get within zone and find themselves a good position. Totem was the one exception to that, driving all the way in launch site and having to rotate pretty far there, Blaze.
Yeah, man, yo, it was a wild series, guys. You know, when I was watching it, some of the things that I kind of take away from it, you know, throughout most of the month, you know, throughout most of the game, flavor of the month, they had control of that lower train tower. They had the Kraber. I love their initiation on that team that tried to flank them, taking initiative, making sure that their flank was clear, their back was great, and they was trying to pick up kills on the low ground. It was crazy that both Krabers had a beautiful sight line when it came down to that warehouse at the end. You had one on the top ground at the tracks, you had one on the low ground, harassing all those teams in that warehouse. But as you saw in the end, New Esports, they got second place to be one of only 2 teams without a Gibby in the lobby. They got the early drone, the early intel, got the caustic set up top train cart, and they waited out and got kills and got points when they were available to them. Hey, they were sitting pretty up there at the top. They just couldn't win the hill off. And you saw the boys from France come out on top. We didn't see too many plays from them, but they did make all the right plays in the end to come out victorious.
Absolutely, and they thread the needle like nobody else we know during this. And I'll tell you what, coming in with momentum to day one group stages, literally the beginning of this very long journey has got to be out of control, and that's fantastic. Let's take a look. Fallout, start me off here, and then Blaze, finish us here for this. Look at that. Sorry, every time I see a Mastiff, I'm like, hello.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to start off, you saw right there what I mentioned earlier. You know, teams that drop nearby in the northwest side of the map. You saw New Esports and Countdown, fast rotations into train yard. We actually saw a little bit of a massacre, an early fight in train yard as teams were vying for positioning, because these teams knew that this last circle there was going to be a train yard circle. So we saw a little fight early on, and then you saw teams like Flavor of the Month that play Edge found themselves early engagements, found themselves a few eliminations, and there's a kill that was picked up right there with Taylor with the Kraber. That Edge play works really, really well for Flavor of the Month. Obviously fancies their team composition plays.
And yeah, you know, when it comes down to this open ground, one thing that we didn't touch bases on, you know, Gambit, our first seed, being the first team out in game number 1. They got caught in that open area between Train Yard and Countdown, and you saw kind of Navi grief them with the Valkyrie rockets and the Gibby ult, and was able to help all the other squads focus on them and get them out the game. I'm pretty sure the entire lobby was happy to see those guys go first. But as we got towards the late game, man, folks, it was crazy. Train Yard is not a circle you want to be in without a Gibby. New Esports, they managed to get second, but you're seeing the Kraber montage as you had some harassment from the top of the tracks, from the low tracks, the chaos here in the final circle. But in the end, the boys from France come out on top. The final few moments right here. The portals, the hell off, just a little bit more health. Just a little bit more health at the end there.
And that's what I'm actually shocked that Licite France wins that heal off, because Psycop was actually in the middle of a ridiculous engagement. He's taking shots left, right, and center, whereas the New Esports up top, they had pretty much a free heal off, and they weren't able to win it. That was crazy.
Absolutely. And hey, you know what? I want to bring up something else. We didn't have our first team eliminated until round 3. and yet that fight began round numero uno. I mean, I'm with Onset and Gaskin on this one. If this is the way that we are starting off group stages here for our EMEA region, holy interruptus Batman.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. That's a hell of a way to start game one.
I'm there as well, man. That was a crazy circle to kick this one off of, okay? And I'm pretty sure when all these squads saw Train Yard, they were like, damn, okay, we got to rotate now. We don't want to be caught in the open. We don't want to be on the low ground. We want to see if we can get some of these top carts early, get the top of the warehouse, hell, even the train tracks, anything. But those teams that was able to set up and rotate early, they did have the most success in that lobby, and we saw it.
Yeah, we did.
The one team that was exception to that, and we haven't talked enough about them, was Totem. Yeah. Kudos to Totem dropping.
Yeah, the boys from middle. Yeah.
Dropping launch site, rotating through. They actually took out Flavor of the Month in the 3v3 skirmish. That was crucial for top 7, top 6, and then were able to sneak their way, I think, into 3rd place. So really, really good performance from the Italian organization of Totem Esports.
Absolutely. Now I'm going to go back to this, and I know it's been talked about a lot, but I'd like to break it down while we have a couple minutes here. I mean, let's be clear. Valkyrie came out, 3 weeks ago? This has not been a long time for these players to get in touch with this new legend coming into a massive championship like this. What does that mean? I mean, come on.
You know, when it comes down to these squads, they have to make the decision when it comes down to mobility. Do they want to go the Octane route, the Wraith route, or the Valkyrie route? Now, as Gaskin mentioned, Valkyrie, she can fly over these mountaintops, okay? You don't have to take that 50-50 on which side of the mountain you're going to fall off on. And so for a map like World's Edge, she can be very, very useful there in those situations. But for that circle that we just saw there at the end, maybe she would have did better in Lava City, maybe in Fragment. But for that Train Yard circle, I think the squad's got the most out of her as they could have gotten. Just unlucky on that ring, but in the end, hell, we'll see what she can do when it comes down to game 2.
Absolutely. Hey, Fallout, do you think we're going to see any team comps shift around coming into game number 2? I know it's early, but I was surprised by game number 1.
Yeah, I think it's too early. I think teams are going to stick to their guns. Gambit's going to continue running the same comp, even though it didn't work out for them. The one thing, Valkyrie is obviously important to talk about, but crypto meta right now is insane in EU. We're seeing a lot of teams run crypto, and late game crypto has been a nuisance. And as a result of that, a lot of the crypto teams on top here, Kate.
There it is indeed. Let's take a look. Celestite France coming in hot. New Esports and Totem right on their tail, but I mean, I'm just gonna say it right now. The heartbreak goes to number 20. Blaze, gotta be number 20. Whew, didn't see that.
Yeah, it has to be number 20, folks. Okay, but you're looking at the teams at the top here. Celestite France, New Esports, Totem Esports, and Frog Gang, man. These top 4 teams in game number 1, they got to keep this lead, because I'm looking at the right side of that screen and I see a lot of Savages over there who are looking to come back in game number 2. So I want to see these guys build off their game number 1 finishes.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, as you mentioned, it is only game number 1. It's just crazy. I cannot believe I can say that after that crazy amount of gameplay right from the top, from the beginning to the end. It was nuts, and I love to see it. I know you love to see it, which means it's about time we throw to our casters here for our second game, and we'll get to that gameplay, that savagery, in just a few moments right after this.
Okej, jag blockar. Jag chillar. Okej, jag håller. In med det. Ja, de har jag sett på. Ja, vänta. Kryp bakåt, kryp bakåt.
En blir knockad.
Jag rassar. Håll. De har direkt på. Jag ska.
Jag kommer in i domen. Battar. De är bara 2 på höger, tror jag.
Beama dem på trädet!
Nej. Kolla zoom. Crack här uppe. 9 flash.
Han droppar ner.
Jag är där. Han sitter 18 flash. 20 flash. Kostik.
Ser dem inte?
50 poäng också, jag går lite närmare. Gå lite närmare.
Hitta nades, vänta.
De är i huvudet.
Jag nejdar dem.
Zonen stänger lite. Ett lag kvar.
Okej, pusha. Min nade, sjuk nade. Jag domar med. Jag nejdar dem.
Jag domar.
Gör det.
De ska vi se ner.
Ja, vänta ut domen. Då pushar. Spray.
50 poäng. 84.
Vinna.
Double load. TB. Några en.
Let's go! Fan vad bra! Så jävla...
EMEA Championships. We are just about ready to jump into our second matchup out of 6 for today. I've got Glitter with me here on the comm. How are you feeling about today's matches?
Okay, I mean, after that first match, I'm kind of nervous now. I was not prepared for that level of aggression hot out of the gate. I mean, it is the championship, so I should have expected that, but that was insane. And not only just because of the aggression, but I mean, we saw that poll coming into this, right? Everybody is expecting Gambit to do well. 32% of you guys predict that they're going to win, and they had a rough start in the first game.
It was really surprising to see Gambit go out that early, because just watching some of their past matches, they're one of the teams that generally, from at least my own observations, plays the safest, plays the earliest towards the circle, tries to get a position very early on, and then looks to frag from that point forward. So it was surprising to see them getting caught in the midst of trying to use that Valkyrie ultimate to reposition the team. But to be fair, that was a pretty tough circle for quite a few of our teams to be able to make it over to Training Yard, where there's already a pretty limited amount of cover to play with in the late game, especially if you're dealing with constant defensive bombardments coming out from Gibby, as well as a whole other plethora of aggressive ultimates.
100%. Absolutely. I mean, thankfully, obviously, it's only the first game. They still have tons of opportunity to get some more points on the board, give themselves a little bit of a reset. It's not going to be indicative of their performance by any means, but I like that it's shaking things up a little bit. I mean, we saw how successful Lissy de France was, and New Esports. That I want that variety, because all these teams deserve to be here at this point, so they all have to battle it out tooth and nail to really deserve those spots in the championship finals.
Yeah, a real big surprise there with LCDF being able to come in with the opening victory. They've had a pretty quiet run the past couple of months, going back, of course, to the Autumn Circuit Finals, where they were able to actually take the entire thing. But since then, haven't really heard of a whole lot coming out from this team. So now maybe another opportunity blooming for them here at the championships, as they could be coming back for a big revenge tour, possibly. Either way, though, looks like we're getting into the action, folks, for our second game of the day. Gambit looking to rebound after a very unfortunate first round, and plenty of other teams as well looking to make their first impact here in the groups.
You know, I mean, like you were saying before here, Blue, definitely, that was a rough zone in general for a lot of our teams. Train Yard, you know, one of the smaller, more packed areas. We saw, what was it, 11 squads that were still left towards the end, and they all had to battle it out with not a whole lot of space to do so. So depending on where our next zone is here for game number 2, we could see a completely different outcome.
Yeah, exactly correct. I mean, we had, it's exactly as you said, 11 teams remaining as we entered the countdown for Zone 5 there. And I think we still had about 6 or 7 teams running as well in the actual final circle. So things got crazy. Speaking of getting crazy, we're diving in, folks. It's time indeed for that second matchup now. Time to see if any of our teams are going to change things up as we move into it. That was a big discussion point. Not seeing Valkyrie end up being too successful for quite a few of our teams here that have decided to bring her into the rosters for these first drops. But because of the circle, as well as because of the rotations that teams needed to make, quite a few of them getting cut off there. So I think it's going to be a little early to see teams switch too far away from that champion just as of yet.
No, especially when we take into consideration the fact that, you know, if we do have one of those super far southeastern or northwestern zones for the squads that are literally on the opposite side of the map, if they do happen to be one of the teams that has a Valkyrie, making those rotations into that area would be a lot easier, having, you know, her mobility at your disposal.
So we can see that circle popping up on the map now, so it is going to be towards the central eastern part of the map. A lot of possibilities for where that could end up, and we'll follow it up here. But of course, starting things out to look at Kungarna's perspective, as they are the newly signed squad, formerly represented as Nessie. The entire community will know them by at this point, but now finally getting some real org representation behind them, so I'm sure they're wanting to make an impact here, as what I believe this is going to be their first event representing that banner.
Yes, it most certainly is, and they are obviously another one of the favorites here, both fan favorites and obviously just based off of their past performances. We expect them to do very, very well for themselves. So we actually, now that we've jumped on board with Totem Esports, we're going to be checking in with them. We have a snippet here, though, from Sharp Blue, and I kind of want to check in and see what they have to say.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a listen.
My role in the team is like support, playing Gibraltar, and also early game IGL. My teammates are called Amaz, who's playing Wraith. He's French and is like a very aggressive player. And my other teammate is called Jay Savage, and he's playing like the flex role, like kind of a smart role, let's say. And he's a Frenchman as well.
Nice little introduction of the roles, as well as what exactly we're seeing brought to the table there from Fly Totem. We'll catch up with them a little bit later, as we'll check in on some of the other teams here, as everybody's still getting looted up. Much as you would expect if you watch that first game there, it's going to be pretty quiet for the first opening few minutes here. A lot of teams tending to play passive, like we talked about as these teams were dropping. We still had 11 squads up in Zone 5, so probably going to be a very quiet first few minutes here while teams try to play for control, look for safe rotations out of their initial drop zones.
Yeah, we see the crypto drone coming out, just scanning a little bit for their loot, their area. I mean, right now, considering where the zone is, right now this is a really, really solid position for them to be in building-wise. If they can get themselves to a decent point with their loot, they won't have to do too much movement here for the next few zones, so they can really hold and be able to at least kind of get a lay of the land and see which squads do need to make their rotations into this area and see who they have to be worrying about moving forward as time passes on.
So Endeavor will continue to maintain that strong position using the crypto drone in order to get intel on any possible incomings surrounding them. And more importantly, if they'll be able to have the positioning to try and punish any of those rotations or outright kill the squads before they can take up position. You're going to get one little preview of it there, as you can see those couple of tracers being fired towards the drone, and of course that first spot on the incoming, a building just across from Endeavor's current position. Gives us good intel about what exactly they're going up against. More importantly, how to possibly counter that one out. He's going to call the drone back, though, after seeing that info, and throw it out once again, just to get his opponents immediately off his set.
Listen, they need to get every single advantage they can, and we're going to leave them there for a little bit, jumping back on board with the flavor of the month, seeing exactly how they are faring for themselves right outside of the Lava City area, starting to make rotation here for the squad. Decent amount of loot, everybody, at least with their blue armors, trying to find a few more things as they make their way through, but 240 ammo there in that wingman blue. Taylor is ready right now.
He's stacked up and ready to go if they end up getting pinched into a corner again, which was the unfortunate fate of Flavor of the Month back in game number 1 there. Had a seemingly good position on the lower level of the train yard warehouse, but unfortunately it ended up coming back to bite them really badly as we entered that final zone. They tried to take an aggressive fight, but ultimately just ended up getting pinched out because they only had one of those lower hallways in the warehouse to control. Had a team shooting at him from the back side of it as well as the front side, and unfortunately just left no room for escape. So hopefully going to be able to play with some better positioning this time around. Of course, Flavor of the Month, definitely, at least from my perspective, one of the more out and about, more aggressive teams that we have here in the circuit for EMEA. We're going to be looking to try to get some KPs on the board early on here if the possibility presents itself.
And you guys could see there on the map, as we did see it for a little while, that where the next zone is going to be pulling Looks like it's going to be a lot closer to the No Name Fragment East area, and there is that open spot that is to the east of No Name that is a really, really clutch position that we have seen teams in the past holding and doing very, very well for themselves. So that I'm going to be interested to see which squad decides to try and take that themselves and see if they can hold, because they'll have a decent position for a lot of the squads that are either on the Overlook side of things, the No Name side of things, Fragment. That could be a really solid hold for somebody.
End up seeing if that holds itself to be true here. Gambit, like we talked about in the pregame as well, wanting to establish this early position to be able to play off of Artico, actually getting back into the fight there for facing an early knockout, but coming back in still with a full 20 alive. Thankfully not going to have too much heat immediately on him, so going to be able to retrieve things very quickly as well as rearm up. It doesn't look like Sorting Facility has been too heavily looted out here. Gambit's still just playing towards the edge of the circle, winding down that time and seeing what else they're going to be able to get. Meanwhile, we'll switch back over to LCDF, who have managed to get themselves into an early skirmish. However, not one where they're too advantageous. As you can see from the kill feed, 2 of them recently going down, 1 of them being retrieved, but they've lost their Gibby, meaning it's down to their final 2 players now to play out the rest of this match, assuming they're not able to get that banner back under their control. This could actually be some of the folks that were up against Endeavor just a few minutes ago that we saw rotating into them.
This is definitely less than ideal for Lissy to France. They don't want to have to be playing without a Gibby this early on. Apparently the banner was completely wide open to grab those, so as long as they can get a clean reset here and find a safe respawn beacon, they might be okay moving forward if they can get this team to kind of forget about them for now. They have expended a decent amount of their resources having to recover from the damage they've taken, but we do see the cube coming out, going to reposition themselves here so they can get closer to that respawn beacon, hopefully for this way.
There's a squad right by those. We'll have to be very, very careful to make sure they don't throw too much fire from the squad just across the bridge. And it's not even them that they have to worry about. It looks like another one closer to the train station is going to be the first major issue here for LCDF, trying to move over towards that respawn beacon and bring their Gibbies back into the fray. Not a very good game for Gibbies overall right now, as both Gambit as well as LCDF lost theirs early on. An angle presented to Psych, but not going to be able to get a whole lot of damage. Ultimately, just going to have to peel back to that destroyed building that they were able to get some control over a few seconds earlier.
Oh, they are definitely in a tight spot right now. I mean, there's just so many squads currently trying to make their way into zone that was going to be a little bit of a disadvantageous position for them once they did lose their Gibby. Moving on over to Game of Drones, though, see them trying to scout out a little bit with this charge rifle, seeing if Rondon can maybe land some damage. They are also taking some damage in return, though. Already loses his shield's gonna have to back off and kind of heal those back up here in just a moment. But Gambit Esports, hey, at least they are still alive right now, Blue.
Yeah, not going out in 20th as of yet, but at the same time, we don't have a 20th team that's been knocked out as of yet, so could still be in line to repeat that fate. We'll have to cross our fingers that Gambit will not be the unfortunate team that has that fate befall them once again. Of course, earlier, switching over to Flavor the Month right now, and in fact, we've got them on the comms. So let's go ahead and take a quick listen and see what exactly is going on inside of their team.
De skannar just nu. Ja, de skannar. De går tillbaka mot teppen. Huset är clear.
Jag skannar nu. Den är clear. Ska vi bara springa, du och jag, eller? Jag kommer. Kör. Visst, ni kan. Vi har huset. Frågan är, får vi göra samma sak nu?
Det är nog bara jag och Notan som behöver kliva upp.
Ja, det är om någon...
Stanton eller Fish Show.
Om någon får för sig EMP.
De har redan MP.
Det är en drone rakt över. Den drone rakt över. De EMP.
Ja, men de har redan använt MP.
Jag har TP. Jag har TP. Ja, okej, vi kör då. Let's go. Jag klättrar upp nu. Det är Gun. Vad vill vi här, tror jag? Nej, de slutar här alltså.
Kan det vara någon som kommer grottan late nu?
Ja, det kan vara den, ja. Vi spelar här late.
Det kan vara mig. Okej. Jag vet inte om jag vill pika här.
Jag kan hålla grottan.
Nej, för jag bara håller uppåt just nu.
Ja, det är ett bag under där.
There you can hear the flavor of the month players trying to be cautious about their current positioning. You can hear them posturing, trying to look for any possible engages, and more importantly, not to end up on the bad side of any of those should they get jumped on. But of course, as we mentioned, there are not a whole lot following up to that action, so we'll move away from them over to Team Legion, who have just been able to sneak it down, it looks like, off of one of the players in the opposing building. They're going to try to push that envelope forward a little bit now. They do have control over the first floor of it.
And it looks like we finally do have our first squad go down now at the 19 squad mark. You guys can also see the map there in the corner where it's like that trickling down to. But as I say that, New Esports is taking so much damage from Team Legion. Legion's doing very, very well for themselves, managing to maintain almost their entire squad still with a decent amount on their shields. They're taking control of that first floor, like you said, and now they're trying to push for more.
Yeah, that first player going down there, I think an unfortunate mistake coming out from Blue Esports. It's only a single player that initially ran into the building from the Legions. They might have thought that Blue would stay that way. And as such, that player goes downstairs to try and take a 1v1. Does not end up panning out because all the reinforcements flood right in for Legion, leading to a very easy pick for them. But unfortunately, New Esports now going down a player. They're going to end up losing their crypto now, which in this situation is going to end up being pretty bad. They'll have no intel, or at least not great intel, about what exactly is going on in the adjacent buildings, losing that great initiation that they could get from an EMP. Now, mind you, they still have acoustics, you still have plenty that could come from that, but it's not anywhere near the power they were working with previously, unfortunately. Not to mention, now 2v3 deficit they'll be fighting from in most of their fights. The attempted move coming out here from New is they're going to jump down to the first floor, try to quickly recover what they can. Their teammate's banner should also be a possibility for them to grab if there's going to be a respawn beacon available to them later on in this round.
Yes, they are able to pick up their crypto, so Cachero could potentially, like I said, be brought back if they're able to get a safe respawn at any of the beacons. But you can see just how difficult that's going to be with how close so many of those squads are right now on those outskirts of Fragment East. Totem now also in the middle of an engagement. You see the bubbles have already come out for both sides. Bubbles going down under the bridge as well. And this is what I was talking about right outside Fragment East. Things are going to start to get so chaotic for these teams.
Very, very similar to what we had going on back in game number 1 of this series as well. So many teams choosing to play things fast until they're forced into fights, until they get caught in the middle of the field rotating with some other similar situations. We're starting to see all that unfold again here inside of the second game. EMEA is nearly getting clipped in mid-rotation in the middle of the field here. Savage with some possibility to line up damage. Unfortunately, Charge Rifle just not panning out the way that he would have liked, but still going to try to push the envelope forward here. And Savage goes behind that train apart, but he's not going to find his opponent any longer. That player will long gone here. Instead, we're going to switch over to Sharp, who's also looking for some possibilities of damage come out from that Charge Rifle.
Savage is going to need to take a moment here, make sure he gets his shields back, healed up. Should be able to, yeah, he gets the bat off. They're actually kind of in a nice position right now. They're able to rotate around behind, so they know exactly who's in front of them as long as nobody is on their backside come through that stroke, which nobody should be at this point. They are pretty safe to at least play the edge of the zone for now. It won't be ideal, but they get to the point where they have to push anywhere near where the city and all the rest of those squads are. But for now, they should be okay. We see Taylor hitting some wingman shots. Flavor of the month now and engaged themselves, looking like it's going to be down on some 303, and it's worked the way of Flavor of the month right now.
Gets that defensive bombardment, more than likely coming down from the Gibby in the corner. Unfortunately, it's still not going to work out. Flavor of the month already pushing deep into that team's territory, trying to wipe them out. I believe completing that task, as we've just seen pick up those final kills there. 4KP put up on board for Flavor of the month. At least 3 claimed for them already. Probably more than that coming in as well across the entire roster. They're going to have to very quickly fall back to the inside of their building, though, as there is a third party on the way. It's arriving a little bit late. It's actually just going to take up the position of the team that Flavor of the month literally just wiped a few seconds ago. So coming in, seeing that positioning open, they'll take that. Obviously not going to be able to work anything from that lower level just as of yet, but they will be safe for the closing of round 3, which is occurring now.
They also will be at least able to get a little bit more loot for themselves if they need it, because there are those death boxes down there that I'm pretty sure Flavor of the Month didn't have too much time to really get into in loot if they needed any additional resources. Getting a little bit of an overview here so you guys can see exactly where all of the squads are right now. Contact. Looks like Yapirs is actually in a little bit of a rough spot here. Only white shields still on 2 of their 3 squad members.
So we're going to continue to see teams vie for positioning so they can play off of here. Brienne as well as the rest of Yapirs in a tough spot here, just jumping out of that portal. Now having to jump right back through it in order to get back to what they'll believe at least is a safe position. Will and Andy also inside of this fight here, trying to catch players rotating down from the top cliff side. Some good damage coming out from Willem, but sadly that portal giving his opponents an opportunity to route back up to the top of the cliff. Obviously only some temporary relief with the timer still ticking down in a minute, going by very, very quickly here, but at least some safety for now, as the rest of this squad looks for a route to rotate closer towards the circle. They may be finding that soon. Over to ATK, who I believe is our squad, sitting on top of the cliff, also trying to play for some positioning behind that portal here. Obviously, they're in a much better spot since they have the high ground they could dive down from, but as you can see, they're in the process of trying to do that, and even still running into problems as so many teams have an angle on them from down below. Bambi, a good line onto that tunnel right there, that pipe try and shut down one of the members of, I believe that's Maestro, but still going to, or excuse me, no, Kerry Rubik going down from another squad there. But either way, going to see them still look for some sort of position to play off of here, and unfortunately just not finding it as of yet here, but we're going to be forced into it soon with like 20 seconds remaining. Circle will be closing, and they'll have to get out into the open. I believe we're going to see at least one Valkyrie try to reposition here. There it is in the sky. It's Team Legion as they're trying to go for better positioning here. The whole squad with it. You can see the Valkyrie herself incredibly low there. Just a sliver of HP remaining, but they do indeed make it to the ground. Can they get into coverage? It looks like they will. That Gibby shield saving their lives as they get to the inside of the building.
I cannot believe that nobody shot Ox out of the sky there. That was, I mean, that was a play that had to be made at this point because we were talking about 20 seconds left. Obviously, the zone is about to start pushing in on people. They need to get into a solid spot in the zone. The Valkyrie rotation was definitely risky, but it put them in a really solid spot and paid off huge for them in the long run, especially when they did not end up taking any damage in the rotation as a result of it. Now Totem, though, in another engagement, Amon's taken a lot of health, or lost a lot of health himself. Sharp also goes down. Savage is in a lot of trouble. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out of this. Oh, unfortunate for Totem Esports. They do end up going down, and this is where all of these squads are going to start being put in really rough spots here, Blue, because this end zone is so open.
LCDF, as we regroup with them, they actually have been able to retrieve their Gibby, bringing them back into the fight here and keeping them at a full 3-player strong as we get into a very, very late game scenario here. LCDF actually cleaning up the remnants of that squad as they're going to be able to take them down, eliminate them from play right here. Flying Camels will also switch over to them in the midst of a bit of a free loot spree here in the open field, but we'll have to change that soon here. We're getting down to the wire on the circle. Not a lot of free room to play off of into our top 10 of squads as well. So coming down to the wire for everybody still in the lobby at this point.
I mean, literally in the time that I think we were watching it, we went from 16 to 9 squads. So we are starting to lose so many players right now. If people haven't made too many rotations, then we should still be able to see Flavor of the Month. They should still be at least safe in that very edge building of No Name if they were able to hold that off and not have to deal with the squad that did kind of rotate in under them and take their spot underneath the building. Flying Camels has managed to almost fully reset themselves, so they are going to be safe for now on this side of the tracks. But you can see the tracers that are coming out from everywhere as these squads are trying to get as much damage down as possible, but here we are back on board with Flavor of the Month. Piet trying to see if he can maybe get any shots down on these teams as they're rotating through, and they seem to be in a really solid position. I don't even think I see that team that was under them anymore.
Now, it looks like that team has either been cleared out or rotated away. Now, they do have the trouble of this squad in front of them. The good news is, though, as soon as they jump off this building, that squad probably won't have much of an angle on them, and they can turn the tables very quickly as they push forward. Primarily, they're just going to have to watch out for other squads looking to pinch onto them, but you can see right there, actually, Flavor of the Month already establishing a portal to take them right to the top of that little cliffside there, which should give them a really good angle going into the second to last circle here. However, yeah, taking a little bit of heat himself. The other team just across the way, they're trying to actually counter out this portal position that their Wraith has now taken. That's Taylor up on top of the rock pile right there. The two teammates probably going to be joining up soon as the circle closes in, but you can see just how close so many other squads are here. The defensive bombardment still on its way down from this cliff as well. LCDF hugging it just under, just under Flavor of the Month, sitting below these rocks as well. So LCDF really going to have to try to fight their hearts out if they want to try to get out of this position, as Flavor of the Month has the straight top down against them. Not only that, but they're facing off aggression from this last little building across the way as well. Now, the good news is Flavor of the Month is helping out with that. They're putting a lot of pressure onto that team across the way. That gives a nice opportunity for LCDF to possibly swing out from here, maybe get into a better position if the need should arise. But either way, that circle's going away in 40 seconds. They need to try and find something to play off of here right now, and Flavor of the Month has the view on every little bit of action that's going on because of this top rock position.
they're in a fantastic spot right now with that height advantage over literally everybody else in the lobby right now. Na'Vi in a little bit of a rough spot as we check in with them. Nash already having gone down, but they are able to get the res, so that's going to be good for them. At least they don't lose their Gibby here, while everyone else is able to get a little bit of a reset. They do have the portal in front of them if they really want to decide to use it, but that could be very risky. We see a lot of people having taken damage overall, and everyone trying to get as much of a reset as they can before they have to deal with this zone starting to push them all in towards each other, because this is where everything is about to completely pop off and become just insane.
Flavor of the Month looking to try and close this one out, but there's 6 squads standing in their way. A lot of view onto them right now as they try to get some more damage off. Taylor, we're talking earlier about him unleashing heck from this wingman, and was able to do it in previous fights. A few issues hitting the shots here at long range, but that's to be expected, to be fair here. They're trying to isolate LCDF as they slowly wrap around, and you're actually going to be able to see Pierre getting hit head on by an arc star. Great initiation opportunity for LCDF, and you can see this, a little bit of damage leaking onto Taylor. He might not be able to make it because of this open field they have to traverse. All the other teams still across the way getting shots off onto them as well. Another defensive bombardment working its way out, but despite that factor, Flavor of the Month currently holding on here, fending off LCDF, bringing them down to just their last few stragglers, and I believe eliminating them right there as well. Endeavor now down to a single player also here, as it's all on Noises trying to clutch things out as we enter our final 4 teams. Noise as well with no capability to survive. Just that tiny little outcropping in the rock right there. He is also going to fall to Taylor and Flavor of the Month as we go into our top 3. Taylor needing a moment to breathe as he gets his health back up. That's been done, but with the circle still closing in, the team across the way, more than likely Na'Vi, still going to be forced out of this truck position and into another fight. Flavor of the Month, that's what they're most worried about right now, with their next set of opponents also moving into the open, using their Gibby shield. That's only going to last them a short amount of time, though. Eventually, they still have to look for something outside of that, and from what you can see on the field, there really isn't much of an opportunity. Flavor of the Month will lose one. That's their Gibby going down onto the ground, shield deployed just before he falls, though, creating this chaotic close-range fight to finish off the game, but it still ends up going into the favor of Flavor of the Month as they dominate the final circle.
Are you kidding me? The only reason that they won that is because somehow they were able to use the respawn beacon as cover when they had to come down off of the rock with LCDF. They literally hid behind the respawn beacon, and okay, obviously there was some crossfire coming in from the squads that had to rotate outside of the truck. Endeavor was the one that was underneath the bridge for a really long time, and by the time they'd utilized all of their tactical abilities, they had to push out, and they were caught up in a really bad spot as well. So LCDF was kind of fighting multiple teams around them, but they used, Flavor of the Month used the respawn beacon to get all their bats off, fully reset, and then still had the tiniest bit of height advantage and timed their Gibby bubble at the end so flawlessly that even though Gibby got knocked, they were able to clean up the rest of the crew. That was amazing.
Another strong finish from LCDF, but an even stronger one from Flavor of the Month as they established their first win on the board here at the ALGS Championship for EMEA. It's going to do it for game number 2, but we're going to send it right back over to the desk to break down all this crazy action.
Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Glitter. Oh my gosh, where game number 1 was all about the aggressive play, hold on to your hats, hold on to your positions. Game 2 started off quiet, and then all hell broke loose. John, I got to ask, really, when it comes to this Flavor of the Month versus Les Cité France, are these our top runners? Are these the 2 teams that we think are going to be battling it out the rest of our games here today in day 1 of groups?
You know, not necessarily the 2 teams I would have picked coming into it. If I had to pick 2 in particular, I think I would have thrown Gambit up there. But certainly LCDF, your winner of the Autumn Circuit playoffs, a team that has been slept on for far too long, playing incredibly well. And you're right, Kate, that was the tale of 2 tales. Game 1 was early rotate, who can get their positioning in train yard. Almost everyone knew it was going to be a train yard finish. Game 2, well, that was about the teams that play edge of circle. And Flavor of the Month's one of the best edge playing teams in the game. They're able to capitalize that. They played near perfect plays.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. I agree with that, man. Flavor of the Month, they've definitely played near perfect in that one. You look at the early portions of that game, Les Cité France, the fact that they were able to get the revive on Gibby was a blessing. I do believe a lot of these squads thought this circle may end up towards Fragment East. There was a lot of teams fortified there, but the rotation out of Fragment East into No Name proved difficult for a lot of these squads. That's where Les Cité France was able to pick up a few of their kills and to be able to get on the board. But let's kind of double back towards Flavor of the Month, because the last 2 games, they have had great positioning, damn near perfect positioning. You see them there towards the back of the cave, coming out of Geyser. They got the respawn beacon in no name, and they just continue to gather information off of that. And they knew the entire time that they were going to be playing for the top rock in that final circle. They used the Wraith Portal. They get it. They get harassed by the squad adjacent from them in a small building. Back up, bubble, respawn beacon, and from there they harassed every single team below them, picking up kills. We saw Taylor with the wingman popping off. And flavor of the month, unlike the last game, where they didn't really have a respawn beacon to work with as they was rotating through bottom side of tracks, and they kind of got stuck there. This time they were able to control the entire late game fight, and that was their big success to victory right there, having that beacon, the intel, and this time they get to have the height advantage in the game.
I'm going to do one better here. Respawn beacon. Gibby Bubble. That is the La Cite France flavor of the month. Nice little concoction that got us to where we are here in game number 2. I love to boil it all down. Let's take a look at those game results here, number 2. And nothing to shake a stick at here. Holy! Oh, I didn't even see it. Sorry. Huh, 15. Ah! That's double digits, gang. That is double-digit kills. I'm sorry if I blew out the speakers for our audio text and for our rest of our casters, but boy, that's exciting.
I knew they were fragging, but I didn't know it was 15 kills worth of frags, okay? Talk about a bounce back from game 1. And game 1 wasn't even bad. They finished top 5. Just unfortunate how that ring ended for them. But here, they made sure they got ahead of the game, and they controlled the game.
Yes, they did. Fallout, tell me you're shocked by the 15.
Honestly, no. Knowing flavor of the, generally speaking, yes. But knowing flavor of the month, the way that they play, again, edge circle, they found team after team after team. That is their style of play that works so well. When you're playing with that Bloodhound, Wraith, and Gibraltar team composition, you're wanting to pick fights in the edge zone. You're wanting to get as many kills as you can. And even in game 1, they got 5 or 6 kills, which got them a few points. That wasn't enough for them to make it to the late game necessarily, but that's the flavor of the month special right there. Very, very well done from them. As you take a look at the overall
want to say, you know, new esports, back-to-back second places, okay? We got to give them a lot of love and credit for that one. Consistency throughout the last 2 games, and you see here on the leaderboard, that's going to put themselves in position 3. But your winners from the last 2 games up top by just 2 points. And, you know, we're going to have a close race up here in that top 5.
Absolutely. And, I mean, good grief, we have some incredible leaders here. And I want to bring up Endeavor. You know, they were on the lips of the casters towards the late game for a good reason. They're up 4. And Flying Camels, not to be outdone, up 12 spots. This is very much the beginning. This is an early game here. We're only coming into game number 3. It is a marathon, not a sprint. But again, game number 3 also is halfway through. We're halfway through. Now, guys, one of the things I do want to mention that I feel like needs to be mentioned is that Taylor's wingman. It is art, and it's art that's even used in the late game. I mean, John this is something we've seen from Taylor before, but it's also a very interesting choice.
Yeah, insane display of skill from Taylor. The youngest player in this team, known to be their, hands down, their slayer on this squad. Their aggressive player who's going to break ice. And Kraber put it in the hands of Taylor. Wingman, put it in the hands of Taylor. Any kind of marksman weapon, that's for sure.
Is Taylor controller game?
No, he's not. No, he's keyboard and mouse.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you mentioned you see some highlights here. Taylor with the wingman, absolutely melting. I love to see how much damage he did overall there, because the amount of 3, 4, 5 pops he got with that wingman were absolutely insane. And you mentioned Endeavor as well. Endeavor's gotten 2 very favorable zones, right? With a train yard finish and a respawn village finish. They dropped Fragment East. Right now they're dropping Fragment East uncontested. But really, it was the flavor of the month show here as you see them completely annihilated the whole lobby, boys.
Yeah, man, they really were. You know, throughout the entirety of it, any team that came around and tried to take no name from the backside canyon and meaning through the geyser route and through the train tracks route, they had damage on them. They forced them back into the entire lobby, you know, as they tried to rotate outside of Fragment East. And it was just... It was a shooting range for them at the end of the game, and you're about to see in this part of the replay as I do believe this is into their left, trapped in a canyon, but you're gonna see some ults hit the top of that mountain. They're gonna just barely survive, be able to get those batteries off, and like I said, they were in the shooting range, folks, looking down, picking up kills, controlling the lobby with the Gibby bubble. We talked about Taylor the wingman. Just straight damage, breathing fire from above.
Yeah, Taylor, not a controller player, but he did come from console originally, former competitive Call of Duty player. So shout out to Taylor right here, putting in absolute work. And you're right, Blaze, they play this so well. Their positioning, their wherewithal to recognize, hey, let's get position. That's actually Wraith Portal to the top of this mountain. And again, that's why Wraith is still so vital. And so many teams are now ignoring Wraith in their team comps. And honestly, in my eyes, Wraith can't be slept on. I love that flavor of the month, runs that more traditional team comp.
Especially when you have the Gibby.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. And hey, one thing, a little note, a little, kudos here to Team Legion for showing us our first Valkyrie rotation, which I think we were all surprised did not net them certainly did not net them being killed, and nobody shot at them from above. They got that Gibby shield down as soon as they came down. It was a 1-2 punch. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, we talked about seeing rotations there. They were able to fly through, and just a little bit of health left on that Valkyrie before the squad may have came tumbling down there, but they were able to make it. They got to the building, they got to the zone, and those are rotations that we were talking about. It was very beneficial for them, but, in the end, it couldn't make the next 2 rotations to get some of the other buildings as that circle pulled towards that mountainside.
Absolutely. Well, I will tell you, I'm looking forward to seeing more Valkyrie. I'm looking forward to seeing more of these comps shift around. And I know you are at home as well. And hey, speaking of those people watching us from home all around the world, we've got some tweets coming in from our community. The only thing better than tuning into the ALGS stream is watching both streams. Wow. DazBF is absolutely killing it over there on our secondary influencer stream. Well done for sure. Woo!
He's living his best life, man.
And just a reminder.
Got snacks. Look at the ice cream.
Oh, yeah.
You got ice cream, double cameras. He is living his best life.
I love it. I love it. Just a quick reminder for those in chat. I was letting people know there's a secondary stream on DazBF stream. That's where groups C and D are. Just a heads up. I'll let you read this one, Kate.
Absolutely. Well, hey, listen. We got more, so many more, ready to pull an all-nighter to watch EMEA and NA group stages. So hyped. Let's go, SAT. Okay, fantastic. Well done, South American teams. Absolutely well done, Riga. Thank you so much for being a part of our show. And hey, if you want to tweet at us, go ahead and be like those fun, fancy people. Use the hashtag ALGS. Go ahead and tweet at us at PlayApex on Twitter, and we'd love to talk about you. We'd love to showcase you. Love to bring in up all the action. And speaking of action, boys, is there anything left you got to say? Because we are going into game numero tres.
Real quick, I gotta give some love to Riga. Big shout out to Riga and her boyfriend, who they met on Apex, by the way, which is an awesome story. But also shout out to the South African community support right now. We got 2 teams from South Africa. We saw Middle East and Africa actually represent well with the Flying Camels last game. So I'm gonna give my little 2 seconds here a plug for MEA, Middle East and Africa. Let's see what you got here. Teams coming from the Middle East region or the African regions.
I was literally about to do the same thing. I was about to say shout out to Attack, Ferner Bands, and Flying Camels. Okay, we'll be looking at you guys going to the next game to represent that South America region. And so, hey, I hope those guys have a fantastic one because they have been picking up the kills. They just need to get those late rotations.
Big question, though, Kate. Gambit, you're going to wake up. Navi, looking at you. Kungarna, I'm looking for our top 3 teams here, our top seeds to place in the top 3. It's been a while.
It has indeed. Well, casters, crew, everybody, you heard it here first. Calling them out right away. Let's find out if those teams are going to come and go the distance here for game number 3 with our casters right after this.
Hey guys, Rain Day Gaming here with another Lenovo Legion 7i laptop combo. I love this laptop's design. I love that it's a gaming PC that's a beast whenever I want to use it for some Apex Legends gameplay. But check this out. Right here, the RGB lighting on the keyboard. The keyboard is one of the most important parts of a PC, and this thing just gets it right. The clickety-clack, whether I'm fast-forwarding through VODs to prepare for my next tournament, or whether I'm just typing and writing notes to get ready for what I'm going to say with Onset and the jokes I'm going to try to make about it. Either way, I feel like this is one of the key features of this laptop, and one of the reasons why I hardly ever put it down.
And now, Lecite de France, they need to push in. They've seen the knock. Take advantage of that knock. Surely a Psychbot as the push up, they come through. And this should be Lecite de France's game unless we see something miraculous, which we might. Lecite de France down so low. Can they get the victory? We're down to 2 squads. The armor swap now. It's a 1 versus 1. Dead Inside could take this to a game, but they don't. Lecite de France will be your champions here of North America. Sorry, of EMEA. Forget North America. We're into the next region, your Autumn Circuit champions, Lecite de France, in an insane end circle, girl.
Welcome back once again, everybody, and it's time for Game 3 now. And to me, the first couple of games have been surprising and not surprising at the same times. The teams that we see at the top, Dan, you would expect to see them, but at the bottom, there's some surprises for me. Gambit Esports, after 2 games, no points on the board.
Yeah, and I wonder whether this is Gambit maybe trying a little bit too hard to incorporate Valkyrie into their composition. Of course, there's plenty of scrims and whatnot, but we saw how detrimental it was in Game 1, and they're going to have to pick things up from here, Game 3 onward. But we know what they're capable of, we know what a team they are, and I'm sure that if anyone can turn things around, a team like Gambit can do so. I mean, Hardeki had the most kills in Winter Circuit, 49. He had 10 in one game at one point. So I'm expecting big things from Gambit, but maybe it's just not going to be the start that they wanted, but I'm sure they'll be able to turn things around.
It was one concern I had with Valkyrie coming into Champs. Yes, it's great to have a new legend. Yes, you know, offers so much to team compositions potentially, but has there been enough time for teams to fully implement and get those strategies down based around a new legend, Dan? And at the moment, even though we're only 2 games in, we should say there's a long way to go, of course, but I mean, Gambit seem to be struggling with that.
Yeah, a little bit, and I think it's always going to be the case when you're in a lobby with everyone else who is just incredible at this game, right? It's all well and good playing Valk during scrims, and people might not be taking it as seriously. Perhaps they're not being as kind of punctual with their rotations. But when it comes to tournament lobbies, if people have any indication of where that circle's going to be, they are going to be taking all those spots, and you are going to find it very difficult to just Valk on in.
Well, speaking of players that have been playing pretty well so far, Sharp is one of those players from Totem Esports. We caught up with him before the tournament. Let's see what he had to say.
The current Apex meta is very flexible, let's say, so anyone can play anything as long as it works for you. And like for the fans, I think they should expect a lot of aggressive team play, like Blowdown and Octane, for example. They're probably gonna be the most picked like characters, I think. Unfortunately for me, I've only played Gibraltar this year because it's super good and super strong in every single team composition. I hope maybe next year I'm gonna be able to play something else.
I love hearing that from Sharp. He's saying, you know, got all these really aggressive characters picking up kills. I've been stuck on Gibby the whole time. But if you don't have a Gibby, then usually you're not having a lot of success. Gibraltar just is the kind of the backbone, the glue that holds together every single composition.
That's why we see it in pretty much every team today, bar one, and maybe we'll see a couple drop him here or there, but for the most part, he has shown how important he's going to be. The circle very much heavily around Harvester, so we're going to see a few teams setting up within Harvester and those little snake tunnels around it. Difficult, I'd say, to rotate when you are coming from the likes of Refinery up by Skyhook, because you are going to be the latest there, but again, that's one of the benefits of having the likes of Valkyrie in your composition. You might be able to get there a little bit faster, but for all these teams who do drop quite centrally, this is a perfect circle for them. They can get there before everyone else, and quite similarly to Trainyard, you can just hold out everyone else.
Yeah, Harvester, you can see a lot of teams already taking up the western sides of that particular point of interest. You can see that Western Snake, for me, the best place to play because you have rotations. If it does have a bit of a strange pull away, like we see sometimes up onto that high ground where that respawn building is, then you can kind of have a quick escape, whether it's with a jump pad, whether it's with a portal, wherever it might be. You have that ability to get ahead of everyone else, but you can already see the teams are thinking that as well with the way that they're trying to locate themselves within Harvester. But New Esports are kind of playing the tunnel at the moment. They're going to be holding out a lot of teams here, Dan, rotating in from the northern side of the map. This is going to be a very potentially profitable kill zone for them if teams have to rotate in through there, if there's no other places to try and work their way around with that clock ticking down.
And New Esports have found incredible consistency, considering they are that one team who don't run the Gibraltar. They really have to rotate early, and they have to make sure they're not, you know, running across too much open ground, because otherwise they'll just be absolutely bombarded, quite both literally and figuratively. But they've had really good circles. Trainyard was perfect for them. They were able to set up in top of the tracks. Even the no-name location that it finished in, they were able to kind of waddle their way through and find themselves in a fantastic spot. And now here, with it moving towards Harvester, this little choke is going to be perfect for them, and they're going to be such a nuisance. I think the rest of the lobby would be more than happy if they saw New Esports die right at the start of each game, because Crypto is just such a kind of a depleter of your resources. All those bats are just going to slowly and slowly be out of your backpack, and before you know it, you're going to have nothing left.
Yeah, Crypto as well, kind of the anti-Gibby, so to speak, especially when it gets to those end zones. You see a lot of teams relying, especially if it's in the open, throwing those domes down and trying to play as late as possibly the last team to bubble so that you have that artificial cover to work with for the longest. And Crypto kind of negates that. If you're kind of overlooking that end zone and a lot of teams have to make that move in, EMP, those bubbles disappear, and then you kind of have free kills in front of you, just easy shots on teams that are trying to kind of scarper for any cover that might be left available.
And here is an indication of Gambit maybe going back to their roots. The composition back to Wraith, Bloodhound, and Gibby, not on the Valkyrie anymore. And perhaps opting to just go for the tried, true, and tested. I spoke earlier about Hardeki getting 49 kills during the Winter Circuit playoffs. Well, Leo had 39 assists, so he was a big part of those as well. It's not like we're just going to be talking about Hardeki, even though he is the man who often makes the montage clips. This entire team, they can pop off, Mark. It will be a disappointing start for them, that's for sure, but they're dead center of Harvester. I think they'll be very happy with this.
I absolutely love that composition change from them. I think it's smart to do it sooner rather than later. A lot of teams might think, let's give it one more game, but you don't have a huge amount of games today. Remember, it's just 6 games today. You've obviously got, you know, other days where they're going to be playing and they're going to be having the ability to rack up points, but sometimes you've got to be humbled and you've got to be willing to accept that things aren't working. I love the fact that we're seeing that early adaptation coming in from Gambit, which shows that they're not happy. They've tried something that maybe just doesn't work in this lobby. It might work in another lobby with other teams in it, but going back, like you said, to what is tried, true, tested, and one good example of that is the team we're watching right now. Flavor of the month, their Wraith Pool in that last game was what gave them the high ground, what gave them the position to have the success they did.
Yeah, we had that little lull, didn't we, where Wraith was kind of taken out of the meta ever so slightly when the hitbox got increased and she still had, you know, the extra damage that was coming in. But once that was removed, then it was all well and good to get Wraith back involved. She still was majority of compositions, even when she did have that big hitbox, and it was just one of those things you needed Wraith to be involved with it as well. But people like just going for the Octane, the smaller hitbox, the fact you get in and out of fights. Revenant was very prominent in the meta as well, but right now I think we've kind of found a level ground where Wraith is in a really, really good spot. And yes, okay, we will see Octanes or Valkyries here or there, but Wraith just seems to hit a little bit different when it comes to legend selection.
New Esports then, been holding this tunnel for a while now. Like we're seeing, they're trying to kind of hold down as much of the open ground as they can. It's so important to kind of hold space, and that's something you can do with Caustic as well. If you can get those barrels out, not just where you are to put yourself in a defensive position, but also alert your team and the IGL to any other teams that are trying to push in. If one of those barrels pops, you're going to be more than aware of it. You can see that damage tick up in the peripherals of your vision, and at the moment it looks like Kangana are on the outside of this tunnel at the moment, just waiting, and there's a little bit of standoff here between New Esports and Kangana, and that's two of our biggest teams, well, one of our best performing teams for sure in New Esports, and Kangana who need a little bit of a game here, to be honest with you, Dan.
Yeah, a little bit of game. I mean, I know it's early days, of course. We have 3 days of action with these group stages and plenty of games, 18 in total, before you can start thinking about who's actually going to be progressing to those finals. But certainly kicking things off with a good start in day 1 is going to give you a lot of confidence and momentum, and also allow you to play your way. If you are behind and you haven't picked up points in day 1, you might have to maybe change a composition going into day 2 that might not be what you're comfortable with. Like already we're seeing Gambit change, for example. Navi are a team that I guess I'm not expecting to change their composition. The reason why, they're used to play the Pathfinder, but I think that Valkyrie replaces Pathfinder's abilities very successfully in what Pathfinder used to be good at doing, and taking high ground off people, being able to delay and elongate the end game and really just gain extra places when you just would fly through the air, or if you're with Pathfinder you would just hang on that zip line. But we'll see whether one team can particularly find success with Valkyrie, but it seems like Gambit certainly don't fancy having her in their roster.
Well, Gambit are in a pretty good place here, is in Harvester, and on the western side of it, like I mentioned, probably the best place to try and play. They've got to be careful and try and hold down that ground below them. You can see that Artico's kind of been tasked with that job himself. He keeps kind of bobbing and weaving and having a look down to that low ground, making sure that if anyone does try and sneak in there, at least they're doing some damage, which might give them that opening to try and push. Ooh. Looking at that kill feed though, and you can see Lecite de France have lost a couple of players, and it's at the hands of the longbow of Strafey on Na'Vi. So Na'Vi being involved in some fights, and they can finish those kills, is going to be KP for them.
Fairly certain that was a complete wipe as well with the bleed out and 19 squads remaining. We may have just seen Lecite de France taken out of game 3.
especially after that victory in Game 1 and a decent Game 2. They're not going to be particularly happy with that, but that is Apex Legends, that is Battle Royales, that even the most consistent teams can sometimes find themselves on the back of getting eliminated very, very early. Now being a good spot, so same as Gambit, they don't want to poke too much here. You can poke a little bit to try and get your armor up, but of course you are also giving the armor up to your opposition, and you don't want to give away too many resources. You might not have been able to loot too much when you have rotated this quickly into Harvester. You might not have many shield cells. Okay, you've got the crafter next to you, but getting on that crafter, you need a Gibby bubble, because Gambit aren't going to let you craft for free.
Yeah, those shots from Artico were clean as a whistle, really doing a lot of damage, breaking some shields, and unfortunately not doing enough to get the knock, which might have forced another team maybe to try and get involved, which would have then create that domino effect where Gambit could have been on the delivering end of some kills themselves, but Gambit just trying to hold down as much ground as they can at the moment. And a very similar pattern in this game number 3 to what we've seen from the first two, Dan. There is a real feeling about this game. There is a real kind of tension in the air. Every single move that every team is making seems to be amplified in its importance. As far as these games are concerned, nobody wants to take risks. Everyone wants to try and play safe, make it towards that end game as Na'Vi now having to use that bubble again to get some meds on board.
This is what like a real Apex Legends fan wants to see, right? We want to see all of these teams being very calculated about how they approach the end game, getting as many teams as possible in these tiny circles, because then you have an eruption of fights that just go on, because it's just amazing to watch when everyone has to check all these different angles. You've got to hit your shots. If you miss one shotgun shot, for example, you might find yourself going down, and then all the abilities come into play. We see the ultimates really starting to make things very difficult for teams who might be pushing in. How is Caustic going to distract everyone else that's in the lobby, for example? Are we going to see Crypto's ultimate suddenly destroy people's resources? Everything, it just comes into the equation that makes it very difficult in these end games, and that's why I love seeing so many teams get there.
Looking at that circle, great job from the observing team to give us that information. You can see why I was suggesting teams play the western side of Harvester, because you're seeing that ring. There's a little bit of a western pull away from the POI, which is going to interest some of those teams that are on that west side, like Gambit, like Na'Vi, who are kind of feeling a little bit more confident than they were previously. But the teams that are rotating now in from the eastern side of World's Edge are going to have an extremely tough rotation, and that's where you're kind of hoping that maybe accidentally someone clicked on Valkyrie if you weren't playing that in your composition before, because you can fly over Harvester and kind of avoid all the damage.
Well, we, like that, mate, have a Caustic to work with as well, so a couple of Caustics in the lobby to really make that end game very smelly and messy. Gas is going to be everywhere, and it looks like they're going to be more than happy just residing on the edge of the circle right now, pretty much accepting the fact that they don't know where the next circle is going to be, and they want to ensure they don't push in aimlessly and get pushed and griefed by all the other teams who have already found themselves in residence.
Skynade goes up here. A little bit of damage going to be taken, which is going to force Casper to back down for just a second and pop some cells, and now that's going to give an opening here, potentially, to Game of Drones to do a little bit of damage themselves. Still 19 squads alive here, and it looks like Game of Drones forcing their way now into this fight. 102 with the 301, and the knock coming in from the Skynade as well, and that is going to be them completely wiped. And Na'Vi, with the longbow, also getting involved there from distance, picking up one of those kills.
Yeah, we like that, mate, then taken out in 19th place, but I think a lot of teams sensed a little bit of weakness there, reluctance to push out and reluctance to get aggressive, and Game of Drones said, all right, well, if you're going to sit there, we've got a couple of nades to work with, and we're more than happy to hit our shots, and hit their shots. They did. 50 seconds until this circle closes, and I think this is going to be the circle where we'll start to see 4 or 5 teams just eliminated as they try to rotate in, because especially from the eastern side, there's some big, heavy chokes there that are going to be targeted by those teams already sitting in Harvester.
Extremely difficult rotation for those teams, like you mentioned, to try and make their way through, and it's going to be interesting to see how they try and navigate. You can see one team rotating extremely late, right up at the northeastern side of that circle. The team in that teal blue working their way through, maybe just waiting for a third-party opportunity and looking to make their way into a zone if a little bit of a mistake is made by one of those teams. But New Esports still on the outside of it. You can see that on the western side of the zone, working around that choke like they have, and still involved in that battle that we've been seeing go on for quite a while now. But that battle's going to have to resolve soon, because both of those teams are going to have to move in.
Yeah, they're going to have to, and it's when you choose to move in. Do you wait for a little bit of gunfire to try and go premature to the gunfire to beat them to the pip? It's all these things that you have to think about. Game of Drones, they are on the edge of this circle, but you can see they're able to worm their way in, but they think there might be potential KP here. A couple of stragglers late to rotate in as New Esports, they've lost one. Post kill's gone down.
Post kill is down, and that is the Caustic player as well, the player they want to get into that end zone to cause as much damage as possible. They have found themselves a little bit of cover though in this canyon, which kind of splits between the high ground and almost finding a way into Harvester from here. The only problem is that grenade did a lot of damage, and the Spitfire as well from Alawan is going to finish off one. Tyler is now the last player alive. Let's see the France now going to move in as well to clean things up, and that is them making their move in. One of the most consistent teams we've seen so far in the first 2 games trying to make some moves.
Yeah, a lot of teams now getting under fire here. A lot of pressure coming in from those who were already residing in Harvester. It has pulled to that western side that you were predicting. That snake is still in on the northwest side of Harvester here. So those teams will be very happy that they predicted it absolutely perfectly, knowing exactly which spots are the best to hold. But the Seed of France will be more than happy to pick up some KP here. When you do see a team just kind of stuck between no man's land like that, you have to take advantage of it, have to take the KP when it comes to you, because you may not be able to get to the end game and win this, depending on where you currently reside. So I like that they got a little bit aggressive there.
I like what I'm seeing from Cycbot as well. He's trying to put some pressure onto the team above them, which I believe is Kungana, who are holding down that high ground, kind of overlooking everything else that's going in on Harvester. They need to try and pressure them. It's one thing to give up height to team, it's another to let them just kind of roam around and do damage to teams without you contesting them, without you making them aware of your presence below. You can see in the kill feed as well, Cleve managing to pick up a finish, which takes us down to 16 squads now, so only 4 squads alive, and you can see Graceful just tinkering with the idea of that defensive bombardment to try and cause the Seed of France some problems.
And it's good that we're watching Cycbot. He's leading in terms of average kills per match at the moment, 4.5 from those first 2 games, and it looks like he's going to try and get close to another 4 here in this one, already at 2. And they do have a position which is difficult to work with because they have to be very aware of both canyons to either side being rained down from above. Kungana also having to get involved in a fight, but no team wanting to initiate a full-on push right now because they know how detrimental it could be, because you leave yourself vulnerable from everyone shooting from all these different directions.
Another team contesting Kungana on that high ground now, trying to push them back, and you can see they're trying to just hold this head glitch here, using the height to their advantage, trying to make sure they don't give up that ground to the teams that are rotating below them. And that's great news for Seed of France, who kind of had the attention taken off of them for a little bit of time here as this battle goes down for the high ground. And Kungana now got to focus on holding this team out that's trying to push up to them and push into circle. And you can see Seed of France now comfortable, looking very cozy.
Yeah, a little bit cozy, just hoping that everyone forgets that they're there. And that's going to be JMW going down. Maybe Law and Graceful are going to have to work together here to ensure they can try and maybe get him back up, at least keep this team at bay so they don't get pushed. But it's very difficult to try and rescue someone at this stage of the game, and just look at all of the bullets flying from every single direction right now. Ultimate starting to drop as well.
I mean, they're doing an amazing job, to be honest with you, to hold this ground. They're forcing that team to use the bubble. It's only a 9, but the Mastiff for the second 9 is enough to chip away at the health. It's going to be a 1v1 situation now. Mainly doesn't have a huge amount of shields to play with. Has to reload the Peacekeeper and gets the shot off. The only problem was Ranchis would wait in the background, and he managed to finish off that kill. So that will be them eliminated. Seed of France now under pressure once more.
That's the whole reason why both those teams were reluctant to take that fight, because they knew there was going to be eyes elsewhere. Seed of France under very much a lot of trouble right now. One player down, Joke's going to be falling, and it's all down to Cycbot, the man who is ahead in terms of average kills per game. He's going to be able to med get up here, you'd think, but just look at the nades flying in. At least can use the shield for a little bit and maybe elongate it, try and get into the top 10 at least. But it doesn't look like it's going to last very long here. Maybe get the shield swap?
Oh, not quite. Unfortunately, he'll be taken down, and that will be Seed of France eliminated. 10 squads now remaining in and around Harvester, and you can see that pull. It's going to finish out on the outside, maybe just shy of the high ground that you can see from the little area poking out to the western side of Harvester. Finish going to come in once more, and that's going to mean that there's now 9 squads remaining, 3 esports involved as well. Flavor of the Month still alive, but holding on by a thread here. As you can see that Taylor is the last player alive, but scraping out points is so vital here.
Yeah, try and push into that top 5, secure some more points for your team, and it could be points that get you to the finals, of course. Even though Flavor of the Month have had that victory today, you never know, they could fall off. I don't expect it to happen, but it could always happen. So Taylor has to do a good job by ratting here. We've seen several members of Flavor of the Month being able to successfully rat throughout the circuits, whether it be winter or the previous. But 303 down to 2. Na'Vi a complete 3 here, but this is where it gets scary when you're a Valkyrie, when you're zooming up into the air. But at least you get the indication of where all the teams are going to be with her tracker.
Absolutely massive for Na'Vi here. It looks like they found safe ground to play, and not just safe ground, the high ground. And that means they can overlook everything that is going down at the moment. But you can see Nesh is taking some damage themselves. It looks like both of the other Na'Vi players didn't take the best of positions, and now that's going to leave Kuya on his own to try and fight this out towards the end game. And you can see in the feed, all of a sudden, things are starting to pick up as far as kills are concerned, and Kuya kind of left on his own now.
I mean, it's similar to when you would use a balloon to get into a position late game. It's just such a risk, and you are seen by everyone, and if you even slightly step out of position, you are punished for it, as we saw it there. Yes, okay, they got the high ground, but they weren't within the circle. They had to drop off, and at least they split it, so one player is still alive, but that's not going to be good enough for them. They won't be happy about that, the fact they didn't all manage to stay alive and at least try and contest this final circle. Taylor still alive as we're down to 7 squads, and look how close some of these squads are. Literally next door neighbors right now.
I wanted to talk about how Taylor's playing this. Going back to the position he had previously, he was making sure that he was line of sighting. What I mean by that is making sure he wasn't in the vision of that team that was in front of him. He was using every single piece of geometry to not give away his position before he finally had to. And now he's found himself on a little spot to play once more. And now all of a sudden, these shots from Leogri and Gambit are going to be absolutely massive for them. 0 points on the board before this game got underway now. But Gambit, with that switch of composition down, seem to have started to come to life once more.
Yeah, maybe just getting a little bit more comfortable with this comp, and they've managed to work their way into this circle. Of course, it was a good circle for them. They found themselves in Harvester nice and early. Major pushes down to 2. We're seeing a lot of depleted squads here on set. So the fact that Gambit have a full and healthy 3 means that they're definitely one of the favorites to win this.
Going to be able to push on this ultimate as well. The only problem is there's enough damage going to be done. Unfortunately, it's going to be all up to Fitu here. He tries to move in himself to clean up these kills. It's a 2v1 though, trying to get that barrel up for any kind of help that he can. And it looks like, unfortunately, this will be the end of things. Unless he can poke and prod, he will be taken out. And it'll be Major pushes who manage to eliminate them. But look at this team now. On the outside of things, while all this fighting is going down, inside of Harvester, from the high ground to the low ground, they're just kind of overlooking everything at the moment, letting everyone else do the work.
Yeah, Shexwell and Andy in a fantastic spot, but as are Gambit, but there is that Crypto EMP, which is so difficult as a Gibby. When that bubble disappears, all that cover is gone, and now you have to fight the team that's close here.
Fight is going to happen as well. The bubble goes in, but look at that prediction coming in from Leogri. He moves into the bubble before the team can get any kind of purchase in that fight, and Gambit Esports will absolutely wipe away, and now they might have the opportunity to move in on this fight. There's 3 squads remaining, but I'm pretty sure they're both depleted. Gambit Esports needed this win. They needed these points on the board, and they are going to get them.
Get them indeed. They had a healthy 3 for the majority of that final. 1 went down right at the end, but it didn't matter because the other 2 pushed in and secured 2 very weak teams indeed. They played it perfectly. It looked a little bit worrying when their bubble did get depleted, but they still managed to push on, went into that bubble fight successfully, and Gambit will be absolutely delighted to be able to come out with a victory. Because as we say, no points from games 1 and 2. There would have been a lot of expectations on their shoulders, and that's the Gambit that we know we were going to see, and they've finally shown up.
Whoever made that call to go back to the old composition, well, congratulations to you. It's obviously worked, and would be slightly surprised now if we see Gambit playing a bit more Valkyrie. We'll have to see how that, of course, rolls on as the games do as well. But Gambit, after a little bit of a drought in the first 2 games, pick up the win in game number 3. Now it's time to throw it back to the desk.
Thank you, boys. And not to beat a dead horse here, but I'm going to go ahead and say, if it was broke, then fix it. And Gambit surely did, and we have seen the results. I cannot believe... No. I can completely believe that changing up a comp has made this much of a difference. I assume probably their position in that rotation being to their advantage also helped. But, John, I mean, is this the Gambit we were expecting from game number 1 or what?
Absolutely. I mean, unless you're Hodsick and Team Liquid, don't be going and changing your team comps, trying to push them out of that off. And go back to what's worked so well for Gambit for such a long time. The winningest team in all of EMEA, multiple championships for this squad. They go back to that team comp, which you see on screen. But I want to point out another difference. It wasn't just the team comp change. It was actually a change in play style. Gambit's known to be a team that takes their time on rotations. They drop Sorting Factory uncontested, and they typically loot all of Sorting Factory. However, they changed it up, and they said, you know what? It's a Harvester finish. We need to play on a fast rotation and play for position. As a result of that, they got some of the best positioning in the game. They came out on top as we take a look at the final moment here where they dominated Blazer.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. You're about to see a Leogri montage as he's rocking out with the E, the 8, in the flatline, one of my favorite combos out there, and just putting out straight damage with the flatline blind fire and EMEA. But like you said, it was a game of rotating early. Once these squads realized that this final circle was going towards Harvester's side of the map, you had to move quickly. You know, we saw some of those squads there by staging, slowly trying to move out, slowly trying to move into the Harvester, and taking camp on top of those cliff sides. Because you saw the cliff side, it was a lot of action down there as squads tried to make it into Harvester, but also on the top, teams like Kungarna, who had to get into a difficult fight, gatekeeping that back portion of the map, and teams were moving slowly once they got there, just taking the fights that was in their sight lines. They didn't want to do too much, move too fast, because they know that as soon as they get into the engagement, if they don't finish that quickly, everybody's focusing on them. Everybody can taste the kills, can taste that check as the prize pool has been rising as they're trying to move on and make it to our championship coming up here towards next weekend. Great series throughout all these squads, but even better finish for Gambit. That was what they needed. And as you see, almost a double-digit kill game, but those are the points that got them back in this group stage.
Absolutely, and something else to note here, you flavor of the month #2, but where is La Cité France? We feel like we saw major pushers. I feel like we saw Navi show up. You know, flavor of the month obviously did a great job, but La Cité France, is it possible that that could be part of the element that helps propel Gambit into #1 here? They're obviously an incredible team. John, you know, we saw teams go out a little bit earlier than we might have before, and certainly than we have in games 1 or 2. Could that have helped our Gambit team rise to the occasion?
Absolutely will. Gambit coming from 0 points. That's a huge 21-point game for them. It certainly will. But one thing I just got mind blown at, and actually had thought for a second, wait, was that Taylor, the final Wraith to get taken out? And it was. Taylor rats his way to a second-place finish. He had no business getting top 2 right there.
He was ratting for a long time.
That was a remarkable play from Taylor to get the 9 points. That's huge.
Absolutely huge. And let's take a look at how big it is. Holy goodness! Taylor giving him #1. Holy, okay. I'm just going to sit back here while you two enjoy this.
You know, I want to, shout out to Flavor of the Month, because that was an important rat, John, and great call out for that one, because that pushed them into first place. But also, I want to give a little love to Fort Gang, okay, because they have consistently been in this position in the top 5 for all 3 games. They got 29 points on the board. They haven't been able to get that win just yet, but at this level in group stage, that consistent gameplay will get you to a championship.
That's right. Legit Lally coming from the UK, a multinational squad. They got a Frenchman, they got someone from the Netherlands, and of course, Legit Lally from the UK. Big shout to Ford Gang. That's a big upset. They've been top 5. Endeavor right behind them as well. Endeavor's been playing well. They dropped Fragment East, so again, they've had some solid zones for quick rotations. They're a fast-to-rotate team. And obviously, they don't have a Qualix, formerly known as Naski, Yuki, and Dell in this lobby, so they're able to get Fragment East for free, playing very, very well as a squad. Blasts, we all remember his play from the winter circuit. He continues to roll.
Absolutely. And hey, I want to put us something out there. Right now, Flavor of the Month has 45 points. If this was a championship, they'd be 5 points away from match point eligibility. And that's something to note, because we're only going into game #4.
And that's after 3
something
games.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look at, looks like I think we've got our highlight here. This is going to be good. John, walk us through.
Yep, absolutely. We did see a Harvester early game zone, so every team knew it was going to be a Harvester finish, hence why we saw such a fast rotation from Gambit, but then we also saw quick rotations come through from Navi, from some other teams early on. And here's the thing, on the outskirts of Harvester, look how all these teams, there's not a whole lot of cover. It's kind of barren land, so that's why we saw an absolute decimation of teams and players in the early and mid game.
And this was the fight I was talking about when it came to Kungarna, having to defend against this push coming up the backside, and they didn't want to get into it, but they say, hey, we got to fight, so let's commit, and they will win this fight. You're going to watch Matey come out with the last and final Peacekeeper shot before he's taken out. As you see multiple shields down, he's going to connect with the point blank, goes down, but the Canyon side rotating into this Harvester, you guys. It was very, very chaotic in the end. But those squads that was able to rotate early got set up. And Navi, man, I want to say that we were talking about Valkyrie plays early on. They had a good drop, a good play with that Valkyrie ult, but they didn't land in the same spot. And the Wraith ended up getting better positioning than the rest of their teammates. But if they could have got to that cliff side and came down, they, as a squad, this could have been a big time game for them as well.
Yeah, as things close out here in this late game, this is the Wraith I was talking about. pop comes the Weasel, aka Taylor, completely I don't even know where Taylor was ratting out, but found a great position. I'd love to watch that from Taylor's perspective. I know Taylor's streaming, so I'll go probably check that out.
I swear he was next to Gambit the whole time.
Insane. That was a beautiful play from Taylor. And I also want to point out, our group C and D is also, that action still is going on right now. We got Aqualix in second place, Scars, if you're a fan of Mandy and the gang, they're currently in first with 44 points, right next to Flavor of the Month with 45. So both lobbies are on par here, Kate.
Yeah, and I know Fire Beavers won that first game, too, that they had of the day, so they were kicking it off.
I'm a big fan of them and that name. At any rate, hey, guess what? I'm also a fan of, I know you are as well as our community, and you have been talking on the Twitters. Let's take a look at what you've been saying. Let's not talk about all the work I'm going to watch this right now. Oh, Josh, I feel you so hard.
Josh, focus!
Yeah. Kate and I can both feel you 100% there, Josh. We feel your pain. So many other people that are watching right now. Talk about all the Respawn devs not working on Apex because they're watching ALGS right now. Shout out to every single one of y'all.
Valid.
Thank you so much. Exactly. I like the dual screen though. That's killing it. When you're at work, but ALGS is where it's at. I am sensing a theme here, gents, and it's hitting hard.
Tweets? I hope y'all bosses aren't watching, but hopefully if they are watching, they're like, you know what? That's my homie right there. We're watching together.
There it is, exactly. Yes, yeah, Blaze, you are spot on. It's time that year again. Time to drop everything and watch Apex every day.
Oh,
I love this guy.
That gets me so hyped. Just that one line. Watch Apex every day. Yes, we get Apex every day, all week through Sunday. This is just the beginning. North America broadcast tomorrow. EMEA, of course, following that. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be great.
Oh my gosh, indeed. Well, gents, we've heard from you. We'll hear from our casters here in mere moments because the rubber meets the road coming up in game number 4 right after this.
What is up, everybody? T-Squared here, and in front of me I have the Lenovo 7i gaming laptop. This is the official partner of the ALGS. The specs are absolutely ridiculous for the form factor. This is only 5 pounds, and the full HD display is absolutely insane. It's 15.6 inches, 1 millisecond response time, and you're gonna pump out 240 hertz on this bad boy. That's better than some of the gaming monitors that I have in the back.
Нейды есть? Нейды есть? Нет. Хорош. Постели фраги. Рейф ног. Один по нокам.
Один. Я хилюсь.
Ласквад, убиваем. Не фул, они не фул.
Ебать одно, ног! Лаца на до! Сюда,
блядь! Хорош.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the EMEA ALGS Championships, about to jump into game number of the day here in our first group matchup of the EMEA groups. I've got Glitter with me here on the cast once again. How are we feeling about things heading into game number 4? Now that we've seen the first half of matches for the day?
Well, I'm definitely feeling better about Gambit. I mean, talk about a comeback. That was fantastic game 3, but I don't want to take the spotlight away from them, but the rat from Taylor there for second place, I mean, I was watching that whole thing go down. I was like, okay, if he gets top 5, that's going to be a huge jump from 9th. That'll be decent points. And then it just kept going, and nobody was able to find him. And that's so massive for Flavor of the Month.
Yeah, especially with so many teams once again getting caught in one of those final rotations over there towards Harvester as well. Very surprising to be able to see that he was actually able to make it that far, securing the second place, which I believe gave them enough point totals to push past LCDF and take the current first place position inside of this group matchup as well. LCDF, of course, faltering in that last matchup for the first time as they went out in 10th place, where previously I think we've seen them make it to at least the top 5 in both times, if not further than that. So they're going to be looking for a little bit of a rebound to keep their potential first place positioning up. But Flavor of the Month is a tough opponent right now, especially with being able to sneak into second place in that last game. They are showing up as a consistent rock inside of the series. It's proving very hard to move, it seems, especially with how aggressive they tend to play into some of these situations. You know, that one game where they were able to net themselves 15 KPs as well. Definitely not a team you necessarily want to jump right into a fight with. You want to be very careful when going up against them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're scary right now. And the one thing that I like about the way the games are panning out for them right now as well is that they're setting themselves up well moving into our next couple days. Obviously, today is not the only day where we have games. We are halfway through today, but there's still a lot of opportunity for any of these teams to really start jumping up the leaderboard. So having a really, really strong day 1, it's not that, you know, I expect them to do poorly, but if they do have an off game here or there, they're at least giving themselves a little bit of cushion to work with.
Very, very true. This is only the first third of the games that our teams will have to play, because they'll not only have to finish up this group's matchups, but they'll have to mesh up against all the other 2 groups that they have not played against as of yet either. As we continue to work our way through this draft to get through the group stage, find our top 20 teams will be moving through into the grand final. Definitely some leading contenders. It's important to mention, of course, that over on our secondary stream, we do have groups C and D also being played out, and we'll get to see that entire plethora of teams, all 20 of them, in fact, come here onto our primary stream at some point over the next few days in our groups as well. And they'll, of course, also be contending for positions in that final. Here we go, though. The drop is live. Teams are starting to fan out, as you can see. So let's take a look at things as we get dropping into the map and see who's going to take the cake on our 4th match of the day.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see where we end up with zone-wise this time around, because for the first half so far of the day, matches-wise, our zones have been relatively central, right? So as far as not super far all the way across the map away from them, right? So I'm interested to see what happens if we do have an extreme area zone that forces a lot of squads to have to start making some super early game rotation decisions, because right now it's allowed our teams to have some really aggressive gameplay, but I mean, hey, it's made it that much more entertaining for us at least.
A lot of teams able to establish some very powerful positions early on as well, which led to, I think, quite a bit of that aggressive style of play. Major Pushers, for instance, on that last one had a pretty good drop spot there, and were able to play around Harvester for pretty much the entire round, giving them some pretty good placement at minimum there, as well as I think at least one fight throughout the course of the matchup here. Currently on board, of course, inside of this game with Gambit, as we just take a look at their opening loot and take a quick listen in.
Throughout the entire year, I've played pretty much every single character that we needed for the team. I've played Gibraltar, I've played a wide pool of variety, but they all of them. So like, I would rather pick a lifeline for lifeline than just picking Jibby because he's a better lifeline.
See some nice insight coming in there from Kungard, and specifically from Graceful. His thoughts on the current meta. Of course, he's played quite a few. Hold on.
Look at the map!
Some of our teams uncomfortable and probably force a few of them out of the game a lot earlier than we've had in the previous matchups.
I did not mean to speak it into the universe, but the universe heard me and decided to deliver. We have a super southwestern zone, which is going to make things very interesting. Now, obviously, for anybody who's already landing over in thermal, efficiently looted up enough to be able to maintain that position in center of zone. I think it's going to be interesting to see how we've got people rotating from the eastern side, pushing.
Rotation as their landing spot is at the bottom right, the southeastern quad. The trail of one squad here. No damage taken by the squad, as you guys can see here, but obviously the ultimate's popped on Leogri. They're looking to work their way in. They do have a squad just below them. Can't necessarily go across this divide so easily, but the squad jump onto this team, but it seems Gambit will now be taking over the aggressive. Big of a problem there. That's 3 quick KPs going up on the board for Gambit.
And I believe that I continue pushing on any players that are going to be in front of them, clearing them out as quickly and efficiently as a little bit of
testing them, but it seems as though there's definitely a top clip of clock. It's very difficult to play. You can see there's not a lot of natural cover to use, save for a couple of the pillars holding this structure up, trying to play around that, and while in the process looting up here, trying to get enough batteries, cells, and anything, like giving them the time they need to recover and stay at relatively full HP, minus these little picks that keep hitting them and knocking off their shields.
You can see there on the map just how many teams have already made their pushes into thermal, specifically as far southwest in thermal as you can get, where all those kind of small one-off buildings on the southern edge are going to be, and they're going to try to hold those for as long as possible, keeping themselves alive and avoiding a lot of what we've got going on here in the central area of thermal, because there are so many fights going down. I think this might be the quickest that we've actually lost 2 squads here, as we are already down to 18 squads left here in match number 4 of the day.
Going to be that dangerous factor of the circle going so far to the extremity of the map. So many teams need to make much more extreme rotations, and that's leaving them in the middle of some very awkward spots where, as we've seen already with 2 of our squads, they get picked off pretty quickly. We're now on Team Legion, and we've got them on comms ready to listen in, so let's take a look at what exactly is going on inside of their voice chat.
The shit, I think.
It's right here. No. We're good. It's our bag.
The teammates are still inside there, right?
Grabbing everything off.
I'm holding for you.
There was a gold bag and gold helmet.
Nice.
Of course he gets gold.
Just give me the gold bag.
Yeah.
Was there more shit on there to take?
Yeah.
Cells, bats?
Yeah, I'll grab them.
No, I'll grab it. Just give me a bubble and then I'll do it.
Where is
when
it?
You can do it for me.
Okay, I'm just coming below.
Just throw it out this door on the left. It's on the left of the door.
I might have to swap weapons with that guy too.
Taking all the guns. Oh, Rod, you're gonna love this.
Oh, let's go! Oh, I can spam my sentinel.
Yeah, there's 100 heavy down there.
Any heavy guns?
Oh,
I mean, 100
God.
not energy. I mean, 100 sniper ammo.
Oh, there's a charge rifle as well. I'm kind of fucking people up with my sentinel though.
Would you like the little booby trap idea?
Amazing.
Free kill, baby. And if they all landed there,
Why
we
do
would
I
kill
hear people
more.
climbing? Is it you?
Yeah, it's me climbing up and down the roof, I think.
Maybe just some inventory management going on there on the inside of Team Legion's communications, just being prepared for any of the squads close to them and the adjacent buildings to potentially jump onto them, but also trying to swap things around. We'll move to a new squad, LCDF, who was a top contender in our first 2 games before faltering in 10th place on game number 3, now looking to get back into a position to try and fight for first place, as they just lost it, unfortunately, to Flavor of the Month, but not by too much. Sitting right behind them here, now inside of one of our hot spots on the map right now, where we've already seen a couple of fights go down.
Yeah, this push into the zone might be a little bit difficult for them, as there are already so many squads in position and looking to hold off exactly what we're seeing. And as I say that, we see Psych take a lot of damage, instantly has to go into the void to back off so he can secure some heals, and the Gibby bubble goes down, as you see a lot of damage also put down onto Lara Benu. This is a bad place for LCDF to be in right now, because once that bubble goes down, they're going to have to choose which direction they push, and it's going to be into one squad or another, so they have to pick which is going to be the most advantageous fight for them right now.
This is such a tough spot about playing into thermal station, as you're just constantly surrounded by high ground, and as you can see, save for the small structure in the actual middle of this point of interest, there is not a lot to play off of if you're surrounded from multiple angles on those high cliffs, and that's the exact issue that LCDF is fighting against right now. Psych, as well as the Gibby, down the center pillar of the facility here at Thermal Station. A lot to play off of, but the problem is Gambit also trying to put some aggression onto it as well. You can see that ultimate coming out from Leogri once again. They're going to have to fall back pretty quickly, though, to this side structure. And
after coming off of such a strong game 3, they're going to have really solid mental state as a squad now that they've kind of figured out what they want to be doing and how they want to play as a team. You can see where the zone is actually starting to shift now, and all of those teams that have taken those southwestern buildings are no longer in a safe position. They're going to have to start moving, and this is interesting because there's so much lava here in this area, in this specific zone, that teams don't have too much lands to really be working with as far as safe space goes.
Not only that too, but crossing that divide potentially going to present quite a few issues to these teams. You've already got Gambit holding one of the thresholds from that lava, and I would imagine they're not the only team in this type of position as well. But for the time being, in the immediate area anyway, Gambit and LCDF really only have each other to worry about as long as they stay behind the good cover they have to play off of. Now, on the surrounding areas, as we switch over towards Game of Drones, you can see there's a lot more play happening from that point of view. This is that high ground, all these surrounding cliffs that we were talking about before, where it seems a majority of the teams still in the fight that are in this area, at least, are currently fighting for control of Game of Drones. You can see just picking a couple shots off from the team that is across to their north, but at the same time being very cautious of a rotate to their flank on the back right side of them there. There's a huge canyon wall that teams can traverse through very quickly to get right behind Game of Drones, so they've got to be very cautious of that, not getting too aggressive here to get themselves too committed to a fight, so much so that they would not be able to worry about that potential flank. A reposition coming out here, I believe that's another team using the Valkyrie reposition in order to get themselves into a better spot. Lots of damage going on to that squad, but they do make it to the ground successfully, from what I can see, and no one going down either.
The building that Game of Drones is holding is a really, really nice spot for them to be in now that they know that the zone's going to be shifting a little bit farther to the east, but they're going to have to be holding that against a bunch of other squads that are also wanting to be taking it. You can see Game of Drones is expecting it. They're already peeking out of these doors, waiting for some of these squads to start pushing across Thermal and making their way back up above on the higher ground. Pierre able to get a knock there on Hardeki. Don't even know how that happened, but Game of Drones is still safe here for now until things start to get a little bit wild here as the zones start pushing them farther or closer to each other.
Well, look at the member of Gambit. So seemingly Gambit getting pushed into a fight here. That's certainly the case. They've got a squad directly contesting their position here right now. Now, if you were watching earlier, you'll have noticed that Gambit has a massive stockpile built up for themselves down below here. A solid 3-4 shields to swap off of, as well as an infinite number of healing materials still sitting on the ground that they can utilize as well. So they're in good shape as long as they can maintain this position and keep their enemies at bay, which right now they've been able to do that. More importantly, getting that third player up from a downstate also. So back up to the full strength of their roster with everybody healed up also. Their squad just across the way. They're trying to be cautious, and of course they themselves don't want to end up overcommitting. It is actually LCDF themselves that move into this position. Now we've got confirmation on that. They were the team that was holding that central pillar a few minutes ago, decided that that's not the best spot for them to play into, and instead moving directly next door to Gambit here, obviously making them a little bit more uncomfortable.
Seeing some of our top squads going up against each other here very early on in this matchup, though, so it's going to make things interesting for our overall standings here for day 1 so far for EMEA region. But Gambit has reset, and they're kind of just waiting LCDF out. I think it's going to all boil down to who decides to make the first push, maybe whose bubble goes down first. But Game of Drones has moved off of the building that we saw them in earlier, and now they are pushed up, potentially about to get into another engagement for themselves here, as they are able to start putting some damage down on some of these teams that are starting to rotate through these really, really rough areas.
Oh, unfortunate for Tycoon there, as he thought he was going to be able to get away from that scenario, but backs up just a second too late. Takes that one extra light ammo shot, and it takes him into a downstate. He'll have to back up. Believe they're in a safe spot to recover, but here's the problem. Gambit also in trouble right now as they're being pushed by LCDF. However, Gambit barely wins the fight. Artico punching his opponents into a corner to try to get the res off more quickly and prevent an immediate third party. He's going to get the first res off as pressure is coming in from New just around the corner, but they're able to avoid it, if only temporarily, though, as here comes another squad looking to wipe them, and it is in fact New. Moving in quickly here. They realize the reses are going off. They want to try to wipe this squad before they get an opportunity to retreat, and they will indeed succeed in doing that. 3 more KPs going up on the board for New, and they take Gambit's old position as they once again, Gambit this is, fall in a less than 10th place finish here. Unfortunate as they'd just gotten off to a good start in the last game.
That was a solid push on behalf of New Esports, really able to take advantage of the third-party situation there, and doing so very aggressively. Saw multiple throwables coming out of them to make sure that they were securing that squad wipe onto Gambit, and that's going to be massive points when it comes to New Esports in general, and also keeping Gambit lower on the leaderboard. Checking in now with Flavor of the Month, that team that was originally looking to push into the building that I believe Game of Drones was holding, but they decided they've got some better angles here on the teams that are currently down below in Thermal Station, trying to just dish as much damage as possible, and honestly just force these teams into utilizing whatever resources they have at their disposal, so that when it comes to late game, and if we are in that final zone scenario, then they don't have too many options for any sort of recovery with their heals or their shield flops.
Gotta give respect to the teams that stayed on this high ground position here, as it seems to have been the correct choice. Both of the initial squads that went for control towards Thermal Station have now been wiped out, with LCDF and Gambit. New ones, of course, are starting to flood in. New Esports themselves have taken up the previous position of Gambit, but I think they're aware of the fact that this isn't going to be the best spot to play from. We've already had two squads get wiped out. Speaking of New Esports, they've got themselves a Kraber here as well. Post kill currently equipped with it, able to knock down one shot against one of these players. Looking for a second now. Not the easiest thing in the world, but there we go. Finishing off Clevey as well, as these players are just getting off by the sniper. Finish off the KPs for New Esports and keep them in strong contention here to try to push themselves further up as well. Another connected Kraber shot coming out from post kill. Just free shots all day with these players being forced into the open, and more importantly, forced into a rotation here with the circle closing out. Another opportunity going to be presented. Not necessarily going to ring true, so Postkill does have to swap over to his secondary, but they still have a lock on these players here. So low on the Wraith, as we're going to see more and more players fall. So this circle closing in as we get close to entering round 5. You talked about it earlier, that lava as well, really being similar here, as so many teams are being forced into it. They don't have a choice. It's the only open area they can run through, so they're just going to have to take the heat under this scenario. Flavor of the Month, still in a good position as well, looking to keep their KPs in a strong position as they fight to wipe out the rest of Reply Totem, who already seem to be down to just 1 or 2 players. In fact, I think the last might have just gone down there to Taylor himself.
If they can... Did Taylor actually get him off? That's going to be super clutch, because I believe the Totem was the only squad that was on this half of the high ground with Flavor of the Month, so they have effectively cleared anyone around them out, making this area that much safer and allowing them to focus all of their attention on the remaining squads that are at least on the high ground for now, and then being able to change their focus to whoever is below them, but they are in a very safe position. They will eventually have to push, as you can see, another zone shift pulling back towards the center of Thermal, so they will have to make their way across that lava area eventually, but for now they're okay, and it's allowing them to at least deal some more damage down onto 303.
New able to wipe out another squad as of a few seconds. The Yappers being the one that they were able to take out of the fight, so they're going to be gone. I think only 2 of those KPs actually got claimed by New, though, as the third, I'm pretty sure, got stolen away based on what I was reading on the kill feed there real quick. Either way, though, it takes us down to our final 4 squads, and we still have another circle to close in on as well here, so possibly some really interesting fights going to be coming up here in the final moments. A lot more room to play with than we've had in some of these circles, historically speaking, over the last 3 games anyway. You can see this in Flavor of the Month. Taylor specifically getting aggressive now, pushing into his opponent's territory. Shield going to come in to save the day for Taylor, as well as the rest of the team. And in the meanwhile, 303, a team I don't believe we've been able to see make it this deep into a run just as of yet here. Also in our top 4, struggling right now to re-attain position inside of the new circle, however. You can see them losing a lot of their shields on rotation. Flavor of the Month hot on their tail, trying to take out another squad as well. The EMP going to work its way out here. That's a lot going on to Flavor of the Month as they'll lose a lot of their shields. Taylor still in fighting condition, though. Gets himself to this nice little cubby behind the big pillar here at Thermal. We'll be able to heal up from that. Rest of the team going to take this as a breather as well here. Now, we still have 4 standing. No one getting knocked out on that rotation.
Now, I believe this is actually the zone where Flavor of the Month won playoffs. So this is a rotation, this is an area, and this is an instance that they're very comfortable with, and potentially could be setting themselves up for some success here, especially with this lull that we're seeing. Like you were saying, this is giving all of the squads an opportunity to reset, make sure everybody's healed, and figure out how exactly they want to handle the situation. But like I was saying, Flavor of the Month here, this could be a solid situation for them.
We'll see if they're able to leverage it, as obviously they have a little bit of an awkward run to get back out of the circle and into it once again. Game of Drones, who, keep in mind, was in this zone the entire time, only had 1 player left at the end of the day. It was Tycoon. He's going to get clipped off by 303 as he tries to make his way into the new circle zone here. Trying to make a play that Flavor of the Month also did in the previous matchup. Unfortunately, not able to make it as far, only netting that 4th place finish instead of 2nd. Speaking of second place, we will have a team finishing in that position relatively soon here, as the circle will be closing out in 10 seconds, forcing these teams into the open. First up to bat is more than likely going to be our team in the corner in flavor of the month. They have to wrap around, try to find positioning against 303, as well as our other remaining squad, New Esports. You can see 303 knows this, though. They're going to try to get a little bit more aggressive. The nades, they're going to cut them off. Some big damage coming in on the nades as well. This is a great engagement opportunity for 303 as they wrap around. A little bit timid, though, for Paradise and the rest of this team here, as they don't seem to be all together. Look at the angle, though. Paradise gets the foot of one of the players on this opponent's squad and is going to be able to do some serious damage. Keeping it pushing forward. His teammates don't seem to want to jump into this fight, though. So Paradise has to fall back, re-shield back up. I'm not sure if a battery is going to be available or not, but either way, 303 able to make this work, taking at least one of the KPs away. You can see New Esports stealing one of them, but it doesn't seem as though Flavor of the Month are going to be able to make their way out into this final circle as their last player goes down, and it comes down to this. 303 going up against New Esports, but 303 in a rough spot because they took that previous fight. One of their players left in the open, straggling, and New were able to overwhelm that player very easily, bringing it down to only one that they've got to mop up here, hiding in the corner. It's the Wraith, and it's the win for New Esports as they take control of game number 4.
That was a solid performance out of New Esports. But to be fair, that was a solid performance out of 303 as well. Nice seeing them up here in a top 3 position. But New Esports has been very consistent for themselves here so far. So yet again, another squad that's managing to at least have a solid first day and set themselves up well going into our next couple days of the championship.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the panel ready to break things down, so we're not going to waste any time. Let's send it right back over to them. Take a look at this match.
I'll tell you what, we are not going to waste any time. That we are looking at some incredible gameplay, to be sure, but more importantly, some really strong zone rotation that I'm sure had lots to do with how our teams found themselves in our final circle.
Yeah, man, it definitely has a lot to do with it. Glitter jinxed it, okay? She called it from the start. Like, what if we have a bottom, a long rotation towards the bottom left of the mini map, and she got what she wanted, and she helped manifest chaos on this broadcast, and chaos that we absolutely love. Now, when it came down to that game of rotations in which you speak of, there were 2 teams specifically, because when it comes down to the trenches of the map, Thermal Station, it was absolutely demon time, folks, okay? So far over 3 games, 3 of our Goliaths was fighting. It was Lecite de France, it was Gambit, and then it was New Esports. When it came down to it, Lecite de France and Gambit, they rotated early to Thermal Station. They had the foresight to know that the heal may end here. They were able to get in, get some kills, get a stockpile there, and then they had to end up battling it out. It was a battle in which Gambit won, but in the wings was New Esports. They came in, they got the third party, they got the positioning both those squads wanted, and ultimately that was the positioning that won them the game. So that 3-squad team fight that happened at Thermal Station, I thought was very influential. You see 12 kills on the board, that first place finish, man, and they had a fantastic game number 4.
John, double digits.
Massive game right there from New Esports. They seem to favor so well when we have Western Zone finishes, right? You saw them in Game 1 on the train yard finish. They play Countdown, right? So they're quick to rotate. They're one of the fastest rotating teams, and it paid off. Huge game for them. That's going to be a 24-point game, and they were in 4th place before then, so I'm excited to see what that does for them in the overall standings. And there you have it, down by 2 behind Flavor of the Month, whose flavor this month has been consistency, Kate.
Oh, now that is exactly the kind of line we want to hear, and boy, does that hit home. Fallout with the win. You're absolutely right, and I think it's, of course, I mean, look at this. We also saw a lot from major pushers this go around. We saw a lot of game of drones. Like, not to be outdone, they obviously had a little bit of a lava scenario, and getting close to that heat was nothing to shake a stick at. But my goodness, I mean, they were in the zone the entire time. It's just a reminder that some of these teams, you got to be great at rotation, but you got to be great at holding your position as well.
Yeah, that's right. In Game of Drones, staying in 9th place. They have no change in placement right there, which is, I would say, disappointing, Blaze. I mean, they got the zone near perfect. They're the team that drops Thermal Station. Zone ended Thermal Station. Typically, you'll see a team that gets blessed that way, like Aim Assist in North America, right? They always end up in a top 3 finish there, but somehow, some way, Game of Thrones ended up getting griefed early on. And speaking of grief, talk about the action that Gambit
This was
faced.
it. This is demon time I was talking about.
Yeah.
You know, Lecite de France and Gambit, they got in. They were able to get into these engagements early on to win the fights. They had to go against each other before getting third-partied by New Esports. But Thermal Station was really where it all popped off early on, and these teams knew that they had to make it down there. So the ones that was able to rotate early, get in position, they were successful. But like as you said with Game of the Drones, you know, they started here, right? They dropped here, but they were not able to handle the chaos that was coming their way.
Hardeki just went massive right there on screen. That was a 2v3 against Na'Vi, by the way. No easy task by any means. And they also took out major pushers. It was a CIS battle. Of course, Strafey of Na'Vi coming from Ukraine as well. Gambit some way somehow scraps and picks up so many kills. And that's what allowed Gambit to leapfrog in the overall leaderboards and make it into the top 4. A big game in the kills category for Gambit. Of course, we saw here as things started to diminish of Yapir's OJ Rain doing everything he possibly can, but it was all New Esports all day. Now, one thing I'm shocked about is in the late game, which we'll see here in a moment, after Flavor of the Month obviously was in a tough situation, for some reason, 303 decided to engage this fight rather than just hitting the reset button and saying, hey, let's make this a clean 3v3. 1 or 2 members of 303 pushed by their lonesome and ended up getting punished by New Esports. I'm not sure exactly why they didn't just hit reset there and make it a 3v3 fight, boys.
You know, and that's the thing about it. You know, when it comes down to these players, sometimes they have to make difficult decisions, you know, when to back up, when to engage, you know, and we don't know what intel that was going on through their comms at that moment, but they probably felt like, hey, it's a 3v3 battle. Do we want to get engaged on, or do we want to be the engagers here, okay? And so they chose to shoot first, all right? And when it comes down to competitive shooters, most times if you can shoot first, you got a high chance of winning that battle if you're hitting your shots there. It just didn't fall for them.
I love it. We are talking from the hip here, gang, and I love that for sure. Thank you, Blaze and Fallout. Now, one thing we do want to say is you may have noticed our Asian American Pacific Islander badge up in game recently. Well, we've got a little bit more information about how that came about from the people that know it best. Take a look.
As an Asian American Pacific Islander, me being Filipino, it's very unfortunate because it's instilled fear through cowardly acts of violence on soft targets. It's just a reminder that we have to be even more vigilant now, and we have to call it out when we see it. We have to stand up to it. Hi, my name is Ryan Lastimosa. I'm 3D art director on Apex Legends at Respawn Entertainment.
After we shipped the Black Lives Matter badge for Black History Month in February, we had some discussions internally about what we could do to help support the Stop Asian Hate. My name is Tim Lewinson. I'm development director at Respawn Vancouver. The truth is, this isn't the first time in history where North America's Asian community has been targeted or used as scapegoats. Language matters. Xenophobia, imperialism, the model minority myth, all of these have been used to try and set divisions between and against communities of color.
With Respawn being very diverse within itself and very inclusive, I don't think it even was a question of whether or not we should do something about it. It was when should we do it and how fast should we do it?
We sat down as a team and said, hey, what is the message that we're trying to convey?
The design behind the badge was straight up what it is. It's not supposed to be ambiguous at all. It should just be a message that says, hey, stop Asian hate. Let's stand up together as allies, and there's no way at all to make the message look more elegant. It just has to convey the message that this violence has to stop. The fact that we have so much diversity in Apex Legends, and we do have a lot of Asian Pacific Islander characters in the game, the fact that they're all coming together in Apex Legends, I mean, the common goal is to win a game. It just comes down to, you know, who's part of your team. And the roster is diverse for that reason. We're all part of the same team, and we're all working towards the same goal.
It's an opportunity to stand up, to check in, and to be present. And an opportunity to check in as well and really start the conversation with, you know, other people in our gaming community, many of whom may be suffering like in silence or embarrassment, to let them know that they're valued and we're here to help and we're here to support them.
I'm proud and honored that we have this opportunity to get this message out and to further solidify that, you know, we stand together. We stand together as allies, and we stand together as Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. We stand together in one world.
He's absolutely right. We stand together. You can get that AAPI badge, I should say, Asian American Pacific Islander badge, in-game right now. That's, you know what? That is the community that we know and love in Apex here, for sure, gentlemen.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Everything they've done over this the last year that we've just had in the country and the world, and Apex letting their voice be heard and making sure that the right things are being said, and we love that, and we love that support because Apex is a very diverse game, and we love it for that, and we love it for being that accepting, and yeah, man, it's an awesome message.
We do indeed, and our community loves it too. Let's hear from them now with some of your tweets earlier on before our last game. You apparently, some of you were skipping out on work. I can attest, and I appreciate and acknowledge. Let's take a look at what you've been doing. Oh, I love it when our community shows off their art. They are so creative. Painting while watching ALGS. Thank you for making this Tuesday so enjoyable. Now, that is a way to spend a Tuesday. Tell you what, when your friends tell you they also are watching ALGS, next 2 weeks are going to be sick. Oh, come on. This is hilarious.
It's the gifts for me.
Right there it is. See,
Speaking
okay,
of
Blaze,
which.
you're gonna enjoy this one, obviously. Realize that Lenovo took my motto for their slogan, stylish. Hey, listen, it's a great slogan for so many reasons, for sure. And the dreaminess of that guy's eyes cannot be undone. Okay, are there any last words? Blaze, we're gonna start with you, then into Fallout.
You know, as far as these last words, as far as my last words go, you know, we have had some exciting 4 games all the way up until this moment. And Flavor of the Month, they have consistently been in that top 5 after every single game. And I'm trying to see if they're going to do it for Game 5 and Game 6. We saw the content piece. We know that they're your winner circuit champions. And so far, they have been looking damn good. But I want to see them come out with another dub.
Love it. Consistency has definitely been the key. We'll see if Flavor of the Month can come out on top. For me, it's honestly, for the teams that are outside of the top 10 right now, keep in mind, every game counts. Not just this match, not just this 6-game series. What's going to happen is the top 16 teams cumulatively across every single group will qualify through after the 4 teams, of course, the number 1 from each group. So keep that in mind. Every game matters here going into Thursday, Friday, and you're trying to make it to the overall Grand Championship. So I'm excited to see which teams can make it, which teams can push through. If you're like Congarna and the likes, I want to see y'all step up.
They're going to start making some risky plays now because they know it's 2 games left in day number 1. They got 2 days to go. If they feel like they've been playing scared up to this point, we may see some wild engagements coming up in Game 5.
Absolutely. Well, the journey continues into that game number 5 right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
And welcome back, everybody. It's time for our penultimate game of today's action. And Dan, you raised a really good point. We were having a little chat off screen there, and you were talking about new esports, how good they've been. And it's been the pick of Caustic, which has been the standout. And it goes to the classic saying, right? The less Caustics there are in the lobby, if you're running one yourself, the more effective it gets.
Only 3 Caustics in the entire lobby, and what's most important, I think, for new esports is the surprise of they are the only team who doesn't have a Gibraltar. 19 Gibraltars, and they have a Caustic, which has been absolutely fantastic for them. But you're completely right. When there are a lack of Caustics, which is very different to what we had at one point during the kind of European EMEA meta, there were so many Caustics, like 15 odd in the last circle, and then suddenly he becomes a little bit redundant because everyone's having to play him to counter the other, whereas now he is just an absolute nuisance. And new esports are thriving because of that. They are being an absolute pain in that final circle, but I'm most impressed with how well they are rotating to these circles, considering they don't have that Gibraltar, who can be so important sometimes when you're in the open ground. But they're successfully using the Wraith to get those portals, rotate accordingly, and that's why they're succeeding at the moment, and I hope it continues.
Yeah, I think they've been the standout team for me today. Favour of the month alongside them, I think, have been two of the most consistent teams. Obviously, you can look at the leaderboards for that as far as points are concerned, but playing slightly different ways as well. One team trying to rotate as quickly as possible, one team kind of playing edge and playing a little bit slower and finding their way into the circle in a little bit more of a surgical way, which is, of course, Flavour of the month. But it's time for our penultimate game because we're loading in now. And who's been the standout team for you so far today? Who's been really impressing you with their moves?
I mean, I'm impressed with how Gambit came back into things and how they were more than happy to change their composition. I think it's a very difficult thing when you've been practicing for quite some time. You're inclined to stick with that, and we can see that throughout today's lobbies. We've only seen 3 legend changes. We saw, of course, Gambit make those 2 changes. They put the Wraith instead of the Valkyrie, they put the Bloodhound instead of Crypto, and elsewhere we saw Ranches also change from Valkyrie to Wraith. We've only seen those 3 changes across the 4 games. It may change going into Game 5, but I think the fact that Gambit were that brave to change 2 of their legends in an entirely different composition, that screams championship potential winners for me. They are comfortable on several different compositions, and I'm sure they want to carry on that form into Game 5 here.
I completely agree with you. I think Gambit's adaptation early on, realizing and recognizing and kind of feeling out the lobby has been important to their success so far. And we're going to see the teams once again just diving into World's Edge here, and a keen eye on that overhead as well when we get the opportunity to see that map. And we are going east towards Overlook. Maybe a little bit of No Name once more, Dan, but an interesting zone for me. You can see all of Overlook in there. Is it going to pull hard towards Overlook? Might we see one of those circles that ends up on that little cart down on the train tracks just the west of that? Or will it be more towards No Name, like we mentioned? But interesting positions and different ways to play this zone.
Yeah, something that you were mentioning to me prior to this event is the kind of area just to the southwest of Overlook, where you have a lot of cover to work with. You kind of have a hill, there's a head glitch there. TSM in particular have held it quite often in scrims. And I wonder whether everyone's going to try and go for that, try and hold out those teams who are going to be at No Name rotating in. You can pick up a lot of kills. You may not win the game from that position, but the amount of kills you can pick up, and if you can be the last team arriving from that area into Overlook, you of course have the possibility to go on as well. I would say a lot of teams are going to rotate into Overlook, try and get those buildings, try and get that kind of donut area where you can also scan if the scan is going to be there on the map, and then I think you're right. On the train tracks just north of it, we will see a few teams probably set up there. But those who get more information after round 1 finishes from that next scan, I think we'll see bigger rotations then and people committing harder to certain buildings.
Well, Game 5, you're talking about Donut, and I'm starting to get hungry. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, the action is keeping me going, though, as we're going to watch Kangana now, and they're going to be currently just looting on their path, as they have been. Fairly consistent today, a little bit shaky, but we did catch up with Graceful once again before the tournament kicked off. Let's see what he had to say.
My favorite endings on World's Edge is definitely Skyhook, and I feel like the biggest reason is because a lot of people have room to play, and it almost always ends up being the teams that are the best that wins. It's not necessarily the, in quotes, the god spot that wins, but definitely the most skilled teams win those circles. It comes down to just so much more than just raw positioning. The best play I've ever made in ALGS had to be a game that ended in Train Yard, where we were almost 99% guaranteed dead, but in a clutch situation, I managed to make a last-second call that won us the game. It was absolutely insane. We went from 100% dying on like 15th to winning the game with a bunch of kills.
Absolutely loving these little profiles that we have on the players, their insights into how they play the game. It gives a bit of character to the person behind the legend, so to speak now.
Yeah, it does, and I like that people do have their favourite circles, and they do have their favourite memories of where they've kind of finished and had big games. We all have them when we're just playing ranked games or even casual games, but it becomes 10 times more intense when you're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and those memories could be absolutely everything that one day you'll share with kids, grandkids, because that is where esports is going. It's become bigger and bigger, and I'm sure the grandkids would love to hear about the memories of their parents or even grandparents succeeding in certain games.
A shout out to Graceful as well. I've got to agree with him. Skyhook zones are lit. They're my favourite ones to watch. Lava City zones, more playable area for me. Always gives us the best and most exciting end zones. Gambit Esports then, who have kind of had a little bit of a recovery in the last couple of games after... speaking of donuts, that was the amount of points they had on the board after the first two. They're kind of taking a little bit of later rotation here from Sorting Factories from what we've seen in the previous couple of games. Flavor of the Month are going to be doing likewise as well. A little bit more traditional for them to do that, of course. You can see they're coming under a little bit of fire as well from the southern side of the map. And you can see Taylor being forced to use the Phoenix kit here, but they're going to be heavily looted up, as they like to do. They have so much loot to play with when they do land over here at Lava City. It's kind of one good thing about landing on the edge of the map. A lot of the time you get that extra loot in the back pocket. You can take a little bit more time, more ammo, shields, whatever it might be. It allows you to pick and choose your fights a little bit more as the game rolls on.
Yeah, and you also sometimes get people just waddling on into you from Dome, which is currently potentially happening now. Flavor of the Month will have to make a decision. Do they rotate ahead of them and push on and just try and get into any sort of choke areas before them, gatekeep them, or take this fight and potentially take the KP? It depends how comfortable they feel on what they've been able to loot thus far. The fact they've also got a crafter here is going to be massive for them. They are really going to be geared up when they get into a fight, because you can upgrade those armors, of course, and it just is one of those things where if you don't have a lot of loot and you rotate early and you're on grays, you might get to the end of a game and you've got no bats to work with, for example. You might not even have any armor to work with either, and it just becomes a very difficult situation where you almost end up ratting as a 3 rather than taking fights.
Well, the City de France are making their rotation now, and they're trying to just land up on this high ground around epicenter, this sort of shelf, this cliff, whatever you want to call it. Such a big area to hold down, kind of hold out a lot of teams that are rotating down. And if we do see that pull towards the train cart, they're going to be in a very, very good position. But just to kind of rewind for a few seconds there, just to talk about Flavor of the Month, it's something that we're seeing more and more and been noticing recently in scrims is teams deciding when to leave based upon zones. It's no longer a case of get us looted up as quickly as possible and then try and get the best spot as quickly as possible. If they recognize that it's a tough zone, right, they're going to take their time to get all of the loot that they can so they can be more equipped when they get into those 3v3 fights and kind of think more KP-wise more than they do zone-wise. And they think that's the best and most efficient way for them to pick up points.
Yeah, we have teams that like to do things at different speeds, let's say. Gambit, Flavor of the Month, they like to take things slowly. You've got Kungana, who like to be a little bit faster about their approach. You've also got teams in this lobby like Endeavor, who also like to be very fast. And the thing is, when you get that combination of fast players versus slow teams, you get a nice mismatch and a nice kind of mix at the end game where you just get an eruption of fights, and it's a pleasure to watch.
Well, Flavor of the Month are currently making their rotation. Let's jump in with the IGL and see what the calls are as they make their way towards the ring.
Skiter vi i scan, springer vi in, vad gör vi?
Skiter i scan om de går in. Vi kollar andra choken. Är det någon där så får vi gå tunneln.
Skulle vi scanna zon eller skiter i det?
Nej, jag skiter i det.
De är och craftar nu. De kommer att vara jättesega.
Undrar man kan gömma sig här.
Inga här.
I zon. Så vi är fortfarande inne, men de bara glider ner så bara skjuter man dem när de glider ner.
Det kan vi nog göra. Bara lämna dörren öppen antar jag.
Ja.
Ja, bara så det ser helt lämnat ut. Är det en... nej. Har inte ni sådär tempo? Jag kommer ställa mig här bak.
Det kommer jag så långt ifrån, men...
Ja, men jag kommer bara hoppa på taket och snabbt. De är uppe i vår chock.
A little bit of an insight there to the decisions being made by Flavor of the Month. Always makes me jealous when I know that people can speak more than one language. But Pierre taking a few shots in the back here on the Gibraltar is going to have to now relocate himself. And all of a sudden, the charge rifle shots are starting to sting a little bit in the back. Initially, it was a little bit of a tickle, but now they're getting a little bit uncomfortable.
And this circle, if it does pull all the way to Overlook, then this could be a big circle for those teams who are still running Valkyrie. I think it's just 4 of them now. There was previously 6, but as I mentioned right before this game, 2 of them switched off after game 3, and there is going to be that circle pool, so a little bit of Overlook still in, but that area that we spoke of just to the east side of No Name is very much going to be a predominant position for people to try and play if they want to pick up kills. But a lot of those buildings just to the west of Overlook have already been taken by teams, so it's a risky approach if you're going to be pushing there late.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy endgame. You can see how many teams have rotated early here. So many of them already inside of Overlook, and only a few stragglers waiting for the opportunity to strike as the game does roll on. We're going to see a Valkyrie rotation now, up and over, and hey!
Love it.
This one's a little bit spicy. You can see they're rotating outbounds and just kind of around the edge of the map. The question is, are they going to be able to find a safe landing spot here? Because this could be a genius little rotation coming in from Team Legion.
I love this from Team Legion, but you need to bubble now and you need to hold this position because there are going to be other people in residence. They've done some decent damage here. The other team was above them and they've portaled away. So they've been able to at least claim what I would say one of the best positions for an Overlook finish. But I don't know if they're going to be able to stay there much longer. A lot of grenades coming in.
Yeah, taking some fire, but I mean, what a rotation that is from them. I mean, just thinking outside of the box, if you needed an example of why Valkyrie is such a useful legend to jump onto your team, if you struggle with rotations into these zones that are surrounded by chokes and mountains, you can get creative and you can find places to play, and that's exactly what Team Legion have done now. But as you can see on the overhead, so many teams already inside, and New Esports, you can see just in the background there, being a little bit slower, but Na'Vi, in my opinion, in one of the strongest positions to play. Just have to be careful up on this high ground. They don't take too much damage, as there might be another team using that Valkyrie ult to come and join them.
Yeah, this is why Valkyrie is going to be important in this final circle, because these high ground positions are going to be so beneficial. We're not going to see Horizon in play anymore. Octane is going to be one of the legends that we'll see potentially contesting this height. But of course, you put yourself at quite a risk when you try and push a team that is already up there and already be sitting, waiting to just rail you as you arrive. But notice how Na'Vi are not dropping on that team. They know how important their positioning is right now, so they're reluctant to drop down, give away that position, and potentially, of course, die. Because it's a difficult fight to take when you just drop on a team in that way.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed in the lobbies actually is we haven't seen a huge amount of Octane compared to what we actually see in the North American region. There's been a lot of relying on Wraith, the old trusty traditional rotation-based character. And it'll be interesting to see if North America does follow that pattern, or if it's going to be a case of Europe once again just making a little bit of a change and a little bit of adjustment to what we have seen previously. But Na'Vi at the moment sitting pretty up on top of these silos. It's all about denying space for them at the moment, stopping teams rotating in and making sure they have as much playable area as possible.
I mean, if you're a fan at home of numbers and you are really interested to see how much of a certain legend is being played, well, to be exact, 4 Octanes in the lobby, as it has been throughout the entirety of these 4 games. 19 Gibraltars, as I mentioned earlier, 15 Wraiths, which upped from 13 in the first 2, 7 Cryptos, 8 Bloodhounds, and just the 3 Caustics, and now 4 Valkyries as well. So a lot of legend selection, a lot of differences coming in with composition, but I think what's been important is that there are several different styles that you can approach a game. You can go for the style of playing Valk, and you can try and rotate like we just saw, or you can go for the tried and tested and true composition that has so much success with Gibraltar, Wraith, and Bloodhound.
Well, you can see where that pull is going to be going once again. If you're just wondering for a second, the bubble will go down, but the EMP immediately is going to dismiss it. And now Flavor of the Month, who are trying to do what they can, are going to be pulled on themselves, and it's going to be all up to Noth now in a 1v3 situation, and it's going to be Totem Esports who sweep them aside. Flavor of the Month, who have been one of our most consistent teams so far today, will be eliminated first in our penultimate game of the day.
Thus is the downside of a Gibraltar, and it's his large backside. Let's put it that way. The hitbox is big. You can get hit when you're running across open ground. The bubble didn't quite come down in time, and then even though there was the possibility of rezzing because of that EMP, it just meant that Totem Esports had the possibility to push in, and they'll be more than happy to pick up that KP. Flavor of the Month will be a little bit disappointed, or very disappointed, should I say. That's why sometimes that Wraith portal can be so huge at getting a Gibby from point A to point B. 19 squads left, Flavor of the Month the first to be eliminated after incredible consistency throughout the first 4 games, Mark. It's a shame to see them drop that early. They finished in 5th, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and now 20th.
Let's see DeFrance, you can see dropping the armors. They can hear that crypto drone buzzing about, and they don't want to be giving away any damage that they need to be doing. So they'll pick those back up when they have the option to. But for now, it's a little bit of a risky game, but it's also the smart game, making sure you can serve in some meds. And Just making yourself feel comfortable under this building. This will be an area that will be contested a little bit late by some late rotating teams as well. So Les Petites de France have got to be on their toes when it comes to teams pushing in late. And speaking of which, here comes Gambit Esports. An interesting rotation from them. Remember, they started over at Sorting Factory. Now they're moving their way in from the northern side of the map on World's Edge through Epicenter. So you can see where they're trying to ping and where they're trying to move. And I kind of like the moves here from Gambit Esports. Moving late and kind of moving behind the pack from what we saw earlier.
Yeah, sometimes you do have to just shadow other teams. You can pick up kills that way. It can sometimes be a little bit risky if the team you're shadowing notices you're there and they turn on you, and you have to take that 3v3 if you don't have an out option. Because sometimes when you're shadowing a team, you're also being shadowed. That is Apex Legends, so many teams rotating in. But this has been a great start to Group A versus Group B. If you're new watching the ALGS Championship, if you've only just tuned in, there are 4 groups of 10. All groups play each other in a round robin of 6 games throughout this week. And then we will see the top team from each group progress to the finals, as well as the following 16 teams who have the most points. And it is going to be very much a juicy, juicy final.
Kungana just on the edge of zone there, but we're going to be jumping over to a team redeploying from one of those balloons and trying to get a little bit closer to the action. The only problem is you can see the bullet traces going through the sky, and they're going to have to be extremely careful here. Game of Drones, as one of their players is going to be dropped to almost no shields, going to have to pop that batter, and that means that Tycoon is going to have to relocate the squad down to low ground here with this portal. I'm not sure if there's going to be anyone in that tunnel. He's only got a little bit of percentage left, which is going to mean the portal is left in the open ever. That kill feed, Hardeki starting to light things up there with the Spitfire getting a knock onto Disbelief.
And this is what Gambit want, right? They want Hardeki to start popping off and showing what he was made of, similar to what happened in the Winter Circuit playoffs.
It doesn't take much, I'll tell you that.
The clip of him just kind of 1v3ing teams seems to pop up everywhere, and also he manages to do it very often, which is quite scary. A very individually talented man, and when you've got him on your team, then you're certainly going to be more than confident to push into any fight.
Kungana making their rotation now. You can see they've got 1 minute and 40 to work out how they want to get into that zone. And they're on the quick side of it as well, so they're going to have to make some big decisions here if they want to have a successful game number 5, especially with 18 squads remaining. Let's reminder of how kind of competitive things have been today. The only zone that we kind of saw a lot of teams being eliminated slightly earlier than we would have expected was the previous one, which was a hard pull down towards Thermal. And not surprising to see that with so many teams having to make that long rotation. But now that we're seeing game number 5 here, a similar pattern to what we saw in the first 3 games, with teams trying to work their way in methodically, almost tiptoeing their way towards that zone.
But there's 18 squads left. Well, sorry, make that 17 as we see some eliminations. Matt Pickett picking up the final kill onto Microfibers. But look how much open ground there's going to be in this next circle. Everyone has to push in. Game of Drones under pressure here.
I'm just saying that I've just called where that zone is pulling. Outside of Overlook, it's going to be in that open ground. And if anyone did take the risk of deciding to play that area, they would have had a lot of success. But one team that's not having any success right now looks like it is going to be on the receiving end of Game of Drones, because they are going to take them down. They're going to get the shield swaps as well. And just keep in mind the kill feed here. You can see Les Petites de France, they're being taken down as well. So that low ground position they have isn't looking very strong, as they have been eliminated as we jump onto Gambit.
And you were wondering if anyone's taken that risk? You know the one team who's closest to that final circle? New Esports. They've done it again, but they don't have a Gibraltar. That is going to be a very scary end circle for them, but they can post up with the crypto, they can drop those gas tanks, and that is going to be difficult for anyone to push them. But it looks like there might be a fight ensuing here. Gambit, they're going to have to get Hardeki back up, but that's not going to be easy.
No, because there's players falling down from the skies, and it's all up to Artico now to try and clutch up. But that's a pretty unwinnable situation, even for a player of his quality. And that'll be Kungana now moving in to eliminate Gambit, who have had a little bit of an up and down day, to be honest with you. And unfortunately there, the zone is going to claim Mady on his way in. They will lose the Octane, and that means their rotational ability is going to be hurt severely here.
That's 4 teams already gone as this circle comes in. I'm sure we're going to see a few more as the buildings that are left within this circle have all been taken. Here comes a late Valkyrie attempt, but that's already going to be 1 knock, and I wonder if it's going to be the entire team going down here. No, 2 of them have been able to survive, but where do you go? Where do you go?
Well, you go up here, and you go out of bounds for a few moments. They're going to have to return very, very quickly, as Na'Vi now are going to be still in this position up on this high ground, overlooking all of the carnage. And Na'Vi now are in such a good position. They have the extreme high ground overlooking where this zone is going to finish. The only issue for them maybe is the line of sight being slightly impaired to their left by that huge mountainous area. which I believe is where New Esports were kind of trying to hold down. So Na'Vi kind of controlling the pace of the game now, just checking their backs, making sure there's no stragglers underneath them. But as you can see, there's a couple of teams still in the location.
We just lost half the lobby with that circle. That circle almost reminded me of how End Circle used to be, because every team just had to push their way in, and it was just unsuccessful, apart from the Valkyrie teams who managed to get a little bit of high ground and delay the inevitable, it feels. But some nice movement coming out of Kuya here, as Na'Vi still will keep the ultimate high ground that you speak of. And they are in the best position. I think that we have to admit that. They probably know that. But that also adds some extra nerve. Sometimes when you know you're in the power position of the map, you just don't want to mess things up.
Might be a kidnap coming in here. If we can go back to the point of view of Kuya, because he might be lining something up. He might be thinking, there's an opportunity here for me to steal away one of these players below and pick up a KP. Or maybe he's thinking this is a rotation down to the low ground. Instead, he's going to cancel it. He's going to drop that one down and not make the biggest of use out of it. Instead, it's going to give them a way to get back up to that high ground. So what I thought might be something a little bit more creative is more of a safety net as far as a play with the portal is concerned for the Wraith.
And that's what Wraith is, the same with Octane. It just gives you that ability to exit fights, to kind of get away when you've taken a little bit of a risk, and now they can just rain down from above here and be a real nuisance to the teams below them. The missiles are going to come out, grenades in the hand as well, and you're getting flash hit markers. This is just going to be an easy field day for them to pick up kills.
Oh, great shots coming in from Strafey as well as he takes down Bambino. 303 Esports. They're in a shambles, and it will be at the hands of Na'Vi, who take them down. 4 kills now for Strafey, and he's looking to do more damage with this G7 Scout, doing a lot of work, a lot of damage, and most importantly, converting them into kills here for Na'Vi. Points on the board for them.
Down to just 6 squads. 1 member of New, make that 2 members of New have just gone down. So they had a power position in that corner with the caustic traps, but they've lost 2. And I think they may have lost the entire team. Actually, no, Tyler's doing a little bit of work in the kill feed, and we're down to just 3 now, but Na'Vi still in the best spot.
Na'Vi still holding this high ground. However, they will have to drop, which is always a scary moment as a team when you have that high ground. You can see that Sirius is kind of hoping that they don't know that he's there. But you can see the final 3 teams here, and it looks like Na'Vi aren't completely aware of where they are at the moment. They know there's 1 team below. You can see the ping coming out here from Nesh. But if Na'Vi throw this one away, it would be a little bit of a surprise from them. They have massive advantages as far as height is concerned. Yeah. As far as lines of sight are concerned, they really do have the game in their hands here, Dan.
And it depends how heavily they were watching the kill feed. They seem to think there's a team maybe behind those little bins over there, but there's actually just 1 player from Disco Boys. And if they knew it was 1 player, they may even consider just valking to the other side so that they don't have to initially drop on the team, but perhaps they're hoping the team below them is going to have to push out. They'll get free shots. They're unaware of how many players are behind that silo over there, so it's a difficult decision here for Na'Vi. They have had the prime position, they do have the advantage, but you have to still play it very tactically. Legion still have a big chance here.
Legion on that low ground will be more than aware that Na'Vi have to drop. You have to wonder if the missile strike is going to come in, or maybe they'll go for a cheeky little redeploy here, remember?
Yep.
A skyward dive coming in here from Strafey and Na'Vi will buy them a little bit of extra time that maybe they are looking for. It might allow them to reposition away from the fight that might ensue, as that lone player will be taken down, but instead it's something a little bit more traditional here. They drop the bubble down into the open zone. They should get this finish onto the solo player here, using the bubble to just switch in left and right and make sure they have that cover. But the shield swaps are kind of delaying this, and this is a little bit frustrating here. Na'Vi are going to be influenced massively by the shield swaps coming in from the solo player.
Yeah, this is going to be Team Legion's game to win. They just mop everything up. There may have been the perfect position for Na'Vi, but the solo rat from Disco Boys ruins the Na'Vi party.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, having the shield swaps available delayed that kill by so long that it allowed the team that we're just seeing in front of us here, Team Legion, to move in and kind of have free shots onto Na'Vi. A little bit of a surprising end for me, but as you say, you got to say, you know, you got to finish those kills, or you can say it wasn't something they expected. I would have liked to see a redeploy there. I think they had the opportunity to take to the skies. Those other teams would have had to fight, but we have all the information in the world, right? Yeah. Na'Vi didn't have that information. They still pick up a lot of points. We should put that home as well. So still a very strong game there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi were unaware of where those players might have been and how many players might have been. So if they had have redeployed, they might have been shot out of the air by what they could have thought of 6 players. But an Overlook's end circle certainly benefited the Valkyrie teams. We have 4 Valkyrie teams left, and there was 2 of them in that final circle. So that is a good thing for Valkyrie players and Valkyrie teams. But another great game and very exciting to watch, Mark.
The game 5 done and dusted. We'll go back to the desk now to break down what just happened and, of course, set you up for our final game of the day.
Thank you, gents. Fallout, let's start with you. I mean, actually, here's a question. Where do you start?
Disco Party is like the perfect team name for what we just saw right there out of W Series. Former member of Gamers Origin, one of the best teams historically from France. He makes absolute hell on the Na'Vi squad trying to finish it, makes it near impossible. Basically just griefs that entire game. Huge plays from W Series. That was absolutely comical, Blaze.
You know, hey, Disco Party may be a name for it because when Na'Vi went to go shoot him, they saw all kind of lights on those numbers. They saw purples, blues, whites, and reds as he was shield swapping in the corner. And throughout the entirety of this, you see I want to see this final moment because I got so much I want to say against, for Team Legion because they ultimately, look at the cross.
Oh my gosh.
Na'Vi was out there in the open. I love the play from the Gibby bubble, but like it is, Disco Party in the corner, the Octane was just shield swapping and just standing alive where Na'Vi, it just did not work out for him. So going back to Team Legion, we look at the hot moment of that map when it came down to all the squads realizing that Overlook was going to be that final zone there towards the end. Now Na'Vi already had a Valkyrie towards back pipes there. And Strafe, man, was putting out damage. The squad had discipline. He looked good up there because you can't get the Gibby and the Wraith up there without the Valkyrie, but they stayed on top of those yellow canisters throughout the entirety of that area to be able to put themselves in that zone. But like it is, you saw Team Legion fly through the zone on the back portion of the map with the Valkyrie. They got under Na'Vi. It was a struggle for them to stay alive, but man, they waited to the final perfect moment to win the game, and that rotation won for them there. So shout out to Ox and the Valkyries of this map because that's what got the final top 3 teams in their position.
Absolutely. And let's also note, like, Team Legion for sure, bringing it in. Disco Boys, of course. But let's talk about our double digits down at number 5 with Endeavor, at 8 with 303 Esports. I mean, this is, Yapir's another 8, or is that a 0? Am I getting those wrong?
That's
Looks
a 0.
like an 8 from him. That's a 0. Well, JK, kids. But I will say, Endeavor, well done. 11. That's a nice 11 points over those kills, I should say. And John, I mean, I feel like this is one of the many reasons you can't sleep on any of these teams.
Absolutely, especially Endeavor. I mean, this is a team we don't talk nearly enough about. Blasts on the squad that won the Winter Circuit Online Tournament #1, or maybe it was Autumn Circuit #1. A remarkable individual player, coached by the EMEF. Big shout to the EMEF, always helping us keep up to date with all things EMEA and EU teams. And Endeavor's a squad that drops Fragment East. They early rotate, and they are ready to fight. They can go pound for pound skill-wise with anyone. Noises, a young IGL on this team, kind of got molded into being an IGL. All 3 members of this team are under 20 years old, I believe. So one of the youngest teams in the scene. And as a result, they're in 3rd place right now, looking great. Shot to the Endeavor squad, right behind Flavor of the Month. And New Esports takes home 1st place over FOTM. That is huge, Kate.
It is absolutely, and something to remember, everybody, and not, you know, this is kind of silly, but the reality is that normally under these sort of circumstances, we're coming to our finals for a winter circuit, a summer circuit, a circuit of some kind, and the 1st place would really mean something big, right? And if you are 1st place of your group, you are going to find yourself all the way into our championship, no problem. But the reality is, if you're not 1st place, those points are never more important than right now. We're not, this entire group stage, this is not for gameplay. This is not for a prize pool. This is to get you to that crazy large, always growing, massive prize pool.
Yeah,
2.5 agreed. Right now. Agreed. I want to say sorry to the Flavor of the Month fans. I jinxed them early. Okay. I said I want to see can they be consistently top 5 again in Game 5, and they got 20th. So I just wanted to put that one out there.
Yeah, it's about time. They finally got a zone. That's obviously difficult, them coming from the southeast side of the map and rotate all the way to the northeast. Na'Vi drops Overlook and played that near perfect. This is where we saw a lot of the Endeavor squad in the Elim feed at the top right of your screen. Kungarna up against Gambit in that fight. Gambit gets taken out early, so unfortunate for them. But Na'Vi drops that Overlook. Early no need for a rotation. Early move up to the top of these canisters here and just got positioned. We're able to get long-range picks, pick up a few kills along the way. Great stuff coming through from Na'Vi.
He was killing it. You know what? I was about to gas Strafe up at the end if Na'Vi won. I had a whole speech for him because he was up there. He kept them in position. He had the scout, the Volt. He was hitting shots, but the last player from Disco Party just threw him for a loop, and they couldn't boogie, man.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, it's I know Onset was a little bit critical of how they could have played that late game, and obviously hindsight is 2020. They didn't know that it was a rat. But the fact that they dropped in the middle of the open like that basically left them vulnerable to the other squad for this to happen. An absolute firing range, being lit up by the final team, Team Legion, with a big first place finish. They needed that in terms of where they were at in the leaderboards. And good job, kudos to them. Meanwhile, in Group C and D, because keep in mind, this is a 4-group affair. The top 20 teams, top 16, in addition to the 4 who are the #1 teams from each group, will be making it to the championship finals to play for that $2.5 million prize pool. And we got Scars EU, Mandy & Co., and Aqualix in 1 and 2, followed by Kick Esports. The Polish boys looking great in the Group C side of things. Actually, we take a look at the standings here. You'll see it on screen right now. Fire Beavers in 4th place. I know you like that.
Oh, I do indeed. And I will say, once again, a reminder, we're coming into game number 6 here, gang. Match point when we get to those finals is 50. So, I mean, look at this. We're already in, if this was a game 5 after game 5, we've already had like 3 different teams up on match point. So, I mean, let's be clear. The pressure and this lobby, this is a scary lobby. As my friend and co-caster Tom T-Square Taylor would say, it's a scary lobby. I don't know which one of these lobbies isn't. And the fact that we are seeing some of this incredible gameplay at this late level is really a testament to that. Hey, speaking of, thank you very much, Fallout, for showcasing groups C and D. Something else to remember, as he mentioned, we have all Apex all the time this entire week. So we start this day in our day 1 for our EMEA region. Guess what tomorrow brings? North American region is coming at you. There it is. Set your alarms. Absolutely. We've got our day 1 for North America coming up tomorrow. Then day 2 for EMEA the day after, and so on and so forth. So just, you know, settle in. Enjoy yourself. It's going to be a great run and a great beginning of a, as I put at the beginning, arduous journey to those championships.
And who doesn't love watching World's Edge on a competitive level? All right, come on. All of you guys at home grinding right now on Ranked World's Edge. Now is the time where you get to learn some new tips and tricks from the best Apex players in EMEA, in the world, as you get to see Apex every single day. So now is the time to elevate your gameplay through the day, and at night, go apply it in them lobbies, okay? I'll see you in the drops.
I love it. I absolutely love it, Blaze. That's one of the many reasons I've taken notes here, how people are dropping those shields, bringing them back. We saw a couple of different shield drops and everything throughout this last game for strategic reasons, and I love to see it. I love to learn about some new things, of course, going back into those pubs. Well, let's talk a little bit about what you've been talking about on the socials, because that's right, gang, it's all about tweets. Here we go. Watching ALGS, the work. Thanks for the entertainment. I'm sensing a theme here, gang, and I'm super into it.
Is that a multi-screen situation right there? You like to see it, 2 streams up. Kudos,
yeah, no
bravo.
need to sleep. There it is. Watch this to learn. See, and
Goofy girl.
Blaze, you nailed it.
Yep.
That's right.
Perfect timing, okay? Because this is where you learn how to be one of the best players in the world.
Okay, now here we go. This is awesome. You're a teacher, but also an ALGS. Listen, our fans are all over the world. They span not just the globe, but also so many different communities. Oh, I love to see it for sure.
Imagine talking about ALGS in class, and your teacher says, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. TSM is the best team in the world. And you look like, what?
I would have lost my mind if that happened. And by the way, I saw the very bottom part there, hoping to start an esports program next year. Shout out to Scholastic Esports, any colleges, universities, or high schools out there that have esports programs or varsity teams. It's amazing to see.
It is indeed. And you know what else is amazing to see? Game number 6. We're coming into our final game here in day 1 of our EMEA region. And we're going to throw it to our final cast and pair of blue and glitter explosion. But first, take a look at this.
They are getting focused indeed. The thermites are going to hit, which is going to melt their armors. Hardeki's just going to tank it a little bit, go for that battery, but oh no, they're getting Crypto ultimate, and there they go. Artico down, Gambit, Leogri down, and Hardeki no armor. He can't do anything here, but get away with 1 HP, takes the portal.
And he's going to take that portal right to it. T puts in work. Oh my goodness. Hardeki just went huge. He just pushed 3 members of T-Rex, caught them off guard, and was able to take out every single one of them in the 1v2. Hardeki with 5 HP, a sliver in a dream, pops off with the EVA 8.
I can't close my mouth right now. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen in Apex Legends. Holy smokes.
For the last time today, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EMEA ALGS Championship for the region. My name is Blue. Joining me here on the final cast once again is going to be Glitter, and we've had a pretty exciting day here so far. So many different winners, definitely some teams dominating, but not outright, as we just saw in that last matchup. Flavor of the Month going down in last place, while placing almost consistently outside of that in the top 5, and plenty of other crazy shakeups as well. Isn't that right?
Yeah, no, that last game completely flipped a lot of things on its head. I mean, Team Legion wasn't able to place better than 9th in any of our games before that, and then they take home the win. They did have more than 3 kills in any other of our games, and then they go home with 5 KP in that win. So, I mean, as we've said a few times now, it's literally anybody's game, but that type of a win is going to be huge for Legion, moving them up in the overall ranks, and it allowed, you know, some of the other squads to make some changes as well. But as you were saying, still a pretty top-heavy, at least top 2 right now. New Esports and Flavor of the Month have really done a solid job for themselves so far on our first day.
Yeah, Gambit's been trying their best to poke up in the rankings as well, but they were really struggling, especially in our first couple of games, with trying to get any sort of placement on the board. In fact, they were the first team to get knocked out here this very morning when we started out in game number 1. It's time for game 6, though. Our teams are ready to drop in, so let's get it going, as we're going to dive into the map one final time. It's important to temper our expectations, folks, as well, as this is only the first of a 3-phased group stage here. So right now, our teams just try to capitalize on as many points as possible over the next, obviously, between today and the other 2 days, in order to make sure that they can either top out their group, immediately qualifying them for the playoffs, or, of course, be in the top 16 total teams beyond that top 4 in order to qualify as well.
Yeah, being at the very top of their group, obviously everybody's ideal goal here for the championship, but like you were saying, top 16 overall is going to be who we're watching there in the very, very finals. We can see the zone already coming out, and yet again, we've had a really, really solid variety so far when it comes to our zones, because now we're going northwest.
Yeah, way up towards the northwest there. We can already see the second circle. First one's going to be popping up in just a moment as our teams start to loot things up on the initial pickups here and then begin making the rounds, especially for our teams on the south side of the map, specifically the southeast. Once again, flavor of the month going to get a little bit unlucky in that respect, as they have to go for a near full map cross in order to make it over there. That's assuming, of course, they're still landing on that bottom right part of the map towards Lava City, which they've done in every other game so far, I believe.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be playing in the favor of a lot of those squads that you guys can obviously see up there on the northwest of your map. But checking back in with flavor of the month, I mean, honestly, I don't think that the fact that they went out first in the last game is right now affecting them all too badly. I mean, they're still in a solid position, and they're only so many points behind New Esports. So definitely less than ideal. But like I was saying earlier in the day, they had set themselves up so well that anticipating obviously 1 or 2 bad games here, because nobody can be perfect all the time, that they got one of those bad games out of the way and have still maintained a really solid position overall.
Not to mention the fact that this large portion of the map they're going to have to cover over the next 10 minutes or so is not an immediate death knell for them either here. This is the 3rd time in a row, I think, that they've had to make a pretty major cross such as this. And the first time we saw them doing it as well, they were able to make that cross pretty sufficiently and still end up placing towards the top 5. We're back over here with Reply Totem Esports, and I believe we've got some insight from Sharp. Let's take a listen.
Many teams that just formed, like Impulse, Taskmaster, and Sunset team, are gonna be strong teams, even though they're not really known in the scene for being like a long-term team. If I have to choose a team to win, I would say probably Gambit, because they demonstrated being like a really good team lately. If I have to pick a best player in competitive Apex right now, I would say Ardeki for the European scene at least, because he's a really good mechanical player and also a smart one.
Here's some nice words there from Reply Totem, specifically Sharp, giving obviously some nice respect over to the Gambit rosters. They've been performing admirably over the past few months. Like we said, a little bit of a bumpy road so far here in our first of 3 days of group play, but not terrible either. Still sitting in the top 10 for this cross-group matchup. And of course, plenty of opportunities to improve that as the group stage continues.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen as those matchups change, right? Because we obviously do have 4 groups, and this is only 2 of them. So as the groups are changed and matched up against each other differently, that could entirely mix up the outcomes for a lot of these squads. Already we're checking in with New Esports, and they are trying to keep their sights on a squad across the way, as they are one of our teams already over in Lava Fisher. This is going to be one, if not the building area that you'd like to be in, potentially, with how this zone will close down upon itself. So you can see that they are getting their position nice and early and trying to secure that spot.
We're talking a little bit earlier, quite a bit in fact, about Gambit. I'll switch over to them now. They're in the midst of a rotation, taking quite a bit of heat here too. Artico nearly getting melted. That's the unfortunate part of that. Gibby, you are obviously going to be the largest hitbox on your team, so that usually means you're the first target. It appears as we switch over to them, they're also engaged in this very fight versus the Gambit members. One of them going down, another one about to get pinched as well. Orienge actually nearly getting traded in the process, but they're able to hold on there, and I believe they're going to wipe them out without too much of an issue. That's a big loss for Gambit. Second game today now. They're going to go down in 20th place.
That is definitely not how Gambit wanted to finish out the first day here. They're going to be going into our day 2 here in just a couple days, probably with a lot of aggression, a lot of delayed aggression here. Maybe might even see some changes to their comp, or trying to see if there's anything they need to work on. They've got the time to do so, but that's going to be big for your peers. And then Totem now also trying to see if they can maybe clean up on some of the potential damage that Gambit had dealt out. Fortunately, they aren't able to do so. Yapirs does back off, and Totem decides they're going to go back to a little bit safer area. But that's a very, very early loss for Gambit to go out. I mean, we've talked about how there is the potential for some of the teams to get caught out on these rotations when they do have to make a little bit of a trek across the map. And with this zone, there are some squads that are going to be stuck doing that, but I did not anticipate it to be Gambit yet again. They've just had a very unlucky day.
Honestly, it's been a really big theme today in general. Some of the highlight teams getting knocked out just in the middle of these fields across the map because obviously it hasn't been much of an issue until later on these final 3 games that we've played. But when we finally got the more drastic circles forcing those rotations, it's been a pretty big problem here as we're losing a lot of teams here that you would normally expect to easily make it into the final couple of circles going down on the very first one before it even closes, in fact, there. So not the best day for Gambit, but as you were mentioning, one of the great things about this format is the teams will get actually days off in between the games. So that's plenty of time to look at what exactly was going wrong with their specific play and, of course, adjust whatever they feel is necessary going into the second day of groups as well. 10 different opponents that they'll have to go up against, as that'll be a different group matchup on the next day, too.
Ooh, looking like Na'Vi is also taking some damage here, rotating through the city for themselves. 303 Esports, are they the team that's actually on the hunt for Na'Vi right now? I don't even... They look pretty solidly looted as well. 2 golds and a purple already on 303. So if they want to go for these KP, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they continue this chase and try to secure them, but they decide to back off and rotate a little bit wider around. Na'Vi is pretty deep into the city at this point, so a smart decision. Play it a little bit more conservatively because they do also want to make sure that they are getting a spot in the end zone. They aren't quite there yet.
Yeah, we're getting kind of low on the buff as well coming out from the Bloodhound Ultimate, so losing the consistent scans they would have, there's a possibility they end up walking right past that squad and trapping themselves deeper in the city, not to mention all of the unknown factors playing into that city. So not really wanting to go for the push into fragment there, too much of a risk for them at this point in time. So they sit back, play it more cautiously, as I believe the rest of our teams are doing here as well. Flavor of the month, in the midst of their own rotation, they have made it to the first zone. Obviously a lot more movement from this point forward to go, but they can at least breathe a sigh of relief for now. No longer going to be under any immediate threat as they've made it across the map this time around, not going to get cut off. Instead, that fate goes to Gambit. Unfortunately, they're the first team to get knocked out. 303 establishing the position here on our multi-tiered building, going to have a lot of a view onto the rest of Fragment here. And in fact, we're going to go ahead and do a listen in on them to see how exactly they're going to try to handle this situation.
Back where we came from.
I should have dropped your bat as well.
They're flying.
Where?
They found somebody flying. Is it damage?
Yeah, that's some, that's some. Wait, they just took beacon and went there?
They don't
Oh,
took
look
it.
at the zone. Oh, they didn't take it. Okay, let's go up here now.
I built one cell taking light.
One bat here.
They're fighting. Where's they fighting?
I
Right
cannot
now?
kill you, I cannot kill
I don't care.
I don't see anyone right now.
Let's go up here actually.
Let's go this way.
I took the bat. I took the bat.
They might
Maybe we can get something in countdown.
They are here. I don't know about that.
Might be something good.
I should scan this.
Not you, scan the house.
Okay. Ping it. Steps here 50 seconds ago, this way.
Through here. Let's go this way.
One is taking.
You can hear some of the micromanagement of the situation going on there from 303, of course, trying to isolate out a squad that they might have been able to get aggressive against, but just no real opportunities being presented, especially with Na'Vi exiting the area through the use of their Valkyrie's ultimate.
Moving on. Go ahead.
We've got Team Legion under quite a bit of pressure here. Ox specifically low, already losing their first and now second players as well. So Ox going to get pushed to the end of this team's margin very quickly as they're going to find themselves knocked out. Legion going down. New Esports claims the KPs as a result of that fight, also moving them up a level to take the tier 2. Problem is, we've got immediate refrag attempts coming in now from another squad. Some good damage coming out from Tyler, though, on that Bull, absolutely shredding one of these aggressors and making them think twice about trying to put the pressure on to New, giving them the moment they need to rebuff themselves here.
We see the ult accelerant being popped there just in case they need yet another portal. And these are all the teams that initially went over to Lava Fisher thinking that that was where the end zone was going to be. But that's what I was kind of staring at when you were talking about that, Blue. Did you see how hard the zone shifted a little bit farther northeast from where I think a lot of these squads that we're now looking at in Lava Fisher initially thought it was going to go? They're going to have to be making some decisions here on what they want to do. Are they going to finish these engagements out? Are they going to take them? Are they going to try to rotate away and get a better spot inside of the zone, which is going to be a little bit tough to do considering how many other teams probably benefited on their rotations with the way that it pulled as they were making their way over to the west side. I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a rough spot.
Especially considering there's not a lot of ways to retreat from the current positions, especially here inside. The fissure itself, you obviously don't want to jump down below into the lava, not only slowing you down, but of course doing constant damage to you as you try to retreat. So it's going to be a very, very touchy situation for all the teams in this zone right now. We can see, of course, one of the crypto drones working their way out here, trying to figure out what exactly is going to be around the corner for new esports, as they'll eventually have to commit themselves to a rotation in that direction. Not going to be forced into it anytime soon. They still have a good 2 to 3 minutes, as this current circle will favor their position. But obviously, does not want to be the last team out of here either. They know just how many squads are sitting around them, and if they're the last one to rotate in, it's going to be very hard to try to fight for any positioning, let alone actually make it to that new destination. That's part of the reason why they're going to stick around here for a little bit, see if they can wipe anyone out on their own retreat before they themselves have to move to their next spot.
And with how opportunistic a lot of our teams have been, I don't even know that there's necessarily a right or wrong time to really make that rotation, because no matter when you think you're safe, there's always the possibility of one other squad being in the way and taking you out on that rotation, as we saw happening to Gambit, because there was, I can guarantee you they didn't expect somebody to necessarily be there and have to have gone down so early. Some solid shots coming out of Navi with the wingman trying to deal some damage, as well as some Valkyrie doing some damage as well. And we've seen actually how successful Valkyrie was in the very last game. I mean, being able to be super useful for those teams over on Overlook. So it'll be interesting to see what she can do for the teams that she's on this time around.
Like still getting some good shots off there for LCDF on that wingman, upgrading the Evo shield over towards purple quality now. As we're going to move into this next few moments of action, we can see it's like still holding the line as well. He's got a cutoff for one of these teams' rotations directly in front of him, so that squad is going to have to be cognizant, and more importantly, probably just going to have to stick in that position until the circle either forces LCDF out of their current position, or of course until they're forced into a fight where they won't exactly have a choice of that matter. For the time being, though, to be able to maintain this spot, we'll switch over towards another team here. Franya Piers, who are in a bit of a difficult situation, taking shots from across the field over in Train Yard, while also dealing with another squad directly on top of them here on the comm tower. See, it's not going to be the easiest fight in the world for this team to take. They've already been involved in a lot of similar situations, so shouldn't be lacking in any respect experience on how to handle this scenario, because they've been caught in this part of the map more than once already. PKMK, though, can't seem to find the lineup. This player up on top of the comm tower just proving a little bit too tricky to handle, but thankfully, portal now out, a retreat option available for Yapirs, and they're going to be able to at least make it to a different part of the map. Doesn't necessarily seem to be a safer one, though, as Rubik nearly immediately dropped upon exiting the portal. Seems like they're going to be okay, though, making it behind these pillboxes to be able to try and stay alive here for a little bit longer, ultimately just to suffer that much more damage to a new flank, though. They're direct behind. Now, taken advantage of against them here. They have to find a new corner to hide in. It seems to be working for now, but for how long is the question. Every other position they've taken here has been breached within a few seconds, and this one probably going to suffer the same fate in just a moment.
Contact with hostile. Yeah, they're definitely in a little bit of a pinch right now. I mean, we obviously saw them use their portal to escape. The first team they ran into, they had to wrap around. Gibby Bubble has already come down twice for them.
Here we go.
Besides, you know what? They decide to use Valkyrie ult and see if they can rotate away, because they are in a really, really rough pinch. They're going to do their best to avoid taking any damage while they're in the air, but this is their best play. Not only will they be able to escape, but they'll get all that passive information as well, being able to see where some of those players are as they land, so hopefully being able to keep themselves safe for now and get out of a really tight spot.
Did just see New able to wipe out another squad, so we'll switch over to them in the midst of looting things up. Not even out of the hot seat just as of yet here either, as there is at least one more team taking some shots against them, trying to make an impact. This is New, who we saw hold this position a few moments ago and apparently has made the decision to continue holding it well into this circle closure. As you can see, they are the winners of that exchange ultimately. Everybody else that was here a few minutes ago is now either dead or has fallen back to a different spot. But the problem presents itself here now, as New Esports do need to rotate around into a different part of the map. It's not necessarily going to be an easy rotation. That circle is cutting off directly against the canyon wall to their right at the moment, so they have to try and move forward to the next break in said canyon in order to be fully secure here. As we're going to see, they're not going to waste any time with it either. They spot a squad mid-rotate, falling back from another fight. They immediately pop the EMP. Problem is, though, Tyler doesn't get the best engagement. He immediately loses full shields as soon as he jumps out of his portal. Rest of the team close behind, though, ready to dive into this, but they have to be careful of the third party that was jumping onto their target a couple seconds ago. They don't want to become third party themselves here. They need to make sure they don't get too aggressive on the inside of this fight. Sarah finding a lineup against the one player inside of the building, but they were apparently engaged against someone else down below as well. So that will call for the fallback on Kishera to regroup with the rest of New.
Ooh, this is a decision that New's going to have to make here real soon, which team they want to push. They should probably move forward if they can as a trio and at least wipe out the one that's on the same height level as them, because this building is about to become prime D where the zone is about to be, and it's going to be pushing in here in just a few seconds. And since we are on the short end of the zone, they don't have a lot of time to play with once that does begin. They are really nicely looted up though as a trio, so if they can kind of give themselves a moment here to figure out exactly how they want to handle this push, they could end up taking a really solid spot.
More than anything, it looks like they're trying to be cautious of the squad below them right now, as it's ATK sitting directly in front of them, blocking the further rotation past the building that currently blocks their path. Obviously, ATK they're trying to resist that to the best of their own capabilities, but New messing around on the outside, not going to be the easiest thing to jump on. It'll have to be a moment of opportunity engagement for ATK if they want to try to jump on New here. There is another squad in the mix here, firing some shots off onto New. New doesn't seem too interested in taking that fight, though. They're actually trying to lock ATK to the inside of this building and stop them from being able to accomplish all that much here. So that's going to be the caustic mines going down in order to lock those players in, and at a minimum, make their engagement a little bit less potent here, as they'll have to jump out directly into the gas itself. The Yappers, in the meantime, a quick re-engagement coming out from them and their own Valkyrie. Get messed up a little bit as they jump on top of this out-of-bounds structure, just to get a quick overview of what exactly is going on down below, so they can try to avoid jumping directly into another team more than anything else. They'll find safety, it seems, further on the inside of this POI and be able to hide out there at least until the next circle.
We're seeing just how useful Valkyrie's kit is for these squads, especially when they're trying to gain some height advantage on their enemies. But as I say that, New Esports decides to make the push into the building onto ATK. It instantly finds the first player and the second. They made that push look so clean and easy, and this is the hold that they needed.
Slowly built a cage surrounding them there with those caustic mines. Made the engagement so easy, but the follow-up not going to be as easy here. Slowly faltering due to the third party working its way in here. Cleveland Ranch getting 2 of those kills. Post-kill, the last one standing for New Esports. He downs a player in response. That's not the only one going down, however. Still has to fend off a few more, but might be able to survive this third-party engagement, pushing New Esports further into the matchup. More than anything, trying to greet out the KPs right now, just in case that third member of the squad is able to sneak up on a post-kill and finish things off. But he's going to make sure he takes at least 2 of his squad mates with him before that opportunity is taken. Post-kill, still not feeling secure. Here comes the re-engagement now from Ranches, but Post-kill ready for it. Has this player down to just health and wipes up the shop as well. Beautiful clutch from Post-kill, and it keeps New Esports in the map. But for how long, though, as we do have both the circle closing in, there was a ping coming out as well. I'm unsure if that was indicating other squad. It was. We have another player hiding out just behind the fence here that Post-kill has to be worried about. As far as I can tell, it might be a solo, though, so this might be a pretty minor threat overall to the new roster. As we can see, Tycoon slowly getting pushed out of her own position into the open, where Kashera is going to try to finish things off. I think Tycoon might have dodged that fate, at least temporarily, however, as he's on the run.
That was an insane play from New Esports, and the fact that they're able to get back to a 3-man roster after that, that was so clutch. But now we're on board with Kungarna, another team that everyone has been super hyped to talk about for this event, but they are in the middle of a fight that's not going their way already. JMW down, Graceful, no shield whatsoever. Matey's in an okay position right now as he's trying to clean up on some of these KP and keep the rest of the teams off of his squad, as Graceful is able to get a bat off for his shields. Are they going to be able to get JMW up, though, and get a full reset going? I'm not sure if that's going to work out for them.
Immediately going to have to re-battery up here. Not only that, but the circle's quickly closing in on their current position as well. New Esports coming in for more carnage here as they're able to take down some of the members of the new roster. Kungarna, of course, you guys at home will know them as Nessie, now represented by a new squad. This time, though, not going to be able to take it that much further past the top 10, as we do see No Esports coming in to clean them up, as well as continue adding to the numerous KPs that New Esports will have at this point. That's at least like 6 to 9 they've had, I'm pretty sure, just off of a mental talent. I mean, look at this, right? That's 11 sitting on just post-kill. So this is going to be a massive game for New Esports, regardless of the ultimate outcome.
I mean, especially right now because they know where a lot of these squads in front of them are. They're able to do some damage into the area in front of them. But did Kashera just go? Somebody takes out Kashera.
Kashera seemed to have extended pretty far to try to get better view in terms of what was going on, but unfortunately that left him all on his lonesome. No Gibby shield available to support, as well as not a lot of coverage, just getting a quick overview of that area as well. So Kashera suffers the fate of overextension there, and New Esports will lose a lot of their aggressive power. Not to mention the fact as well that they've got low ground for this final fight. The good news is, though, is that a lot of teams are going to have to jump down pretty much directly next to them. So there might still be hope for recovery, assuming those other two players are still in the fight here. Can't see them on the overview, but pretty sure they're still out there hiding somewhere. Reply Totem 303 and a whole bunch of other squads still in this fight as well. Now that we've entered the top 6, that's going to be Rubik going down from Yapirs. Rest of the squad on Yapirs seems to fall now as they get 6th place on the inside of this matchup. And New Esports now with only 2 players standing here, trying to do what they can and push their placement as far as possible at a deficit.
They do have some decent angles on the rest of the squads that are around them. You can see that there is a solo on 303 also over the corner trying to do their best to rat. Totem is taking a lot of damage right now from LCDF. I believe that's who they were. And they end up... Oh my... Okay, Blue, there's a lot happening here.
All right, top 3 action here, but Totem probably going to go down in 3rd place unless they can turn it around themselves. In fact, LCDF losing at least one of their members. They should be 2, but New Esports looking to clutch this out with only 2 players standing. Now only 1 standing, but no, it can't be done. It's Flavor of the Month, excuse me, not LCDF. Instead, where were they? We didn't see anything from them, but they pop up at this last moment out of this jumble of players as the winner of our final match of this A versus B group matchup.
Okay. So clearly Flavor of the Month and LCDF did not want to go out on the last game that they had because those were 2 of our squads that finished in 20th and I believe 16th respectively. So they wanted to bounce back here in the final game. New Esports having another insanely consistent finish, but that was crazy. I mean, Totem was in the mix and I could not keep track of how that was all going. I did not see Flavor of the Month coming out there on top, but they do it yet again.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't even notice they were in that fight up until the very end because we had so many teams stacked at the edge of that facility there, holding out in that lower tunnel as well as just hiding behind whatever box they could find in that little courtyard that ended our game. Either way, though, a crazy ending to day number 1 here. Let's send it back over to the panel one final time to break down the action.
And thank you, Blue, and thank you, Glitter Explosion, and all of our cast and duos today for bringing us the action. Okay, Fallout. I gotta ask, at this point, there is consistency and then there is all out, where did they come from kind of gameplay? Where is Flavor of the Month and all of that?
Flavor of the Month, honestly, the best combination of both, right? They're always consistent. They've been one of the most consistent teams throughout the entirety of ALGS, and I'm so excited that they perform this way because I've been saying it for a while. They are a top team in EU, and despite their performance, their consistency over the past few years, for some reason, teams did not necessarily put them in that top 3 a few months ago. That has completely changed now. I mean, they arguably just proved that they are the best team in EMEA right now with their performance today. On the flip side, though, New Esports goes huge as well, Blaze.
Yeah, man, you know, because I got to double down with you on Flavor of the Month. Those boys look damn good, okay? Throughout the 5 games, outside of that 20th place they got throughout 5 games, very, very well. But there was a squad throughout 6 games today consistently in that top 5, consistently up there. And I do believe that is New Esports, man, because them boys in the last portion of that game, as we're outside towards the back portions of Countdown and Lava there, they racked up so many kills in that open area. And you're going to see right here in this beginning part of the game, this is where Gambit got taken out early on, man.
Yep.
Yep, and you know, Gambit always been kind of touted as the best team in Europe, not the best showing from them, and perhaps when one falls, another rises. And this was hands down the best play of the ALGS Championship so far. Post-kill in a 1v-many, 1v2, maybe a 1v3. Of course, with Caustic makes it a lot easier, but he also manages to get the important kill points of those on the ground while staying up, staying alive. Post-kill goes huge for his team. The Portuguese sensation himself with a massive play, which, by the way, helped New Esports secure a second-place finish and perhaps the first-place spot in this 6-game series.
You are absolutely right, Fallout, and it will come down to the numbers here shortly. I mean, the reality is that we are looking at the teams from a day one perspective. We still got 2 more days left to find out who will be punching their ticket to our championships and who could, in fact, become part of the lion's share, winning that prize pool that I believe we have some numbers for. We'll show you in a second.
It keeps going up.
Keeps
I
going
love this
up,
play
and
right
for
here.
good reason. Yeah.
From Totem, dropping on the team, taking the 3v3 with confidence, securing 3 KP, and then moving over, getting the 4th kill point. They obviously got taken out after that and got 4th place, or actually 3rd place overall, but that's worth it. 4 KP plus the 3rd place finish, you get 2 extra placement points, leaving Flavor of the Month and you in a 3v2 skirmish. Flavor of the Month is going to clean up here. Look at the wide left flank. Only a Call of Duty player would make this play, by the way. Taylor with the wide left flank and just mopes them all up. Great work right there from FOTM, finishing off in first place.
Angles
100%.
always try to find a route to make that team fight as easy as possible. If you can get behind them, if you can just focus fire, the same guy, whatever you got to do, just work together. And Flavor of the Month, man, them and New Esports, our last 2 squads that we saw in that final battle throughout 6 games, man, have been giving us a masterclass on just that.
Oh,
17!
Oh my God! Oh, that is what we call double digits time 2, folks.
You know, I thought Flavor of the Month may be able to get that first place spot.
Nah.
From the end, but new. Throughout 6 games, man. Flavor of the Month, they had 5 good ones. New had 6 great games. I think we might know who our first place team of day 1 may be in this group.
I think so. New Esports going massive. And speaking of which, the leaderboards are ready as well. No surprise. New Esports on top with a 92-point game. That is a way to start. That's day 1. By the way, Scars took home first place in their group. They have 75 points. So officially, New Esports is on top of the overall EMEA leaderboards. Massive performance from them. Flavor of the Month was 76. They'll be ahead of Scars as well. What a start from those two. Reply Totem Esports moves up 4 placements to 3rd place with a massive 15-kill game. We got to put some respect on the Italian organization, featuring some Frenchies as well. Massive performance from them.
And I want to say shout out to Postkill, because when it came down to this broadcast, he put out the most damage throughout our 6 lobbies that we had. And Ty Sheen did it on the influencer stream over there with Dabs. And he ended up racking up about 8K damage throughout the day. So both those boys were on fire.
They were indeed. And I'll tell you, we, of course, as you mentioned, that secondary stream, that influencer stream, well, let's take a look at what they've been seeing with their overall here. Groups C and D. Scars, you're absolutely right. Here we go.
75 points in a first place finish. That puts them in 3rd overall, but hands down above everyone else in their group. And you said it, Blaze. T-Rex with a huge last game. They go up 6 placements. I told you early on in the pre-show, do not sleep on Zerifer, Dippities, and Querney. Despite being a 30-plus seed in this tournament, they are hands down the dark horse pick for me to go big. They start off really strong, Blaze.
Good job to them. Good job to them. They're up there. You see Kick going to be in the top 4 as well at 7, 8, 9. But, you know, you kind of go back towards the Group A leaderboard for the day, okay? And you see how they're stacked up, our top 10 teams on the board. And when it comes down to the top 3, we said New Esports, Flavor of the Month, but 4 game, man, these guys, okay, were consistent all day. We haven't spoken too much about them, but they were up there consistently at the top.
Look at the differential, 92, 60-something, and then all the way down to 30 points. That is a huge top-heavy group. Meanwhile, not the same case for Group B. Totem Esports on top there. One thing that's important to keep in mind here, folks, the number 1 team from each group will qualify. After that, the top 16 teams in overall points will qualify. So that means one group could have all 10 teams potentially qualify through. As we take a look at Group C here, keep a close eye on that. The points are super important. That's why I said earlier, every single point counts. I love this group stage format with ALGS Championships. For a week straight, we get Apex action, Kate.
We do, in fact, and I'm going to take a look at now what is going to be Group D here. But I got to say, I mean, and this looks scary.
Wow, that's a
but
close one.
Group of death.
You know what?
Told you.
You know, you said a
called
group
it.
of death. I'm gonna push back, and I'm gonna say Group A feels like the group of death to me at this point.
Yeah, Group A is so top-heavy with those top two teams, but you know the widespread, evenly spread leaderboards here. And we'll take a look at the overall leaderboard. So as it currently stands, the 4 teams in gold are the teams that are first place in their group, will qualify through, and these are the other 16 teams that will make it. This is our top 20. This will, of course, be changing every single broadcast
27
on
is the
Thursday.
number.
It'll change throughout as we'll have our top 20 teams qualify for the championships and $2.5 million in prize pool, Blaze.
27 is the magic number to get in right now, folks. And this is just after day 1, okay? You want to have more than that, but 92 is the top portion of that. And, you know, even after just day 1, new esports is making it. But look at all the 27s.
Yeah, 27 really is that magic number. Jeez. That's
wow,
insane.
in fact.
Not,
yeah,
not
I was going to say, like,
out there.
There it is, exactly. And it's always important to remember those overalls when we come back to it here after game number 6, because that's really where the rubber meets the road. And fellas, I feel like, I mean, if this is day 1 of EMEA, what do you think the rest of our week is looking like?
Seriously. I mean, we get to see A versus B today. Tomorrow we get to see A versus C. Then we get to see A versus D, the 2 potential group of death matchup versus Group A.
That's
I mean, it's
going
to
to
get better and better every day.
Saturday.
The stakes are going to get higher. Seriously.
Yes, it is. Exactly. Well, one of the ways we can showcase some of these stakes getting higher and higher is to showcase our Lenovo Legion moment of the match. And that is brought to you by, of course, our Lenovo partners. They are the official ALGS PCN monitor of our lovely global series here. Talk me through flavor of the month, doing flavor of the month things.
That's right. This is that last game, Blaze, where we saw Taylor with the wide left flank. Surprised that wasn't post-kill with that 1v2, 1v3, but nonetheless, this is the final moment. So, of course, game number 6, Flavor of the Month, is able to clutch it up with the first place finish in a 3v2. Easy wide left flank and sweep around for Taylor, the former Call of Duty player, as I said. And they're able to clean things up with fair ease there. That is your Lenovo Legion moment of the match. Brought to you, of course, right there by Flavor of the Month.
And he knew he can pull it off, too, as well. They knew just came off a fight there on the left corner. He says, you know what, they ain't even thinking about me. Let me get in here, clean up these kills, and tack on our second first-place finish.
Absolutely. Now, of course, we like to talk about all of the esports in our region, in our realm, we'll say, and one of those has got to be FIFA. FIFA 21 Global Series campaign beginning to wind down. The best FIFA players on the planet will compete once again in each of the region's playoffs to secure a spot in the FIFA E World Cup, where they will have the chance to become the FIFA 21 World Champion. Don't miss the world's best go at each other in the FIFA Global Series playoffs all through the month of June. Visit futchampions.com for more details. There's a lot to say with that campaign, and I'm so excited that we get to showcase that with our sister station. That's super fun. And FIFA, come on. It's a great game.
Indeed. I love me some FIFA.
Exactly. We definitely love us some FIFA. Now, gang, I know one of the... Now, I want to make sure that we actually mention something very specific here. The championship, as you mentioned, right around the corner. We're coming down to it. That's going to be where we're going to be showcasing the best of the best that EMEA, the best that NA has to offer. But we want to know who's energizing your ALGS championship here in our EMEA region. This is our Monster MVP segment. And that means, that nice, lovely graphic means it's time for me to ask you gentlemen some very important things, because the MVP is going to be big this year. We've got coming up to Champions. That's going to be a title that I know is coveted the world over in our BR world here. So, John, I'm going to start with you. You know the players. You've seen them grow. You've seen who they are on camera, off camera. Who has your heart at this? And I know it's only day 1 for EMEA, but who's got your heart here for EMEA day 1?
Blaze, I got a good one. You ready? I hope you're ready with another good one to follow this one, because I got a great one. I'm about to drop the mic real quick. First off, we've never had an MVP before in Apex Legends, an official MVP. So shout out to Monster Energy providing the first Monster MVP award for the LGS Championship. So you know we had to do it. My MVP might surprise some people. Might be someone you haven't heard a whole lot about.
Okay.
Tyler FPS of New Esports, in my opinion, is the MVP so far. He performed with 21 kills, the most of both groups, by the way. That's ahead of Scars. That's ahead of Mandy, who dropped 15. That's ahead of his teammate Postkill, who dropped 16. Tyler is a player that's been competing for a while. Click Esports, Odin Gamers, has kind of been an underrated, not really spoken of player at the top tier level of Apex Legends. Boy, did he show up huge today and prove that he is in that upper echelon of competitive players. The dark horse candidate for the Monster MVP in my eyes is Tyler.
Oh, that's a damn good candidate right there, John. Okay, especially as a dark horse candidate as well. And with how New Esports played today, I totally get why you picked that one. But I'm gonna have to go one tier below that one with our second place team on the squad that we watched today for Flavor of the Month, and I gotta go with Pierre. Okay, because when it came down to the 5 games, when it came down to those 5 games, Pierre, he was actually above when it came down to damage for Tyler, and his team finished right below them, and they had 2 first-place finishes. We saw the interview beforehand. We know how he's leading this squad. Tyler, 10 more kills than him, yes, but Pierre, he had more damage, and his squad finished right below him, so he's going to have to be my pick.
Yeah, and I like that pick, Blaze, what Piet does for his squad overall, obviously as a vocal leader, playing Bloodhound, getting scans, really assisting a lot of those kills coming through from Taylor. And now I think that's a great pick. Taylor, of course, tied in ninth right there with 12, only 1 kill above. I think it's a great one, Blaze.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know you like PA, and I'm so into our picks here. I'm gonna go with Taylor. I have to. The things he does with a wingman, even in that late game, the things he does around his plays, like you never know what's coming with him, and I love that kind of spontaneity, that kind of chaos. It adds a really fun flavor to this entire event. So, and then of course, as we mentioned, it's only day 1. This is just day 1 of our EMEA Super Regional group stages. We still have 2 more days to determine who will be part of that massive prize pool win, that huge Apex Legends Championship series that, really is something to hang your head on. And as Fallout, you mentioned earlier, what an incredible life-changing amount of money that can bring some of these teams here, especially the upper echelon. Well, listen, one of the things we want to know is who your favorite player is, and if your favorite player is having their MVP performance. Go ahead and tweet at Monster Energy and at Play Apex. That's right, there it is, with hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. Let us know. Tell us who you're thinking. Tell us what you're doing. And this is the other important thing. Make sure to tune in live. As you can see there, tune in live to those EMEA and North American Championship finals to cast your vote, as we mentioned, for this Monster Energy's most valuable player. Now, during the final show, you can cast your vote by using that hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. I'm going to say it one more time. It's very important. ALGS Monster Energy MVP, and use the hashtag of your player name. You can do it on Twitter. Do it on Twitch.
Jump on board the Tyler train. I'm just saying. Hop on board the Tyler train. Listen, he's the man. He's the man with the plan. He showed up big today. Big shot to Tyler.
And if you guys don't agree with John, that's even more of a reason for you to go cast your vote. Okay, get involved, be a part of it. Okay, because if we're tied over here on this front, you guys may be the tiebreaker.
Absolutely. Hey, gang, make sure that you pay attention. ALGS Monster Energy MVP. This has been your Monster Energy MVP. I'll tell you what, gang, there's a lot that we've been talking about. There's a lot to do, and there's certainly a lot more gameplay to come this week. And I think we've seen a lot of interesting things. Can you give me your top line highlights from today going into our next 2 days of competition for our EMEA region?
Yeah, you know what? I would just say for me, sorry, John. My highlights of the day, just had to really be the Valkyrie rotations. It was nice seeing the Valkyrie rotations in play. We saw some clutch Gibby bubbles. The cryptos were crazy, and they were crazy, and they were just, putting a wrench in everybody's backside. It was a great day of play. We saw several different circles that ended. We saw several different play styles come out supreme, but it was only one flavor that won twice.
I love it. Flavor of the month was that flavor, indeed. And you said something great there. I think the highlight for the day was the zones. I think we got some great zones today, some really diverse zones across the map. So every team kind of had a chance to have a zone near them. We saw southeast, we saw northeast. So that was definitely one quick highlight. And outside of that, you got to put love and respect for New Esports. We didn't talk nearly enough about their performance. They dominated throughout. They played so well, so consistent, dropping in countdown. No matter where the zone ended up, they were in contention for a top 3, top 2 finish there. So New Esports performed really, really really well. I was impressed. My question is, can they keep up the consistency against the likes of Gambit and Flavor of the Month and other teams in their group going into days 2 and 3 on Thursday and Saturday?
Exactly, and we will find out here shortly. And as we've been mentioning, this journey is a long one to our championship and that prize pool. We can now confirm that prize pool total, and that prize pool, this is final, gang. I know earlier we were like, oh, what are we gonna do? This is the final prize pool. First place taking home more than $250,000. That's out of control.
Insane.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. John, what you doing with that money if you got to split it 3 ways?
You know, I'm saving that money and I'm investing that money, and then I'm going on a nice vacation to Europe because Europe is my place, my home at heart, and I'm going to enjoy myself at least one nice vacation in Europe. Maybe
I'll
hit
be
up
with you, by the way.
Portugal, maybe Spain, maybe might go hit Greece.
Wherever you want to go, I'll be there.
You're coming through. All right, perfect.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be a hype man the whole way through. I'll be taking your pictures, gassing you up. You'll feel like a superstar. They would think you're famous, okay? You're already famous in our eyes, okay? Especially on this broadcast. But you're going to be worldwide famous. We go out. We go backpacking through Europe.
Oh, my God. Blaze and your hype is money in the bag. And I will tell you a huge thank you to our community for helping make the $2.5 million total prize pool a reality. That is all.
Congratulations, community.
Well. Absolutely.
Seriously, kudos to y'all. Every single person in the community supporting and boosting the prize pool here for competitive Apex, which is great. You know, a lot of these players too, Kate, they grind day in and day out. They're not big streamers. They're not bringing a ton of money from content creation or elsewhere. They are grinding the game 50, 60 hours a week. You know, some of them are salaries, some of them are not. So it's amazing that they have a chance to get rewarded for their hard work at the time that they put in.
It is. Let's take a look at that schedule so you can watch them really showcase that hard work here for our championship series. It's coming up, and this entire group stage is how they're going to get there. We are obviously here for day 1 of our EMEA, day 1 for NA. Well, that's happening tomorrow. We're kicking things off 4 p.m. Pacific. That's 7 p.m. Eastern if you're in the North American East Coast area. And then, of course, we continue day in and day out. Day 2, day 3 EMEA, day 2, day 3 of NA, all the way through June the 6th. 1st through the 6th, we're killing it, and we're having you along the way.
Love it. See y'all tomorrow for North America, baby. Okay, we'll be back. It'll be a good time.
It will.
I'll be in the chat. Okay, I'll be watching you guys. Okay, I'll be there cheering you on. All right, but I will see you the day after. I will see you guys Thursday.
Yes, you will. And I will say, before we go, we do have a couple more tweets that we want to bring out because we know that you have been watching us around the world. It's not an ALGS without a favorite. Oh, my, stop. And, of course, God Blaze here. Make sure we bring in him as well because he is keeping that hype train moving. Let's be clear. He is definitely my caffeine this morning. Oh, yeah. 4 a.m. in Japan, but it's worth seeing this hype game. Hey, we love our Japanese community. Thank you so much for keeping it going, man. That's fantastic.
It's amazing. You look to see how much Apex has grown and how big it is in Japan and Asia. I've been watching the APAC South, APAC North region. It's been fun to watch. The last one is Kristen Stewart fans, a.k.a. Steph Carr.
I love it. Exactly. Awesome for hosting this. Well, we're excited that you are part of this because you are 100%. Remember that we've got our next EMEA broadcast this coming Thursday. And a huge thank you to you, our community, to our casters, our crew, our production, and all of those that made it possible, specifically you guys, our viewers. So until next time, we'll see you later.